Chapter 2985, Divine Dragon Envoy's Invitation. Chapter 2985, Divine Dragon Envoy's Invitation. Have you heard? There's a new guy that appeared recently who's mountain challenging everywhere. He has already taken on the top 100 powerhouses on the mountain challenger list. I heard it too. This guy is fierce. Dragon City Tribe Scarlet Plume made his world debut over 200 years and never had a single defeat. In the end, he was taken down by him. Too freaking impressive. His first stop was the Dragon City Tribe, taking on 3 cities in a row. After defeating Scarlet Plume, he went to challenge quite a few in the top 10, and he won all of them in the end. Where did this guy pop out from? This guy is a freak. He's clearly a human, but his bloodline already reached Heaven Qian grade, too terrifying. I heard that his next target is our Dragon Abyss tribe. No matter how formidable he is, he's not Long Yi's match too. For so many years, how many people wanted to challenge his position? They all ended up losing. Lord Long Yi's strength is simply unbeatable in Emperor Cloud Heaven, that's for sure. Just based on this punk, he dares to challenge Lord Long Yi's position too, simply a fool's talk. 2 years had already said since challenging Scarlet Plume. In these 2 years, Yi Yuan Mountain challenged everywhere, virtually picking on East Billow region's powerful tribes without tasting a single defeat. Yi Yuan's reputation had already spread throughout the East Billow region. He was different from others, so it caused a great sensation. When others made a challenge, the majority started challenging the weak ones, slowly going toward stronger opponents. But Yi Yuan challenged Dragon City Tribe the moment he came up. Following that, he consecutively challenged another 10 powerful tribes. Of the powerful ones, there were even the top 5 on the mountain challenger list. This kind of battle achievement, it would not do even if you did not want it to cause a stir. Of course, this was also the effect that Yi Yuan wanted to achieve. Ranking at the top of the mountain challenger list within the shortest time, the surrounding people's conversation landed in the ears of a male and female, 2 youngsters. Right now, people in the entire East Billow region are all singing praises of your deeds. Shouldn't you be a little proud? You're really hypocritical, Feng Qingxian said. Yi Yuan was very annoyed, ignoring her. This woman followed him for 2 years just like that. He could not even shake her off. His movements were too big. He had no way of shaking her off at all. Later on, this woman even broke through to Emperor Vast Heaven. Yi Yuan was even more unable to shake her off. I heard that this Long Yi is Heaven Qian grade bloodline, his combat strength closing in on Emperor Vast Heaven. Do you think that you're his match? This season's mountain challenger list is going to be out in these 2 days, right? With your battle achievements, it's enough to rank in the top 5. From start to end, it was all Feng Qingxian alone talking. Dragon Abyss tribe was very large. The members were also very strong. The 2 of them had already arrived at the outer periphery of the tribe. Recently, the Dragon Abyss tribe gathered a large batch of powerhouses. These people all wanted to watch Yi Yuan and Long Yi's fight. Therefore, dragons and snakes were mingling together in the outer periphery of the Dragon Abyss tribe. Yi Yuan's appearance naturally did not get too many people's attention. The objective of coming here was naturally to challenge the Dragon Abyss tribe's powerhouses. Mountain Challenger list's first place Long Yi and second place Wu Fa were both in the Dragon Abyss tribe. As for the third place, he had already been beaten down by Yi Yuan. Actually, this was not anything surprising. 2 years ago, Scarlet Plume comprehended the spatial 8 styles. His strength was already sufficient to enter the top 3. Yi Yuan directly defeated him. Yi Yuan naturally had the strength to enter the top 3. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. Someone shouted at the top of his voice, "The new season's Mountain Challenger list is out. The new season's Mountain Challenger list is out." With this, everyone was boiling over with excitement. Even Yi Yuan was also greatly stirred. He did not expect that the Mountain Challenger list actually came out at this critical juncture. The publication of the Mountain Challenger list did not have too many rules. As for who published it, nobody knew either. But the majority speculated that the Mountain Challenger list was published by the Divine Dragon Envoy. It was just that this version remained to be confirmed. The divine dragon envoy was very mysterious. There were not many who had seen his true face before. Woos! H. Plus suddenly, a series of exclamations erupted in the crowd. How is this possible? Did the Mountain Challenger list make a mistake? Yi Yuan and Long Yi hadn't even fought before. What right does he have to rank first place? Unfair. This isn't fair. We strongly request Yi Yuan and Long Yi to fight. The crowd instantly exploded. This was the Dragon Abyss tribe's territory. The vast majority of the people were all Long Yi's wers. HI plus PRS currently, the person that they wers. HI plus PED was actually judged to have lost before even fighting. It made them extremely displeased. Some people were already questioning the authority of the Mountain Challenger list. Yi Yuan and Feng Qingxian exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in the other party's eyes. He became first on the Mountain Challenger list. Yi Yuan spent some heavenly crystals and got a copy of the Mountain Challenger list too. The moment he looked, sure enough, his own name was ranked in the first place. Meanwhile, Long Yi's name was ranked second place. Of course, this was just the position of the name being listed out. There was not even a sequence number in front of their names. Only all the way until the 11th name was there a sequence number. First place, Dragon Abyss Tribe, Long Lei. Yi Yuan knew this person. He was originally number 9 on the Mountain Challenger list. Now, he was actually squeezed to the 11th position. Yi Yuan knew that the people without a ranking on the Mountain Challenger list were people who were taken fancy upon by the Divine Dragon Envoy and preparing to be brought into the Heavenly Dragon Island. This was also to say that his hard work of more than 2 years finally brought him the result that he desired. I didn't expect that the Mountain Challenger list actually directly ranked me as first place, Yi Yuan also said in surprise. It's not surprising. The Mountain Challenger list is a comprehensive ranking. It doesn't completely look at battle results. You're ranked first. It naturally shows that your strength and potential are stronger than everyone, Feng Qingxian said. So that's how it is. Yi Yuan thought about it and felt that it made sense too. On this Mountain Challenger list, among the top 30, only he was Middle Emperor Cloud Heaven. Furthermore, he had already broken through to Heaven Qian grade bloodline. Coupled with spatial rule, his strength was formidable. Ranking in the first place was also not incomprehensible. He was very confident that as long as he broke through another minor realm and reached Upper Emperor Cloud Heaven, sweeping through this list would not be anything strange too. All around were indignant people. Yi Yuan could not be bothered to care about them and quietly left. Suddenly, an old man blocked his path. Yi Yuan's expression turned somber. This was a bloodline warrior, but his strength was extremely strong. You're Yi Yuan? The old man asked, looking like he was talking down. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "It's precisely me. May I ask who Senior is?" The old man said lightly, "I'm Lord Divine Dragon Envoy's servant. I'm here to give you the Divine Dragon token." As he said, the old man threw Yi Yuan a token and said, "Half a month later, take the Divine Dragon token and go to the East Seashore. ORE. There will be a flying boat there. The few of you will board the boat by relying on the Divine Dragon token. At that time, there will naturally be someone to guide you all to enter Heavenly Dragon Island." Yi Yuan received the token and said with a bow, "Many thanks, Senior." The old man nodded slightly, seemingly still considered satisfied with Yi Yuan's attitude. However, he said to Feng Qingxian, "If Miss Qingxian is interested, you can come along with him. Heavenly Dragon Island welcomes the young patriarch of the Fire Phoenix clan." Feng Qingxian was overjoyed when she heard that and said, "Thank you very much, Senior. Feng Qingxian will definitely go." The old man nodded his head and turned around. He then left. Once the old man left, Feng Qingxian said excitedly, "Brat, even the Heavenly Dragon Island welcomes me. You can't shake me off. Hee hee." However, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed together, and he said in a solemn voice, "Don't you feel that something is not quite right?" Chapter 2986, Rectification of Name. Chapter 2986, Rectification of Name. Half a month later, at the East Seashore. ORE. When Yi Yuan hurried over, the others had already arrived. When Scarlet Plume saw Yi Yuan, he said rather warmly, "Brother Yi, you're finally here." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Congratulations, Brother Scarlet Plume. You are ranked 3rd on the Mountain Challenger list." Scarlet Plume smiled and said, "That's all in the past. Once we enter Heavenly Dragon Island, everything will have to start over from the top." Clearly, Scarlet Plume had a great mentality. It was also precisely this kind of powerful mentality that let him rise rapidly. Yi Yuan swept with his peripherals and discovered that the surrounding environment was somewhat disorderly. Furthermore, Scarlet Plume's aura was somewhat chaotic. His body had some injuries too. He immediately understood something. Scarlet Plume noticed Yi Yuan's gaze and said with a smile, "Wu Fa refused to accept that I'm ranked 3rd, so he challenged me." Not far away, a young man's face had a somewhat awkward expression. "No need to say anything, Scarlet Plume won." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Impressive, Brother Scarlet Plume." Scarlet Plume smiled bitterly and said, "But I challenged Long Yi and lost. This guy is too strong, be careful." Yi Yuan was taken aback, immediately understanding something. At this time, Long Yi was currently looking at him with a provoking gaze. His goal was self-explanatory. "Yi Yuan, if you're a man, accept my challenge." You got conferred without fighting. I, Long Yi, refuse to accept it as final. Long Yi said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan could not help laughing and said, "Is this number 1 that important?" Long Yi said, "Of course, it's important. No matter where I, Long Yi, am, I'll only be number 1. Yi Yuan shrugged and said coolly, "Sorry, I'm not interested." These guys, each and every one, still did not know what was going to happen. They were actually still in the mood to seek to prevail over others here. So what if you got 1st place? Did you really think that you all could enter Heavenly Dragon Island? It was just that Yi Yuan did not say these words out. However, apart from Scarlet Plume, the others clearly did not have the intention of letting him go. "Yi Yuan, it turns out that you're merely someone who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Coward. You challenged us, but now that you ran into the strongest Long Yi, you're scared? If I were you, I wouldn't have the face to enter Heavenly Dragon Island at all. Don't even have the courage to rectify your name. What qualifications do you have to enter Heavenly Dragon Island? Heavenly Dragon Island only accepts the strong. A good-for-nothing like you isn't fit to enter at all." These people were all Yi Yuan's defeated foes. They were Brother Iming with vigor and vitality and did not have Scarlet Plume's mentality. Seeing that Yi Yuan did not answer the challenge, they instinctively thought that Yi Yuan was scared. Furthermore, Long Yi's might was indeed entrenched in people's hearts. Being able to defeat the current Scarlet Plume, there was already no need for explanations. The current Scarlet Plume, his strength was significantly greater than when he fought with Yi Yuan back then. Humph. Whether to compete or not isn't up to you. Long Yi snorted coldly, and the aura of his body suddenly erupted, pouncing over toward Yi Yuan. This place was no longer whatever mountain challenging. A word of disagreement and weapons were drawn. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the two people clashed together, being locked in a struggle. On the surface of the sea, huge waves were set off from the fighting, space shattering. These two people's strengths were both formidable to the extreme. Among Emperor Cloud Heavens, no one was stronger than the two of them. So strong. It turns out that this guy is so strong. How is that possible? He actually fought to a draw with Long Yi. Turns out that when he was fighting with us, he didn't use his full strength at all. Seeing this scene, everyone was extremely shocked. Yi Yuan's strength greatly exceeded their imagination. In reality, in the mountain challenging battles, Yi Yuan only fought very arduously when fighting with Scarlet Plume. In that battle, he himself also benefited a great deal. The opponents ever since then could not make him muster up interest at all. It resulted in these people having a misconception that Yi Yuan was not very strong and was not worthy of being number 1 at all. But now, the strength that Yi Yuan displayed made them feel ashamed of their unworthiness. It was completely not on the same level. In the crowd, Scarlet Plume was also very shocked and muttered, "Not seeing for 2 years, Yi Yuan is already powerful to this extent. I thought that my improvement was fast enough. I didn't expect that he actually already shook me off far behind. Without comparison, there would not be any harm. What Scarlet Plume took pride in was his comprehension ability. Comprehending in battles, becoming stronger in fights. His fight with Yi Yuan might have been by chance. But, 2 years later, Yi Yuan's improvement far exceeded his imagination. He finally understood that there was not the slightest fluke in Yi Yuan's winning him. Yi Yuan has already comprehended the second form of his ultimate spatial technique. It just depends on whether or not Long Yi can force him to this step. But, looking at it now, it seems like he can't. By the side, Feng Qingxian said faintly. Scarlet Plume's entire body trembled, full of disbelief. Back then, he lost to the first form, Wave was. Hi+ing sand. It had just been 2 years, and Yi Yuan had already comprehended the second form. Yi Yuan displaying spatial 8 styles opened another door for Scarlet Plume. 2 years had Pares said, and he was still digesting the application of spatial 8 styles. Spatial 8 styles was too vast and complicated. But, Yi Yuan actually already walked even further on his own path. This was really a merciless cruise. Hi+ing. Spatial first form, Wave was. Hi+ing sand. Above the void, Yi Yuan bellowed. Long Yi was slammed into the sea like a cannonball. This battle ended. The remaining 8 people were all rendered speechless. At this point, Yi Yuan, this number 1, could be considered to be duly deserved. Coward. Good for nothing. No qualification to enter Heavenly Dragon Island. Who, if even Yi Yuan doesn't have the qualifications, then what do you all count as? A bunch of trash. You're not Yi Yuan's match, and you still hope for others to defeat him? Is this the dragon race's geniuses? What a joke. Feng Qingxian ridiculed without holding back in the slightest. The group of geniuses wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. Being looked down upon by people was not scary, but being despised by a woman was frightening. Of course, being despised by a beautiful woman was even scarier. At this time, a streak of light approached from afar, resolving everyone's awkwardness. The flying boat came. Someone came down from the flying boat. It was precisely the old man who gave the token. All come on up. Remember to show your token, otherwise, you'll be obliterated. The old man said lightly. The party boarded the flying boat, seemingly already forgotten about the conflict previously, appearing somewhat excited. Heavenly Dragon Island was the place that all of East Billow region's dragon race descendants yearned for. They challenged mountains everywhere in order to enter Heavenly Dragon Island. How many life forms did the East Billow region have? But there were only merely 10 of them who were able to enter Heavenly Dragon Island. This was glory. Senior, after entering Heavenly Dragon Island, do we need to take note of anything? Someone asked Fluid US Turdley. The old man said coolly, after getting on the island, there will naturally be someone who'll inform you guys. Senior, everyone was trying to get a word in, attempting to inquire about the situation on the island. After all, it was a new place. They knew absolutely nothing. However, the old man had a nonchalant appearance, answering very perfunctorily. Yi Yuan was very calm. It was as if he was an outsider and had nothing to do with this. Several days later, a large island appeared before everyone's eyes. Senior, I heard that Heavenly Dragon Island has chaos heavenly dragons taking in and spitting out heaven and earth spiritual energy. There's immortal mist lingering on the island all year round. Is this place Heavenly Dragon Island? Yi Yuan suddenly asked. Chapter 2987, Prisoners. Chapter 2987, Prisoners. The moment everyone heard, they thought the same too. This place was too different from the place that they yearned for. The old man gave Yi Yuan a glance, standing with his hands behind his back as he said indifferently, what the world knows has mostly been rumors sob. Ling. You believe it too. Yi Yuan continued, I heard that Heavenly Dragon Island formed its independent SPACE. This place doesn't seem to be so. The old man frowned and said unhappily, Kid, do you think that by getting on the Mountain Challenger list, you're very impressive? After getting to Heavenly Dragon Island, all be more obedient. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I even heard that Heavenly Dragon Island has a lot of true dragons. True dragons can be seen swimming everywhere in the sky. But there's nothing to see here. The old man was shocked in his heart. Could it be that this kid had been to the Heavenly Dragon Island before? What Yi Yuan described was exactly the same as Heavenly Dragon Island. However, he would not show it on his face and said in a solemn voice, Boy, are you questioning the Divine Dragon Envoy's servant? The Divine Dragon token that was given to you all wouldn't be fake, right? Originally, hearing Yi Yuan's words, everyone's hearts were somewhat nervous. But this sentence calmed them down. Yi Yuan smiled and stopped talking. The old man let out a slight sigh of relief, thinking to himself that this kid was really too astute. He almost spilled the beans. He was only Emperor vast heaven realm. If these few little fellows revolted, the matter that Master entrusted would probably be screwed up. When the flying boat landed on the island, the old man's heart finally settled down. More than 10 people came over to welcome them. They were all Emperor vast heaven realm mighty experts. The person at the front was even a great emperor at Emperor Sacra heaven realm. These are all this batch's mountain challenger list's geniuses. The great emperor's eyes swept across everyone's faces. The old man gave a bow and said, Yes, Master. The top 10 on the mountain challenger list are all here. Yi Yuan was startled in his heart. This great emperor was the Divine Dragon Envoy. What Yi Yuan was surprised by was that this Divine Dragon Envoy actually did not have the aura of the blood race on his body. Why did he see through that old man at a glance? It was because he had the blood race's aura on his body. Yi Yuan's origin of chaos blood was very sensitive to the aura of the blood race. This old man was not a blood slave, but the blood in his body had been remolded before. At that time, Yi Yuan had already detected that something was wrong. Actually, after arriving at Void Shrine illuminating heaven, Yi Yuan had always been very curious. The 33 heavens' other planes were all suffering the torment of the blood race. But this place seemed to be calm and tranquil. All the way until Yi Yuan encountered the Divine Dragon Envoy's servant. He finally confirmed that the blood race still extended their fiendish claws toward Void Shrine illuminating heaven. It was just that they did not invade with great fanfare. Instead, they made arrangements in secret. Who's Yi Yuan? Divine Dragon Envoy suddenly asked. The old servant pointed at Yi Yuan and said, It's him. The Divine Dragon Envoy sized Yi Yuan up and down. Suddenly, he flicked his sleeves grandly. It was only to see a gust of hurricane howl past, closing in on Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's face turned pale with fright, his bloodline pressure erupting wildly, directly bringing forth his strongest attack. Second form of SPACE, Dragon's Roar. However, this hurricane was like a metal plate. It was as if he collided right onto the metal plate. Bang! Yi Yuan was directly bounced flying. Yi Yuan was greatly enraged and rushed in front of the Divine Dragon Envoy, roaring angrily, Lord Divine Dragon Envoy, what's the meaning of this? The Divine Dragon Envoy laughed loudly and said, Ha ha ha, what pure bloodline. I really didn't expect that your human race's fleshly body actually has such a pure dragon race bloodline. Indeed well deserving of being number 1 on the Mountain Challenger list. Young Yi, the quality of this batch of kids is pretty good. There will be rewards. The old man smiled broadly and said, It's all Master who was skillful in guidance. Yang Yi doesn't dare to claim credit. The Divine Dragon Envoy's gaze looked toward Feng Qingxian and said with a smile, Didn't expect that this time, even the Fire Phoenix clan's dethroned young patriarch is brought here too. Not bad. Really not bad. With this, everyone's expressions changed. They suddenly realized that the situation was not quite right. The eyes that this Divine Dragon Envoy looked at him with did not seem to be appreciating whatever young genius is. It looked like he was looking at a prey instead. Previously, when Yi Yuan questioned the old servant, they still did not take it seriously. Now, they discovered that this Heavenly Dragon Island really had something very wrong with it. Lord Divine Dragon Envoy, what's the meaning of this? Long Yi questioned. Divine Dragon Envoy smiled and said, There's no meaning. It's just that seeing each and every one of you have powerful bloodlines, this seat is very gratified. Long Yi's expression changed, and he said in a solemn voice, "You're not the Divine Dragon Envoy. What objective did you hoodwink us here for?" Divine Dragon Envoy smiled lightly and said, "This seat being the Divine Dragon Envoy is without a doubt. Otherwise, do you think that the Divine Dragon tokens fell down from the sky? Only the Heavenly Dragon Island can make this thing. It's not what anyone can imitate. Alright, don't think too much. Because very soon, you all won't need to think anymore. After getting on the island, you all will understand." Long Yi's expression changed drastically, his figure immediately flash. Hi+ing, about to escape. Divine Dragon Envoy seemed to have long gotten used to this scene, lightly smacking a palm out. Bang! Long Yi's back was hit by the palm, vomiting out blood with a cough, and he no longer had the strength to run away. Everyone who was originally still thinking of escaping immediately ceased all actions. This Divine Dragon Envoy was an Origin Realm mighty expert. They could not escape at all. Be more obedient. Arriving here, you can forget about leaving. Remember, you all are making a contribution to the dragon race. You should feel honored," Divine Dragon Envoy said with a faint smile. At the same time, he gave a look to the people around him. There was immediately someone who stepped out of the ranks, chaining Long Yi up, while the others swarmed out, chaining handcuffs and shackles on the rest. These handcuffs and leg shackles were specially made. After they wore them, they only felt that their bloodline power was completely locked, unable to unleash at all. Hence, the 11 geniuses became prisoners. Feng Qingxian was shocked in her heart. Everything was as Yi Yuan expected. Previously, she did not believe it at all, thinking that Yi Yuan was kicking up a big fuss over nothing. It was because the Divine Dragon token was not fake. But now, everything was practically the same as Yi Yuan said. Feng Qingxian had 100,000 Ys in her heart. The Divine Dragon Envoy was clearly real. But why would he lay his hands on his clansmen? This fake Heavenly Dragon Island was right under the eyelids of the Heavenly Dragon Island. There was actually nobody who cared. What were they capturing a few geniuses for? So on and so forth. Feng Qingxian could not figure it out. Everything could not be explained. But very clearly, everything was as Yi Yuan predicted. The Divine Dragon Envoy detained the group of geniuses and entered a water dungeon. In the water dungeon, Long Yi and the rest were shocked to the extreme. It was because they saw many familiar faces. Isn't he that Lord Long Qingyi? He was the number 1 on the last season's Mountain Challenger list. Why would he be here? Also him. East Billow Region's legend, Lord Tai Chin. He swept across East Billow Region back then and was the idol of all the Mountain Challengers. His actually being trapped here too. That's Lord Dong Yu. He was our Dragon Saw tribe's number 1 genius. I didn't expect that he actually landed here too. Just what on earth is this place? Seeing one familiar figure after another destroyed their willpower. Some geniuses, 1,000 years had already said from now. They were still being trapped here. What did this indicate? It showed that they would also be spending the remainder of their lives in this place. Chapter 2988, Tragic Beyond Compare. Chapter 2988, Tragic Beyond Compare. The water dungeon was huge with countless prisons. It was sufficient to accommodate tens of thousands of people. It was like an underground city. No sun could be seen all year round in this place. It was as if it was Hell on earth. Yi Yuan saw that there were some who were already tormented until they did not look human anymore. There were not only true spirits here. There were many humans too. It was just that those humans were all in great agony, struggling and rolling around in the water dungeon. I beg you all, kill me. You bunch of brutes, even if I become a ghost, I won't let you all off too. It hurts. It's hurting me to death. I'm going to explode. Everyone looked over, only to see a human powerhouse swell up into a ball. Then, with a bang, he exploded into a cloud of minced meat, very bloody. The few people's complexions were deathly pale. Although they had fought countless battles, they had never seen this kind of extremely tragic scene before. People were less than animals in this place. Where on earth is this place? Why does the divine dragon envoy do this kind of cruel thing? Long Yi could not resist asking. Who? This is for our dragon race's future. If we can grasp the secret of bloodline evolution, then everyone will be able to become hegemons. Our dragon race will be able to become the overlord of myriad world. Even thinking about it makes people excited. This blood dragon island was constructed for this. Your bloodlines shall also contribute a portion of strength for the dragon race's future. The divine dragon envoy's eyes were full of fanaticism. Everyone becoming hegemon? Long Yi's entire body trembled as he said. The divine dragon envoy smiled and said, "That's right. This blood dragon island has already been built for more than 100,000 years. In the past 100,000 years, we've made tremendous progress. The day where everyone can become hegemon isn't far off." Suddenly, Yi Yuan pointed at a metal jail and said, "Are you talking about him?" Inside the metal jail, a half-human half-beast fellow was currently staring fixedly at the few people who came in with scarlet red eyes, giving people an extremely dangerous feeling. One could tell from his appearance that this should have originally been a human. But he grew a pair of weird wings on his body, his ears were also sharpened to a point, his mouth growing out savage tusks, his entire person looking incomparably strange and ugly. His 4 limbs were on the ground. Actually, it could not be counted as 4 limbs anymore because his 4 limbs were all animal legs. However, the first feeling that he gave Yi Yuan was not ferociousness but wretchedness. He had the origin of blood and could feel that this person had mixed at least more than 10 types of bloodline power in his body. And these dozen over kinds of bloodline powers could not be superimposed perfectly. They would even have conflicts with each other. He could feel how much pain this person had to endure. Of course, this person already completely did not have his own consciousness. He was filled with killing intent throughout his body. This half-human half-beast fellow actually already reached the hegemon realm. Around him, those ferocious beasts did not even dare to breathe loudly, instinctively fearing him. Clearly, this guy was very dangerous. But the killing intent in Yi Yuan's heart started surging uncontrollably. This bunch of guys simply had no bottom line when doing things. The divine dragon envoy seemed to be very proud of himself as he said, "That's right. This guy is called Zhao Yu. He was originally just a good-for-nothing. After he cultivated to Emperor Vast Heaven, he was unable to make any more advancement. It was us who bestowed upon him eternal life, possessing sublime strength." Raw. A terrifying to the extreme aura came over. Everyone saw Zhao Yu pouncing over here. Even if these were all geniuses, even if they clearly knew that the likelihood of Zhao Yu breaking out of the locked cage was not high, they were still frightened until they took several steps back. Awoo. The water prison surged with electricity. Zhao Yu screamed miserably and was directly electrocuted back. This water prison was clearly specially constructed. It could even withstand the hegemon realm Zhao Yu. Yi Yuan was shocked in his heart. Then how strong was the person who fixed up the cage? Could it be that the heavenly dragon island's upper echelons had something to do with this too? Highly probable. The reason why he went deep into the tiger's den was to investigate this matter. "Senior, I guess that the matter here likely has something to do with how you almost died back then, right?" Yi Yuan said to Mi Tian. Mi Tian was silent for a long time and said with a sigh, "I don't know either, but it's probably related." It looks like the blood race had already started making plans at that time. Yi Yuan sneered and said, "To the blood race, you all, these chaos true spirits, are the real treasures. Whether or not the chaos bloodstone can open the door of eternal life and reach the great beyond, perhaps the key lies with you all. However, you all are too strong. He can only do it in secret. This scheme has lasted for several 100,000 years. What extravagant preparations. Chaos true spirits could be said to be the peak of bloodlines. Their bloodline was bestowed by heavenly Tao. Therefore, if the chaos bloodstone wanted to reach the great beyond, it would naturally be of great reference value to him. If he was the chaos bloodstone, he would not let them off too. But chaos true spirits were too powerful. Innate chaos true spirits were existences on the same level as the chaos bloodstone. Regarding these powerhouses that were born from heaven and earth, each of them was powerful to the extreme. Just like Mi Tian, back then, He was already a top hegemon that roamed the heavens unobstructed, sweeping across the Soul Clan with his strength alone. This kind of existence, even if it was the Chaos Bloodstone would be very wary too. Let alone that void shrine illuminating heaven's powerhouses were not just Mi Tian alone. Mi Tian fell silent again. Yi Yuan could feel the struggle in his heart currently and stopped speaking. Actually, Yi Yuan already faintly had some guesses. It was just that Mi Tian did not say anything. So he could not ask too much as well. Who? He's currently like a wild beast without his own will at all. Most likely, you all can't control him at all. That's why you'd lock him in the cage, right? If you let him out, the first one that he'll kill will probably be you. Yi Yuan looked at the Divine Dragon Envoy and said with a cold smile. The Divine Dragon Envoy was indifferent and said with a smile, "So what? We've already found a way to control him. He'll be very obedient. The few of you are all very talented. Perhaps in the future, you all will be able to step into the legendary Chaos Grade bloodline." The eyes that the Divine Dragon Envoy looked at the few people with made everyone shudder without feeling cold. Nobody wanted to become like Zhao Yu, possessing the strength of Hegemon Realm but becoming a wild beast that was at other people's beck and call. What was the point? Yi Yuan looked at the Divine Dragon Envoy, not concealing his killing intent in the least bit. Divine Dragon Envoy smiled and said, "Yi Yuan, I feel very optimistic about you. Judging from our past experiments, the human race's physical body has the highest compatibility. Very soon, you won't be using this sort of eyes to look at me. You'll be thanking this seat." Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "Soon, you'll be thanking me too." Divine Dragon Envoy laughed loudly and said, "Kid, you've got personality. I like it. I hope that in the future, you'll become stronger than him. Take them away." The group was taken away again. When Yi Yuan walked past Zhao Yu's water prison and saw that miserable appearance, the killing intent in his chest sprang up again. Suddenly, his gaze and Zhao Yu's gaze met, and he could not help trembling all over. He saw a trace of anguish from that ferocious to the extreme gaze. A trace of seeking deliverance from the pain. This Zhao Yu actually still had a last strand of self-consciousness remaining. Chapter 2989, Contingency Plan. Chapter 2989, Contingency Plan. Senior Long Ran, there's no need for me to say anything more, right? In a secret cave of the Dragon Abyss tribe, Yi Yuan put away the light screen in front of him and said calmly. This Yi Yuan was his human soul clone, the enshrouding mist soul physique. He naturally would not venture into this fake heavenly dragon island without due consideration. Otherwise, it would be sending himself to death. Hence, he found this hidden cave under Mi Tian's guidance. It was Dragon Abyss tribe's progenitor Long Ran's cave abode. He was a Hegemon Realm powerhouse. In order to convince Long Ran, Mi Tian directly revealed his ident. One Tai. But if Yi Yuan said that the Heavenly Dragon Island was actually laying their hands on their own people, Long Ran would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. After all, the Heavenly Dragon Island was the dragon race's holy land. Therefore, Yi Yuan split his origin divinity into two, leaving his human soul clone here. Then he used a soul race secret technique to share what the dragon race soul clone saw and heard, displaying his experience on the light screen. Shock was written all over Long Ran's face, his heart in wrenching pain and bitter hatred. Long Yi did not recognize the people there, but Long Ran knew many of them in the water prison. During these 100,000 years, those geniuses who entered Heavenly Dragon Island actually all entered the Blood Dragon Island. Some were no longer around. Some became like disembodied ghosts. Why? Why would Heavenly Dragon Island lay their hands on their own clansmen? Long Ran practically roared out. He was too disappointed. Too shocked. Heavenly Dragon Island had deceived them for 100,000 years. These 100,000 years, how many geniuses had the East Billow region produced? These geniuses actually all died at the hands of their own people. Seeing the miserable appearances of those younger generation disciples, Long Ran felt heartache to the extreme. Yi Yuan clearly saw tears at the corners of his eyes. In reality, the killing intent in Yi Yuan's chest could no longer be contained too. To be able to make a hegemon realm who had lived for several 100,000 years shed tears, it could be seen how tragic Blood Dragon Island's situation was. War and death were very tragic. But, using some fresh lives to do human experimentation, this kind of cruelty simply could not be described. Animals were better. Because of the blood race, they exploited Heavenly Dragon Island's ambition, Yi Yuan said. Long Rant's pupils constricted, his gaze gradually turning cold as he said, "Come." 3 days later, several hundred powerhouses from more than 10 major tribes set off for Blood Dragon Island. Lord Bloodless, the Divine Dragon Envoy said respectfully to the Blood Race powerhouse in front of him. When Yi Yuan saw this Blood Race powerhouse, his pupils could not help constricting. Hegemon Realm. There was actually a Hegemon Realm on this Blood Dragon Island. Furthermore, Yi Yuan could feel that this Hegemon Realm was very strong. He originally thought that the Divine Dragon Envoy was responsible for Blood Dragon Island. Did not expect that there was actually such a powerhouse. Could Long Ran be his match? Furthermore, Yi Yuan was not sure whether or not there would be other Hegemon Realms on this island. This was somewhat troublesome, but at this time, the arrow was already notched on the bow and had no choice but to release. Bloodless swept a glance over everyone, his gaze finally stopping on Yi Yuan, and he said in pleasant surprise, "This batch is pretty good. Especially this kid, having a human physical body but his bloodline power is extremely strong, a fine sapling. Perhaps, our blood bestowal can obtain great success this time." Divine Dragon Envoy said in pleasant surprise, "Your Excellency, could it be?" Bloodless nodded with a smile and said, "Heaven rewards the faithful. The new conversion blood crystals are finally out. With these, we'll be able to control those berserk guys." Divine Dragon Envoy was agitated until he was almost weeping and said, "Lord Bloodless has toiled hard and rendered great merits. The dragon race is endlessly grateful." Bloodless smiled and said, "We're an organic whole, bound together for good or ill. What's the talk about toiling hard and rendering great merits? We need to wait for another 2 days, and the conversion blood crystals will be able to come out. Lock them up first and fuse 2 days later." The Divine Dragon Envoy waved his hand, commanding people to take Yi Yuan and the others away, and to lock them in the water prison. There were handcuffs on their hands, shackles on their legs, and the water prison even had powerful restrictions. This bunch of people was practically waiting for death. Feng Qingxian said in despair, "Yi Yuan, you've doomed me this time. If this young lady dies here, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost." Crack. Her voice had yet to fade when Yi Yuan's handcuffs fell right off. Everyone stared wide-eyed and tongue-tied. "This, isn't your bloodline sealed?" Long Yi looked at Yi Yuan and said with a look of shock. Yi Yuan's mouth curled, and he said, "My bloodline can't be sealed." Got to be kidding. He had the origin of blood. It was the source of all bloodlines. Seal his bloodline? It did not exist. Feng Qingxian said excitedly, "Hurry. Quickly untie me." Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Not yet." Feng Qingxuan's face turned black, and she said in a solemn voice, "Why?" Yi Yuan said, "I'm going to scout out this underground city. Bringing you all along is to see Yumbursum." Feng Qingxian and Long Yi were speechless. Yi Yuan said, "All of you hold your horses. In less than 3 days, someone will come and save us." Long Yi said, "But powerhouses are plentiful like clouds here. There are even Hegemon Realm powerhouses. Even if people come, they can't save us too." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Then if your ancestor comes out of retirement?" Long Yi's entire body trembled, and he said, "You're saying, Ancestor Long Ran? This? How is this possible?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "His elderly self has already moved out and is currently calling the various major tribes to set off for Blood Dragon Island. At that time, blood will flow into rivers." Feng Qingxian said in shock, "It turns out that those few days, you went to meet the Dragon Abyss tribe's progenitor. This fellow, you hid from me so bitterly." Yi Yuan said coolly, "This kind of thing, the less you know, the better. If you reveal any flaws, not only will it waste all the previous efforts, you'll even doom all of us." Feng Qingxuan's face turned black. This guy really did not show mercy when knocking someone down a notch. However, She also knew that what Yi Yuan said was right. But what Feng Qingxian was surprised by was that Yi Yuan acted too well along the way. All of his expressions were just right. He got angry when he should get angry, panicked when he should panic, and even when he should posture, he postured very adequately. Feng Qingxian did not expect that this guy still had this side. Meanwhile, Long Yi and the others were shocked to the extreme. Yi Yuan's meaning was that he had long antic. 1P aided everything, and he made complete arrangements. How did he discover it? The entire East Below region was kept in the dark. How could a measly little Yi Yuan actually detect it? Brother Yi, since you've already seen through everything, why do you still let yourself get caught in danger? Scarlet Plume said in confusion. Yi Yuan's eyes turned cold, and he said, originally, I thought that the divine dragon envoy was being controlled by the blood race. So I wanted to come and probe. But then I didn't expect that the truth is actually like this. The blood race and Heavenly Dragon Island joined hands to inflict great suffering on the living. If I didn't sneak in, I also wouldn't have seen such a ghastly sight. The moment these words came out, the few geniuses revealed indignant expressions. Indeed, when they saw each and every one of those seniors being turned into things that were less than animals, the killing intent in their hearts could not be contained too. But, even if these can't seal your bloodline, this water prison is being sealed by powerful restrictions. How will you get out? Feng Qingxian asked. Yi Yuan got up and said coolly, you all stay here first. Make sure not to reveal anything. I'll be right back. Finished saying, his figure moved, passing right through the door. Chapter 2990, Water Prison Riot. Chapter 2990, Water Prison Riot. Going out of the water prison and fading into the void, Yi Yuan avoided some restriction array formations carefully, heading towards the depths of the water prison. In less than half a day, Yi Yuan had gotten a rough idea of the water prison. However, Yi Yuan did not dare to go where it was too deep. There were a large group of powerful martial artists there and also many blood race auras. Clearly, this Blood Dragon Island had experts plentiful like clouds. At the end of the water prison, there was one secret room after another, with constant streams of people. Many people were brought into the secret room, and then they emitted extremely miserable sounds. Clearly, they were experimenting on those people. Killing intent surged in Yi Yuan's heart once more. However, he still forcefully pushed it down. A little impatience would spoil great plans. Yi Yuan wanted to know about the intel from the depths of the water prison, so he controlled his temper and secretly listened to the intel. After half a day, said, Yi Yuan discovered that they had started to get busy. I didn't expect that the first batch of conversion blood crystals actually went unexpectedly smoothly. With this, there will be work to be done. I heard that this batch of mountain challengers are all pretty good. There are a human Heaven Qian grade bloodline and a Fire Phoenix clan's Heaven Qian grade bloodline. People upstairs said that the conversion blood crystals this time will be fused with them. The few of you go to the secret room and prepare. Bring them over half a day later. Yes. In the dark, Yi Yuan's heart was shocked from listening. They were going to make a move so quickly. Wouldn't that mean that they could not wait for Senior Long Ran they all to arrive? This became troublesome. Damn it. Only half a day's time. This is a big problem. Yi Yuan's heart burned with anxiety. Russ. Hi plussing back without stopping. When he said through the water prison, his figure stopped. Suddenly, his eyes turned intent, and he said, since we can't wait, then we'll have to do it ourselves. With a strategy in his heart, Yi Yuan returned to his cell like lightning. When everyone saw Yi Yuan return, they could not help perking up. All shut up. Listen to me, Yi Yuan said coldly. Everyone was shocked in their hearts and immediately shut up. Yi Yuan said that whatever DAMN conversion blood crystal has already succeeded. They will be laying their hands on us very soon. We can't wait for Senior Long Ran to come anymore. Therefore, we can only do it ourselves. The moment these words came out, everyone immediately fell into despair. Long Yi smiled bitterly and said, do it ourselves. Just based on the few of us? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, of course it's not the few of us. There are tens of thousands of powerhouses in this water prison. The weakest one is also true sovereign heaven realm. If we let them all out, we might not be unable to fight. Scarlet Plume said, but what about hegemon realms? Furthermore, it seems like the majority of those detained in this water prison isn't even Emperor Sacra heaven realm, right? This bit of strength, it isn't enough to fill the crevices between their teeth at all. Yi Yuan's gaze looked towards that solo cage in the distance. Everyone followed his eyes and could not help shuddering. Zhao Yu. Long Yi opened his eyes wide and said in disbelief, are you crazy? If we let him out, he'll be the first to tear us all apart. No way. Absolutely not. He's a monster. He doesn't have intelligence at all. He only knows to kill. Yi Yuan, stop joking. That monster has hegemon realm strength. Once he comes out, the entire water prison will be slaughtered by him. These people had an instinctive fear of Zhao Yu. This kind of fear was like a human encountering a wild beast. It would not reason with you and also would not listen to you. The only emotion that it had was killing. Letting such a monster out, wasn't that seeking death? Yi Yuan said coolly, then, do you all have a better solution? Saying it like if you don't let him out, you all won't die. Everyone could not help choking. All right, I'll release the seal on you all first, then go and save the others together. With the water dungeon's captives all rioting, they will turn this damn place upside down. Even if we die under Zhao Yu's hands, with his destructive power, this Blood Dragon Island can forget about having anything left behind too. Yi Yuan said coolly. Yi Yuan did not talk nonsense either, releasing everyone's handcuffs and shackles very quickly. In an underground palace in the depths of the water prison. The divine dragon envoy weighed the crystals in his hand, extremely delighted. Haha, with this, the time for our dragon race to unify the heavens has arrived. Lord Bloodless, for so many years, thank you for your hard work. Bloodless smiled and said, you're doing it again, no? These are all this seat's duties. I only hope that when the dragon race unifies the heavens in the future, Lord Mijin doesn't forget our blood race. Divine Dragon Envoy smiled and said, Lord Bloodless is joking. Unifying the heavens, that's also our two races joining hands. The two people exchanged a glance and burst out laughing. Bloodless sneered in his heart. A bunch of fools. In the past 100,000 years, he had already pretty much figured out the dragon race's bloodline. The Mother Stone progressed very quickly these few years and was almost about to be born. Chaos bloodline was indeed powerful. It was just a shame that he could not acquire genuine Chaos-grade bloodline. Otherwise, the Mother Stone would have long come into being already. However, it did not matter. After the Mother Stone came into being, he would personally come to take the Chaos-grade bloodline. Unify the heavens? What a joke. The one to unify the heavens is our blood race. Right at this time, a group of people ran into the Great Hall in a panic. A subordinate said, Lord Divine Dragon Envoy, things are bad. Things are bad. The water prison, the prisoners, are rioting. The Divine Dragon Envoy's expression changed, and he said in a solemn voice, what's going on? Tell me in detail. That subordinate said, that punk called Yi Yuan, the sealing handcuffs actually can't lock him up. He has already opened up all of the water jails. The bloodline warriors in the water prisons and true spirit clan members are all rioting. Bloodless said in surprise, impossible. The sealing handcuffs were specially made by this seat. Unless their strength reached hegemon realm, it's absolutely impossible to open it themselves. That subordinate almost wanted to cry. Could he still lie about this sort of thing? Wanting to talk about this sealing handcuff, it was indeed formidable. In these 100,000 years, not the slightest mistake had occurred before at all. But this time, a problem occurred. The Divine Dragon Envoy recovered his composure very quickly and said coolly, it's merely a bunch of trash who had their blood essence drained. There's no need to kick up a huge fuss. Lord Bloodless, rest for a while. I'll be right back. Bloodless nodded his head and did not say anything. Those imprisoned in the water prison were mostly younger generation geniuses. Most were Emperor Cloud Heaven experts, and a minority were Emperor Vast Heaven experts. There was also an extremely small group of bloodline warriors that were Emperor Sacra Heaven powerhouses. However, that was merely it. To an Origin Realm powerhouse like this, it was not worth mentioning at all. Moreover, Blood Dragon Island was heavily guarded. How could he possibly be the only expert? Bloodless, this hegemon realm, did not need to take action at all. Under the Divine Dragon Envoy's word of command, Blood Dragon Island's powerhouses charged over towards the water prison. Just as he said, they were merely a bunch of clay chickens and pottery dogs. With the Divine Dragon Envoy taking the lead, more than 10 Emperor Sakura Heaven Realm bloodline warriors were not even his match. These bloodline warriors were all captured to fuse with conversion blood crystals. Many people died. There was only one person that survived. It was Zhao Yu. When the Divine Dragon Envoy joined the battle, the rioting side started to lose ground very quickly. And at this time, Yi Yuan was currently standing in front of Zhao Yu's cage, his expression flickering indeterminately. Chapter 2991, You're Not a Monster. Chapter 2991, You're Not a Monster. This was a huge challenge to Yi Yuan too. He did not have the confidence to escape with his life from under Zhao Yu's hands. Even so, he saw the tiniest hint of remnant struggle in Zhao Yu's eyes. But he was a hegemon realm powerhouse after all. Not far away, Long Yi and the others were frightened until their legs were trembling, swallowing saliva non-stop. After I go in, you all immediately shut off the restrictions. If I die, you guys immediately run away. However far you can run, do so, Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice. Although he knew that the likelihood of escaping was very low, it was better than sitting passively and awaiting destruction. Outside the water prison, there was a switch to control the restrictions. One could control it from the outside. This cage's restrictions were too powerful. Yi Yuan was unable to pass through it too. It could only be controlled by Scarlet Plume. Yi Yuan, no way. Let's just charge out. This is too dangerous, Scarlet Plume said. Although the few of them were scared, they still felt incomparably moved in their hearts. Yi Yuan was using his own life to fight for their slim chance of survival. They could all feel that this Zhao Yu was very strong. After going in, once he was let out, his destructive power would definitely be very strong. But, with Yi Yuan going in alone, it was virtually certain death. It was not that Yi Yuan was being a hero who liked this sort of solemn melancholy of a brave warrior who would not be returning, but that this matter had to be done by him. Only he had a glimmer of hope. If the others went in, that was truly certain death with no hope of survival. Of course, he was also unreconciled to it in his heart. He was unwilling to die just like this. The Divine Dragon Envoy and Bloodless were here, committing crimes that were too numerous to be recorded. He was long already filled with killing intent in his heart. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "We can't charge out." "Open it." Feng Qingxian did not speak, looking at Yi Yuan from the back, her eyes somewhat misty. What kind of a man was this? Others did not know, but Feng Qingxian had a feeling that as long as he charged out of the water prison, Yi Yuan had a high probability of escaping with his life. This guy's methods were too many, but he did not escape. Instead, he chose the most dangerous way. In the next second, the restrictions opened, and Yi Yuan entered the cage like lightning. Scarlet Plume instinctively wanted to shut off the restrictions and flew out. Feng Qingxian smacked him flying with a slap. "Feng Qingxian, what are you doing?" Long Yi roared angrily. "Either way, we can't go out either, just die together. Yi Yuan dares to gamble with his life. You all are men too. Are you so cowardly?" Feng Qingxian said coolly. The few people all lowered their heads in shame. Roar. The moment the restrictions opened, Zhao Yu's roar made everyone start to tremble. Yi Yuan only felt a pressure that blotted out the skies and covered the earth, pressing over toward him. Every pore on Yi Yuan's body was exploding, virtually going to die. The feeling of facing a hegemon realm head-on, it virtually made people crumble. This was also Yi Yuan's first time facing such a terrifying existence head-on. He had seen before many hegemon realms, but someone like this, it was really his first time. At this moment, all actions were futile. Zhao Yu was too strong. This kind of might was that kind of primitive barbarity. It was as if he walked over from great antiquity. Swooze. Plus in virtually an instant, Zhao Yu pounced over toward Yi Yuan. Before even getting close, Yi Yuan was already shocked by Zhao Yu's powerful aura until he received internal injuries. Zhao Yu raised his sharp claws. As long as this claw landed lightly, even if Yi Yuan had 10 lives, they would also be lost here. Life was hanging by a thread. You are not a monster. Yi Yuan practically used all the strength in his body to roar these 5 words out. Bang! Yi Yuan's body flew out like a cannonball, smars. Plussing heavily onto the jail door opposite. PFFFT. Yi Yuan's innards were directly ruptured, spitting out a mouthful of bloody froth. But fortunately, he was still alive. Feng Qingxian and the rest were frightened until their faces turned white. Yi Yuan, are you alright? Feng Qingxian was about to run over. Don't come over. I won't die. Yi Yuan struggled to his feet by himself. Roar. Another roar. Zhao Yu already stepped out of the cage. The ferocious tiger had been unleashed. Zhao Yu's gaze was locked firmly onto Yi Yuan. Was that the power of origin just now? Long Yi said in shock. Scarlet Plume nodded and said, there's no mistake. That's the origin of blood. Furthermore, it seems to be different from that origin in Hegemon Bloodless body. The origin of blood in Yi Yuan's body seems to be purer and higher level. Long Yi said in surprise. Emperor Cloud Heaven comprehended the power of origin. This guy's trump cards really emerge in endless streams. Scarlet Plume also said in astonishment, looking at him challenging mountains back then, he didn't use his full strength at all. What he used were all dragon race means. Brother Yi is really an unmatched monster. The tiger's body trembling, making a Hegemon realm submit? It did not exist. Zhao Yu's hesitation at the last moment was because of the origin of blood in Yi Yuan's body. Of course, you are not a monster. These 5 words had indeed struck the softest spot in the depths of Zhao Yu's heart. His sanity was virtually non-existent, but he ultimately still retained the tiniest trace of humanity. What was the struggle, the anguish, in the depths of his heart for? It was because everyone viewed him as a monster. If he had already completely had his consciousness die out, Yi Yuan's words naturally would not have an effect. But, as long as he still had a tiny trace, then these 5 words would be very crucial. And the release of blood origin made Zhao Yu's body instinctively understand. In his body, those disorderly bloodlines that were mingling and class plussing together were being controlled. Yi Yuan wanted to tell him, I can let you not suffer the pain of bloodline havoc anymore. This was giving him hope. Under the combination of the 2 factors, Zhao Yu stopped at the final juncture. However, he was ultimately just a wild animal. Hence, Yi Yuan still nearly died. Roar, roar, roar. The underground water prison was shaking until it was almost crumbling. Zhao Yu was in great pain currently. Yi Yuan dragged his heavily injured body and walked toward Zhao Yu. You are not a monster. You're the same as me, a human. Roar. Zhao Yu roared again. A tremendous force transmitted over. Yi Yuan was sent flying once more. The current Yi Yuan was incomparably miserable. However, he still insisted on getting to his feet and continued walking toward Zhao Yu. By the side, the hearts of Feng Qingxian and the rest were practically leaping out of their throats. This was truly dancing on the edge of death. If Zhao Yu wanted to kill Yi Yuan, it would really just be a matter of batting an eyelid. You are not a monster. If even you yourself gave up, then you'll really be hopeless. Are you reconciled to it? Are you willing to let those people who turned you into this have their way? Roar. A typhoon swept over. Yi Yuan was directly swept up into the sky, smars. Plussing heavily onto the ceiling and falling onto the ground again. If it were anyone else, they would not even have the strength to get to their feet currently. But Yi Yuan did not give up. He got to his feet and walked toward Zhao Yu again. Each sentence from him came from the bottom of his heart. He saw Zhao Yu's agony. He also saw the pain of countless people like Zhao Yu. Compared to those people, perhaps Zhao Yu was fortunate instead. At least he survived. You've already suffered pain that others can't endure and survived. Could it be that you want to give up on yourself? No matter what you become, as long as your heart doesn't change, you're a human. Yi Yuan looked at Zhao Yu, his eyes incomparably sincere. Feng Qingxian, Long Yi, and the rest were extremely moved too. It was because they all felt Yi Yuan's sincerity. He was not making use of Zhao Yu. He genuinely wanted to save this monster. They felt incredulous. If it were them, they absolutely could not do it. This kind of monster, they felt disgusted just by taking a look. As if moved by Yi Yuan's sincerity, Zhao Yu did not attack Yi Yuan this time. Believe me, I can turn you back into your original appearance. Yi Yuan walked in front of Zhao Yu, placed his hand on top of his head, and gently stroked him. Feng Qingxian and the rest opened their eyes wide. Zhao Yu actually became quiet. Chapter 2992. This seat will let you know. Chapter 2992. This seat will let you know. PFFFT. The Divine Dragon Envoy directly crushed an Emperor Sakura Heavenly Emperor's head and threw the dead body to one side. This move intimidated everyone. The Divine Dragon Envoy was not some flower vase. He was a mighty Origin Realm expert. Moreover, he even had many Emperor Sakura Heaven Realm powerhouses by his side. The rioting army's powerhouses started to despair. The opponent was too strong. He did not give them a chance at all. The Divine Dragon Envoy's gaze swept over everyone's faces and said coolly, "A bunch of ant-like fellows. Just based on you people, you also want to escape Blood Dragon Island? Forget about you all. Even Hegemon realms can forget about leaving too." Everyone had fearful looks on their faces, all remaining silent and not speaking. They gave up. There was no hope of escaping at all. The Dragon Envoy said, "Go and put them back in handcuffs and escort them back. Whoever dares to resist, kill without amnesty." Hence, his subordinates carried one sealing handcuff after another and came over. Even so, there were still hot-blooded people. Either way, it's also dying. I'll fight it out with you all. I don't want to go back and live a life worse than pigs and dogs again. Killing one breaks even. Killing two is making a profit. Go to HELL. Several hundred people directly rushed out, attacking the Blood Dragon Island's powerhouses. The Divine Dragon Envoy had a disdainful look, directly throwing a palm out. Several hundred bursts of force tore through the air. Bang! 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 Before those people had time to attack, they were directly blasted into dregs. This disparity in power levels could not be compensated for at all. Furthermore, these people were detained for a long time. Either the blood essence in their body was drained, or they were test subjects, their combat strength not very strong. Those who truly had combat strength were all still being locked in cages. The Divine Dragon Envoy swept another glance and said coolly, "Who else wants to jump out?" Everyone was silent like cicadas in winter. No one dared to speak anymore. Those who dared to jump were already all dead. The Divine Dragon Envoy waved his hands grandly, and his subordinates took action opening move, recuffing these people with sealing handcuffs again. The Divine Dragon Envoy ordered, "Where's Yi Yuan? Bring him over." The subordinate said, replying to Your Excellency, "Yi Yuan isn't among these people." When the Divine Dragon Envoy heard, he smiled coldly and said, "You bunch of fools, you were made use of by people and didn't even know it yourself. But it doesn't matter. There are still many people outside. They can't escape. Haha, this seat regards this boy very highly. He indeed didn't let this seat down as well. But this time, this seat is very angry. After capturing him back, this seat will make him become obedient." He had methods to deal with this kind of disobedient people. The geniuses that came here, which one was not proud to the extreme? In the end, they all became obedient babies. Rioting. Truly a bunch of ignorant and laughable fellows. Blood Dragon Island had been built for so many years. How could they have not considered this point? In this water prison, putting aside the layers of restrictions, there was an all-encompass signet laid down outside too. Forget about a measly little Emperor Cloud Heaven. Even an Emperor Sakura Heaven could forget about escaping too. A prisoner said weakly, "Why, Your Excellency, Yi Yuan he didn't run away." "MN. Didn't run away? That's even better. Take me to him. This seat wants to see whether or not he has 3 heads and 6 arms." The Divine Dragon Envoy said disdainfully. Although he was disdainful, having such a big disturbance take place this time, he was still very enraged. It had been so many years. He never made any mistakes. Today, it actually played out like this because of a little fellow. The Divine Dragon Envoy could not help feeling very angry. HHE's releasing Zhao Yu, that person said again weakly. What's the use of releasing Zhao Yu? What did you say? He wants to release Zhao Yu? In the beginning, the Divine Dragon Envoy did not react to who Zhao Yu was. When he wrapped his mind around it, that sentence was virtually distorting his mind. At the thought of Zhao Yu breaking free, he was frightened until his soul left his body. Zhao Yu was too dangerous. This guy was only suppressed by requesting Lord Dragon's End to personally take action the last time. Lord Dragon's End was a supreme hegemon. If this guy got out, the entire Blood Dragon Island would be torn up by him. However, at the thought of how there weren't any happenings yet, his heart calmed down again. If Zhao Yu really broke free, he would have long charged over. Hurry, go and inform Lord Bloodless and Lord Dragon Wild. You go in front to take a look at the situation. If you discover Yi Yuan, immediately capture him and bring him over for me. The Divine Dragon Envoy's reaction was extremely fast too, immediately giving the order. The Emperor Sacra Heaven, who was called, had a myriad of profanities galloping across in his heart. Why don't you freaking go? If that monster really ran out, your father would be directly torn to shreds by him. But, toward the Divine Dragon Envoy's order, he had no choice but to obey. Otherwise, he would have to die right now. There was no way to go around it. He could only toughen his scalp and go. No need. I'm already here. Right at this time, a voice sounded out at the back of the rioting army. It was Yi Yuan. However, his figure was blocked by the army and could not be seen. But the Divine Dragon Envoy's heart settled down. If that monster was released, it would be impossible to be so quiet. That monster did not recognize its closest relatives at all. In one exchange, more than half of the people here would probably die. Hence, he laughed coldly and said, You, brat, know that you're at the end of your rope. Now, you're here to admit your mistake. Too late. This seat will let you know that there's a price to pay for doing some things. Come, men. Detain him. No need. I'll come over myself. Yi Yuan said coolly. There was suddenly a commotion at the back. The crowd automatically opened up a path. Everyone's faces revealed looks of fear. The place that Yi Yuan Pa said through, everyone would immediately hide far away. The Divine Dragon Envoy was somewhat curious. What was wrong with these guys? Each and every one of them seemed like they had seen a ghost. Is this Yi Yuan so scary? I've seen him before, a pretty good-looking young man. Very soon, the crowd completely parted, and the Divine Dragon Envoy saw Yi Yuan. Just one look, and he was frightened until his legs turned soft, and he almost knelt on the ground. Only to see a monster that resembled neither human nor ghost behind Yi Yuan. Who could it be if not Zhao Yu? A large group of monsters was even following behind Zhao Yu. These monsters were all failed defects. But now, they were all following behind Yi Yuan, incomparably docile and obedient. He rubbed his eyes hard, suspecting whether or not he saw wrongly. The unbelievably irascible Zhao Yu was actually so obedient. Roar. Seeing the Divine Dragon Envoy, Zhao Yu suddenly became feverish, roaring angrily. It was only to see his two eyes turned blood red. It was as if he might pounce at any time. Even if his sanity was almost extinguished, he instinctively hated this guy who turned him into a monster. The Divine Dragon Envoy was pissing his pants in fear. He was really pissing in his pants. He had seen before this monster going crazy. It was too terrifying. Yi Yuan stroked Zhao Yu's head, and Zhao Yu quietened down again. The Divine Dragon Envoy quivered, astonished to the extreme in his heart. How was this possible? This guy was actually so docile in front of Yi Yuan. One had to know, even Hegemon Dragonzand could not make this guy behave back then either. Just what kind of magic did this boy cast? This monster did not have intelligence at all. He could actually subdue it. Yi Yuan looked at the Divine Dragon Envoy and said with a sneer, "Just now, you said that some things when done, there will be a price to be paid." Chapter 2993, The Samsara of Cause and Effect. Chapter 2993, The Samsara of Cause and Effect. I said this before. Why don't I remember it? You must have heard wrongly. The divine dragon envoy was extremely terrified. Zhao Yu was staring fixedly at him. That ferocious gaze never left him up till now. A powerhouse at his level of cultivation realm originally should not be like this. But Zhao Yu's appearance and primitive, brutal aura indeed made people daunted at the sight of him. The divine dragon envoy was an origin powerhouse, but in front of Zhao Yu, it was a joke. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I feel that what you said is very right. As the divine dragon envoy, your hands are stained full of your own people's blood. You're not ashamed in the slightest, but take pride in it instead. You indeed have to pay the price for what you've done. The divine dragon envoy felt Yi Yuan's killing intent. His expression changed drastically as he said, Yi Yuan, you understand. I was just obeying orders. The real executioner is someone else. Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, Do you really take me to be a kid who's still wet behind my ears? For over 100,000 years, the crimes that you've committed are too numerous to be recorded. Today, pay the price for the things that you've done. The divine dragon envoy's expression changed wildly, both legs trembling non-stop. Under Zhao Yu's tremendous pressure, he did not even have the courage to resist. But right at this time, a trace of ripple appeared in the air. Hegemon Bloodless and Hegemon Dragon Wild emerged. Two great hegemons descended at the same time. Yi Yuan's expression changed. He did not expect that there was actually still more hegemon realm on this blood dragon island. It looked like the dragon race had some people who attached a lot of importance to this place. Alright, the farce ends here. Bloodless said coolly. The divine dragon envoy drew a deep breath, feeling akin to being relieved of a heavy burden. The two great hegemon realm powerhouses were here. He finally had the confidence. His gaze turned cold, and he said with a sneer, Yi Yuan, are you very surprised? Didn't expect that there are actually two hegemon realms on Blood Dragon Island, right? Do you think that by controlling this monster, everything will go off without a hitch? Haha, now, I want to see who's paying the price. Roar. Zhao Yu opened his gaping maws and became more and more berserk. Bloodless was a target that he must kill too. Yi Yuan looked at Zhao Yu and said, Let's avoid them first. Roar. Roar. Zhao Yu's angry roar became increasingly maniacal. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, Alright, I understand. Since that's the case, you do as you wish then. Roar. The divine dragon envoy smiled coldly and said, Beast-like thing, merely a defective product, that's all. To also dare call out in front of two great hegemon realms. With two great hegemons here, divine dragon envoy's courage also grew considerably. Regarding Zhao Yu this kind of monster, he held him in contempt. Swooze. Plus Zhao Yu's figure instantly became blurry. A horrifying to the extreme aura swept over toward the divine dragon envoy. At the same time, Yi Yuan's figure also became blurry, fleeing the battlefield. He sustained serious injuries and had not fully recovered yet. Bloodless snorted coldly and said, Ignorant brute, courting death. Virtually at the same time, two great hegemons made a move at the same time, dealing with Zhao Yu. But the moment they made a move, the two people's expressions change. Zhao Yu's sharp claws seemed to be able to tear this sky. A scent of incredible danger hit them head-on. Bang! Bang! Bloodless and Dragonwild's figures left faster than when they arrived. Zhao Yu repelled two great hegemons with one move. His figure continued pouncing over toward the divine dragon envoy, grabbing him in his hand and started tearing. At the same time, Yi Yuan displayed a spatial secret technique, bringing the majority of the people out of the battlefield. Those who failed to avoid it in time were directly shocked into meat paste by the aura of the three great hegemons. Also, those defective specimens that Zhao Yu brought, their two eyes turned bloodshot too, pouncing over toward the other Emperor Sacra Heaven experts. At once, the entire dungeon became a hot mess. There were powerful restrictions inside the dungeon. Everyone only saw the raging energy flying everywhere like stray bullets, instant death upon contact. Pew, 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 pew. Zhao Yu tore the divine dragon envoy to shreds very violently. However, he did not tear apart his origin divinity. He swallowed it in one mouthful. He had an instinctive hatred toward the divine dragon envoy and would not let him die so easily. From start to end, the divine dragon envoy did not have any strength to fight back at all. The divine dragon envoy probably never even dreamed that he would die at the hands of the monster that he created. Perhaps, this was the samsara of cause and effect. Roar! 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 Zhao Yu roared, seemingly feeling the delight of having taken revenge. Dragon Wild and Bloodless seeing this scene, the two great hegemons' expressions were very ugly. This guy was very troublesome. Zhao Yu's strength had somewhat exceeded their expectations. In reality, it also greatly exceeded Yi Yuan's expectations. Zhao Yu's strength probably did not lose to peak hegemons already. Plus that brutal savage strength and imposing momentum that did not fear death, his combat power probably approached supreme hegemon. Bloodless and Dragon Wild were both not weaklings, but they were still repelled by him with one move. Roar! Zhao Yu suddenly turned his head, staring fixedly at Bloodless. This was the second person that he was going to kill. After Bloodless became hegemon realm, he virtually did not know what fear was. But now, he felt his hair stand on end. Zhao Yu was very dangerous. Swooze. Plus Zhao Yu turned into an afterimage, pouncing toward Bloodless. Bang! 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 Zhao Yu's attacks were incomparably fierce, without easing up at all. Bloodless did not even have the chance to use his ultimate move. Very primitive, very violent, but very strong. Dragon Wild actually did not dare to join the battle for some time. This Zhao Yu was too ferocious and brutal. Dragon Wild, if you still don't take action, the two of us will have to die here today. His strength is already infinitely close to supreme hegemon. Bloodless roared angrily. When Dragon Wild heard that, he could only clench his teeth and join the fight. But it was useless. Zhao Yu fighting one against two completely suppressed them. The entire dungeon was reduced to fragments by the three people's battle. Even the restrictions started shattering. Finally, with a bang, the top of the dungeon had a large hole being punched out. The stars outside could be seen. The three people directly fought their way out from underground. When those prisoners saw this scene, each and every one of their faces turned white. This kind of battle was too savage and brutal. They were unable to imagine, if it was not for Yi Yuan subduing Zhao Yu, would they have been torn to pieces or not? Such an existence made them feel fear from the bottom of their souls. Many people's eyes looked toward Yi Yuan. How did this guy do it? Such a ferocious existence, they felt their souls quiver just with one glance. Yi Yuan could actually subdue him. Furthermore, they could tell that Yi Yuan did not have any contractual relations. Hi+P with Zhao Yu. But Zhao Yu, without any intelligence, was actually willing to listen to Yi Yuan's orders. This was simply too miraculous. But no matter what, they were saved. The feeling of seeing the light of day again was really too wonderful. The ferocious beasts that Zhao Yu brought out, their strength were all extremely powerful. Before long, Blood Dragon Island's elite powerhouses were all brutally killed. Those prisoners were all extremely thrilled. Today, this DAMN place that trapped them for several thousand years was finally going to be torn apart. Chapter 2994. It has nothing to do with me anymore. Chapter 2994. It has nothing to do with me anymore. Above the void, the battle was furious to the extreme. The three great hegemons' battle was completely not like the battle of hegemon realms. Primitive and fierce, Zhao Yu disregarded getting injured, attacking Bloodless frenziedly. Bloodless' physical body had already been smashed many times. He only survived by relying on powerful revival from a drop of blood. But, the more Bloodless fought, the more terrified he became. Was this guy really the monster that he created? Why was he so strong? When Hegemon Dragonzand suppressed Zhao Yu in the past, he was clearly not so strong yet. This was of course Yi Yuan's work. Yi Yuan helped Zhao Yu to examine his bloodlines and discovered that the bloodline powers within his body were incomparably complicated. The conversion blood crystal that Bloodless spent 100,000 years to come up with was naturally not an ordinary object. With Yi Yuan's current ability, he could not resolve it at all. After all, this was a hegemon-level thing. Yi Yuan discovered that those complicated to the extreme bloodlines had already completely fused into one tie with Zhao Yu and could not be separated at all. At least, with his current strength, he could not do it at all. But Yi Yuan thought of a way. It was to inject a drop of his blood essence into Zhao Yu's body. Of course, his fused bloodline was actually nothing to Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu's bloodlines were far stronger than Yi Yuan's fused bloodline. It was just that the bloodline conflict left him in the abyss of suffering at all times. It was also precisely because of this that Zhao Yu became extremely irascible. However, a trace of blood origin was contained in Yi Yuan's blood essence. The origin of chaos blood was the source of all blood. There was no need to say more about its power. Under Yi Yuan's guidance, this trace of origin power had the effect of a lubricant. It was just like Zhao Yu's bloodline powers. They were originally stacked together like miscellaneous things. But now, they were arranged neatly. Therefore, Zhao Yu's control over his bloodlines became even more accomplished with high proficiency. He did not need to waste energy to go and maintain that complicated bloodline conflict. Hence, his combat strength went off the charts. Why is it like this? How can it be like this? Bloodless also did not expect that this creature that he created was actually so powerful. Bang! 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 Bloodless' physical body was blown apart over and over again. Zhao Yu did not know fatigue at all. You revive 10 times, I'll blow you apart 10 times. You revive 100 times, I'll blow you apart 100 times. Finally, after being blasted apart once more, he could no longer recover. The powerful hegemon Bloodless was completely killed by the monster that he created. Once Bloodless died, Dragon Wild was unable to salvage the situation alone and fell very quickly. 2 great hegemons died at the hands of Zhao Yu, this monster. Roar! 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 Zhao Yu lifted his head to the sky and roared angrily, seemingly giving vent to the resentment in his heart. His intelligence was almost wiped out, but the instinct to take revenge was still there. Now that the great enmity had been avenged, his angry roar carried an inexplicable grief, moving people. Below, thousands of people felt deeply affected, as if they had experienced it too. Many people actually shed tears. In fact, what happened to Zhao Yu actually happened to them too. Finished venting, Zhao Yu leaped down and came before Yi Yuan, lying prostrating. Clearly, he was thanking Yi Yuan. The current Zhao Yu was extremely respectful and submissive. How did he still have the demeanor of the king of all beasts? All around, thousands of people directly knelt down toward Yi Yuan. This person was sent by heaven to save them. Many thanks, Sir Yi, for your life-saving grace. Everyone spoke in unison. Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, if you all want to thank Zhao Yu and his companions. I know that you all view him as a monster, but they are not monsters. They relied on powerful will to survive. Their humanity had not been extinguished. If that were not the case, even if I had exceedingly formidable abilities, I can't save all of you either. When everyone heard that, each and every one of them was extremely ashamed. Transplanting conversion blood crystal had extremely high mortality. Those able to survive were anomalies. However, Nobody saw them as humans, even if Zhao Yu and the others were once one of them. This kind of incomparably ugly monster, even they themselves felt disgusted too. And also, fear. But it was these monsters that they looked down on in their hearts that rescued them today and avenged them. And many thanks for Brother Zhao's life-saving grace. Thank you, Brother Zhao, for taking action. Gradually, more and more people bowed toward Zhao Yu. Yi Yuan looked at Zhao Yu and said with a smile, "You look, they are all thanking you." Roar. Zhao Yu roared fiercely as though he was angry. Everyone was alarmed when they saw it. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "He's happy." Only then did everyone feel relieved. The current Zhao Yu was no different from a wild beast. Everything was based on instinct. The only one that he trusted was Yi Yuan. This was because the sincerity of Yi Yuan was something that no one else had. In the horizon, more than 100 people in mighty contingents were flying over toward this side. These hundreds of people had an imposing momentum, seething with killing intent. Especially the old man in the front, he had an unstoppable momentum. These people were precisely the various tribe powerhouses that came from afar. Long Chenxiang, come out for this seat and die. His voice reached first before his person reached. Hegemon Long Rant's fury at this time could be seen. But, when his figure appeared in the sky above Blood Dragon Island, his entire person was stunned. Where are the people? Long Ran said with a dumbfounded look. The auras of hegemons were very strong. Let alone that Zhao Yu had fought fiercely with the two great hegemons for the greater part of a day. Dragon Wilds and Bloodless auras had not dissipated yet until now. Long Ran was very certain that there were two great hegemons who died. The entire Blood Dragon Island was a scene of desolation, being fought until it fragmented into pieces, becoming a wasteland. Even Long Ran, this hegemon realm, was stunned by the scene before his eyes too. Two great hegemons falling, this was a huge matter. What was going on? Yi Yuan rose up into the air and said to Long Ran with cupped fists, "Senior Long Ran, Blood Dragon Island's matter has already been resolved. The two great hegemons on the island, Dragon Wild and Bloodless, had been executed. Everyone who was involved in murdering their own people, they had all been beheaded." Long Ran had a stunned look again and said, "Are resolved? So it has nothing to do with me anymore?" Roar. Behind Yi Yuan, Zhao Yu rose up into the air and bared his teeth at Long Ran, "Brother, I am Mei with killing intent." When Long Ran saw Zhao Yu's ferocious appearance, he could not help jumping in fright and was almost about to attack. Yi Yuan hurriedly said, "Senior, please stay your hand." The one who killed Dragon Wild and Bloodless was precisely Zhao Yu. "Zhao Yu, this is Senior Long Ran. Don't be rude." The moment Zhao Yu heard, he immediately stopped behind Yi Yuan and stopped flying off the handle. When Long Ran saw this scene, his eyeballs were almost popping out. Zhao Yu gave him an extremely dangerous aura. He had a feeling that if they really came to blows, he was most likely not this guy's match. Furthermore, this guy was incomparably savage. He was completely a wild beast. But he was actually so obedient in front of Yi Yuan. How did this boy do it? During this period of time, Yi Yuan had always been devoted to Blood Dragon Island's matter, and he cut off the connection with his human soul clone. Therefore, Long Ran did not know what happened here. It was also precisely because of this that when the human soul clone knew that things were bad, he urged Long Ran to hurry over. Long Ran did not expect that it actually had nothing to do with him anymore. Chapter 2995, He'll definitely pay the price. Chapter 2995, He'll definitely pay the price. After dispelling the heavy fog, everyone seemed to have stepped into paradise. Many true dragons were soaring in the sky. This place was the world of dragons. Stop. Tracebar. Sing Heavenly Dragon Island is a capital offense. Suddenly, a voice came out of the large fog. Two Emperor Sakura Heaven Realm true dragons dashed out, blocking everyone's path. But very soon, their expressions changed. Because they saw thousands of people moving like a great flood, barging into Heavenly Dragon Island. Each one was very powerful. The old man in front was even an existence that made them tremble. "Long Minute, you're really awe-inspiring, to dare block this seat's path," Long Ran said with a cold snort. This group of people was precisely Long Ran and party who came from Blood Dragon Island to denounce publicly for crimes. Originally, Long Ran planned on coming alone. But he listened to Yi Yuan's advice and brought these thousands of people all onto Heavenly Dragon Island. Apart from this, the leaders of East Billow region's various major tribes, as well as 4 other Hegemon realm powerhouses, were all gathered here. In order to put pressure on Heavenly Dragon Island, these people represented the entire East Billow region. This Elder Long Ran has returned. Long Minute naturally doesn't dare to stop. But these people, each and every one of them, they are strange beings. How can they enter Heavenly Dragon Island? Whatever business Elder Long Ran has, you can enter the island with all the elders. As for the others, they had better remain outside. Long Minute said neither obsequiously nor haughtily. But the meaning in his words was filled with disdain. The strange beings that he talked about, It was naturally referring to Zhao Yu and the rest. These people were filled with a savage aura on their bodies. In Long Min's view, they were not worthy to enter the island at all. Heavenly Dragon Island was the holy land of the 33 Heavens dragon race, being a paramount place. These monsters getting on the island were desecrating the holy land. Long Ran and the rest of the Hegemon realm powerhouses naturally had extremely high statuses in the dragon race. It was just that they were advanced in age and could not bear to part with their tribes. That was why they did not stay on Heavenly Dragon Island. But they were all Heavenly Dragon Island's Hegemon realm elders. They naturally had the qualifications to enter the island. Roar. Behind Yi Yuan, Zhao Yu roared furiously. His fiendish aura instantly spread throughout the entire island. Long Min's expression changed greatly. He felt the scent of death. It was not just Zhao Yu. Long Min's words made everyone who were already sensitive to begin with completely explode. This guy must be in cahoots with Long Qianxiang. Kill him. Take revenge for our dead brothers. Your father is risking it all today and fighting it out with Heavenly Dragon Island. Facing Long Min's discrimination, each and every one of them was extremely indignant and virtually wanted to rampage. Long Minute could not quite hold them back anymore. Although he was aware that he was aloof from the Ma. S says, one look and it was clear that these people were not to be trifled with. Disregarding Zhao Yu, none of those monsters behind him was to be trifled with. Any random one that came out could tear him to shred. Get lost. Otherwise, this seat will kill you now as a sacrificial offering, Long Ran said with seething killing intent. Long Min's expression changed repeatedly, and he said, Elder Long Ran, here is Heavenly Dragon Island. If you do this, you have to consider the consequences. Long Ran sneered and said, if this place isn't Heavenly Dragon Island, this seat wouldn't come. Today, this seat came to ask me Jin, whether or not he still takes this seat to be a clansman. Finished saying, he directly smacked Long Minute flying with a slap and could not be bothered to talk rubbish with him at all. Several thousand people marched for the sky above Heavenly Dragon Island in a mighty contingent. The entire Heavenly Dragon Island seethed with excitement at once. Many people were uncertain what it meant and even thought that there were enemies attacking. Swoos. H. Plus swoos. H. Plus swoos. H. Plus. One powerful aura after another stepped out of the void. 1, 2, 3. 37 Hegemon realms. Yi Yuan could not help drawing a cold breath. This was also too strong. The entire Grand Bright Jade complete heaven only had 60 over Hegemon realm powerhouses. While a single Heavenly Dragon Island actually had 37 Hegemon realms already. Plus Long Ran the 5 of them, there were 42. Yi Yuan knew that there were definitely still many Hegemon realms that had gone into hiding. Just one dragon clan, the number of Hegemon realms was no less than 60. This power was too terrifying. How many Hegemon realms did the entire Void Shrine illuminating heaven have? No wonder the blood race did not dare to invade this place in a flagrant manner. Once they angered the Four Symbols family clans, several hundred Hegemon realms joining forces could directly level them. With 37 Hegemon realms stood proudly in the air, it completely suppressed the imposing momentum on Yi Yuan's side at once. A Hegemon realm whose aura was powerful to the extreme questioned Long Ran, do you want to rebel? Bringing a bunch of monsters and forcibly getting on Heavenly Dragon Island, what do you want? Yi Yuan felt that this person's strength was at least Supreme Hegemon level 2. Rebel? Haha, Long Jian, this old man's head isn't rotten. Can I rebel just by bringing these people? This old man came here today with no other intention than to seek justice for East Billow region's children and grandchildren. If Heavenly Dragon Island feels that our East Billow region is expendable, then you can very well annihilate all of us today. From now on, Heavenly Dragon Island is Heavenly Dragon Island, and East Billow region is East Billow region. We'll have no dealings with each other. Either way, in the eyes of you all, these hegemons who are far removed from the Ma. S says in reality, we're just a bunch of ants. Long Rant's words carried endless lament and resentment. On Blood Dragon Island, he understood everything. Looking at these monster-like children, his heart ached to the extreme. Over 100,000 years, How many geniuses died? Among these people, perhaps there would be hegemon realms appearing. No matter how lacking, there would also be a large batch of origin powerhouses. But they all died in their own people's hands. Long Jian's brows furrowed slightly, and he said in a solemn voice, Long Ran, have you gone muddlehead with age? East Billow region and Heavenly Dragon Island are of the same breath and branch. We are both of the dragon race. Where are your words coming from? Of the same breath and branch. Ha ha ha, what a fine of the same breath and branch. Long Jian, you open your eyes wide and take a good look at them. Dragon Wild and Long Chenxiang turned them into resembling neither human nor ghosts. You're telling me now, of the same breath and branch? Don't tell me that Dragon Wild and Long Chenxiang has nothing to do with Heavenly Dragon Island, right? Long Ran laughed until tears ran down his old face. Long Jian's expression changed, and he said in a solemn voice, Long Ran, you have to take responsibility for saying this kind of word. Long Ran, this seat knows that you harbor discontentment, but making slanderous charges like this, do you really think that this seat doesn't dare to kill you? At this time, another supreme hegemon came forward and criticized Long Ran. Roar. It was only to hear an Astonis. Hi+ing angry roar. Zhao Yu directly turned into an afterimage without waiting for Yi Yuan's orders, pouncing toward this person. Everyone felt Zhao Yu's heinous wrath. Bang! Enormous fluctuations rippled in the void, and Zhao Yu was directly sent flying out. And that supreme hegemon was actually also knocked back several thousand feet by Zhao Yu. Vile beast! This seat will slaughter you. That supreme hegemon was greatly enraged and was about to kill. Roar! Zhao Yu roared angrily too and pounced once more. Zhao Yu, stop! Yi Yuan hurriedly yelled. Roar! Zhao Yu roared angrily with unwillingness. Yi Yuan leaped up and arrived in front of Zhao Yu and said firmly, I know that your fury is hard to appease, but I guarantee you, he'll definitely pay the price. Roar! Zhao Yu seemed to understand Yi Yuan's words, roaring angrily again, but restrained his sharp edge. Above the sky, the group of hegemon realm powerhouses was incredibly amazed. They could tell that this wild beast-like monster did not have intelligence. But he was actually so submissive and obedient to a measly little Emperor Cloud Heaven. Chapter 2996, Chaos True Dragon. Chapter 2996, Chaos True Dragon. Yi Yuan did not recognize this supreme hegemon, but he already knew who he was. Hegemon Dragon Zand. Back then, when Zhao Yu was completely beastified, he was suppressed by him. Clearly, the experience back then was very unpleasant. Zhao Yu only relied on instinct when doing things. Apart from Hegemon Dragonzand, No body made him have such great fury. Haha, little fellow, your tone is very big. You think that because this ugly monster listens to you, you can be unbridled in front of this seat? Dragonzand said with a light laugh. Clearly, he did not place Yi Yuan, this little bug, in his sights at all. That made sense. Why would an exalted supreme hegemon place an Emperor Cloud Heaven in his eyes? However, he was calm and collected on the surface. In reality, he was extremely shocked in his heart. He naturally knew who Zhao Yu was because it was he who took action to suppress Zhao Yu when he was forced to fuse with the conversion blood crystal. Back then, the berserk Zhao Yu did not have the strength to resist at all under his hands. But, that blow earlier, although Zhao Yu was somewhat at a disadvantage, he already had the qualification to fight with him. Furthermore, this monster did not recognize its closest relatives and was violent to the extreme. It could actually heed Yi Yuan's words. This boy was not simple. Yi Yuan looked at Dragonzand and said coolly, Dragonzand, we haven't come after you yet, but you jumped out yourself. When we all, these people, came to Heavenly Dragon Island, we didn't think of going back alive at all. If Blood Dragon Island's matter is the entire Heavenly Dragon Island's intention, then I have nothing to say. Today, just count it as the few thousand of us are walking right into a trap. But if it isn't, haha, you probably can't SHI+RK responsibility. Dragonzand's gaze turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, What Blood Dragon Island? Brat, you dare to slander this seat. This seat will kill you right now. Could it be that anyone else dare to say a word of refusal? Terrifying power of origin directly pressed over toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan seemed to be hit by a paralyzing hex, unable to move at all. This was the strength of a supreme hegemon. Roar! Zhao Yu roared angrily once more, preparing to pounce towards Dragon Zand. Enough! Dragon Zand, stop! The matter hasn't been figured out yet. What are you haggling over with a junior for? Long Jian stopped. Dragon Zand was clearly a little apprehensive of Long Jian. That was why he restrained his aura and said with a cold snort, "This junior has a human physical body, but he possesses Heaven Qian grade bloodline. It's peculiar. No matter how things are, we have to figure it out." Long Jian nodded his head, expressing agreement. Indeed, he found it very strange too. Yi Yuan's bloodline power clearly could not hide from these major powers. Long Ran, whatever there is, say it clearly in front of all the clansmen, Long Jian said. Long Ran said with a cold smile, "Hehe, luckily, this old man listened to Yi Yuan and came with such a grand lineup. Otherwise, I really couldn't have explained things with one mouth. This matter can't be reasoned with you. I want to see progenitor Mi Zhen." Long Jian frowned and said, "Long Ran, you're going overboard." Long Ran did not care in the slightest and said with a cold snort, "Long Jian, this matter, don't need me to say, you've also guessed some things, right? I came today to personally ask progenitor Mi Zhen whether or not he has given up on the East Below region. If so, don't need everyone to take action. This old man will kill them with my own hands, then pass us away in seclusion here." His gaze swept over the faces of all the hegemons, and he asked in a solemn voice, "There are many among you all who came from the East Below region too. Now, somebody is treating your children and descendants as pigs and sheep. Both hands stained full of their own people's fresh blood. Do you all have an easy conscience like this?" Those present were all not fools. Long Ran coming with such a grand lineup, bringing along a bunch of ugly creatures and forcibly entering Heavenly Dragon Island, how could they not see through some clues? They were also extremely shocked in their hearts. There was actually someone who had such gall. Long Jian let out a sigh and said, "All right, this seat understand." Rumble. An enormous round hole suddenly appeared in the sky. Amar. Civ dragon head emerged from the round hole. A boundless chaos aura instantly enveloped the entire Heavenly Dragon Island. Seeing this enormous dragon, Yi Yuan actually gave rise to the impulse to prostrate in words. Hi+P. He was incredibly shocked in his heart. Was this the aura of a powerhouse who was about to reach the great beyond in the legends? Strong. Really strong to the extreme. Originally, Yi Yuan thought that Supreme Hegemon was already the limit of Hegemon realm. Such as Hegemon imperishable, that level of existence, he was seriously far too strong. Even if Hegemon Samsara was stronger than him, how strong could he be? But now, having witnessed this enormous dragon, he completely understood. Under the firmament, Yi Yuan felt that he was as insignificant as an ant. They were heaven. The enormous dragon swam out of the sky. That Ma's civ body could not be contained even by the entire vast expanse of heaven. Yi Yuan estimated with his eyes that this enormous dragon's body was probably reached 100,000 feet long. Chaos true dragon. This was an existence that was born from heaven and earth. Paying respects to progenitor Mi Zhen, everyone knelt down toward this giant dragon. In fact, even the incomparably berserk Zhao Yu lied prostrate. There was a voice in Yi Yuan's heart that was calling non-stop, asking him to kneel. But he did not. Instead, Yi Yuan stuck his chest up and stood even straighter. The giant dragon's gaze looked over, the dragon head sticking straight down, virtually touching Yi Yuan's face. "Young man, why do you not kneel? I'm a divergent cultivator. I don't even kneel to heaven and earth. Why would I kneel to you? You have a dragon soul, you're of the dragon race. So you have to kneel to this ancestor. You're born from heaven and earth, then, do you kneel to heaven and earth?" Mi Zhen stared at Yi Yuan and was silent for a long time. Yi Yuan also met Mi Zhen's two eyes and did not shrink back in the slightest. Long Ran and the rest felt like they were almost fainting in anger. This punk's gall was also too fat. This was the progenitor. You actually dared to speak like that. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Mi Zhen burst into laughter. The laughter shook until heaven and earth changed colors. Yi Yuan felt that his bones were almost being shattered. Interesting. An interesting little fellow. Looks like you understand heaven very well. Across the heavens and myriad worlds, there has never been a divergent cultivator who could transcend samsara. This progenitor really wants to see how you fight with heaven. Amidst the loud laughter, Mijin pulled back and circled around above the void again. Yi Yuan finally let out a sigh of relief in secret. This scene earlier merely lasted for a dozen over breaths. But Yi Yuan felt as if 10,000 years had passed. His heartbeat was almost stopping. Facing such an existence, to say that his heart was still like water, that would be a lie. But Yi Yuan's willpower was long already incomparably powerful. He overcame it. Of course, what was more important was that Mijin was really too terrifying. He did not have any secrets to speak of in front of him. Being so near, Yi Yuan did not know whether or not Mi Tian would be exposed. But, just now, Mi Tian seemingly disappeared from his body. Even Yi Yuan himself could not feel his existence anymore. Very clearly, Mijin could not feel it too. At this point, how could Yi Yuan still not guess it? To be able to make Mi Tian fall, apart from an existence like Mijin, who else could there be? Mi Tian being reluctant to make it clear all along, on the one hand, it was that he himself was not sure too. On the other hand, he was worried that he would harm him. Mijin was too strong. Longran, whatever you have, say it. Mijin looked at Longran and said gravely. Chapter 2997, Overbearing Dragons and. Chapter 2997, Overbearing Dragons and. What? Dragon Wild and Long Qianxiang actually did such things that go against heaven and reason. No wonder the younger generation disciples who entered Heavenly Dragon Island these few years have been getting worse with each generation. Turns out that they were sent to Blood Dragon Island. The two of them have really lost all balance of judgment. To actually lay such vicious hands on their own people. Long Ran revealed everything about Blood Dragon Island's incident. The entire Heavenly Dragon Island fell into shock. And these monsters in front of them were Blood Dragon Island's masterpieces. Although Heavenly Dragon Island's powerhouses were sitting up high in a prominent position and turned their noses up at East Billow region, this did not mean that they could butcher their clansmen. Heavenly Dragon Island had many hegemon realms that came out of the East Billow region. Blood Dragon Island's matter aroused everyone's fury. Presumably, I brought everyone here today to ask one thing. Are the East Billow region's tribes still part of the dragon race? Long Ran choked with sobs as he said. Mijin was silent. After a long time, he heaved a sigh and said, this progenitor wholeheartedly pursued great Tao these few years, resulting in neglecting Heavenly Dragon Island's affairs. I didn't expect that it actually caused such a tragedy. Long Ran, don't mention such a thing again. This progenitor apologizes to you and to everyone on behalf of Heavenly Dragon Island. These words were sincere and moving. Many East Billow region geniuses felt inexplicably touched. Progenitor Mijin was a god-like figure to them. But progenitor Mijin did not put on any airs and actually apologized to them. In reality, nobody blamed Mijin at all either. Their resentment and hatred were all focused on Dragon Wild and Long Qianxiang. Progenitor Mijin, you aren't to be blamed for this. It's all Dragon Wild and Long Qianxiang's fault. Yeah, you don't need to apologize. Progenitor's apology is too much for us to bear. Everyone was in fear and trepidation. All the people that originally came in a threatening manner became scared all at once. Only Yi Yuan and Long Ran were sneering in their hearts. Although Mi Tian did not mention this to him, how shrewd was an old monster like Long Ran? Mi Tian did not reveal his ident. One tie but let Yi Yuan enter Heavenly Dragon Island through mountain challenging, which in itself already indicated many problems. Coupled with Mi Tian's demise, Yi Yuan could roughly guess some things. The more Mijin was like this, the more vigilant he was in his heart. However, he naturally would not be dumb enough to expose it. Long Ran said with righteous indignation, Progenitor, we don't blame you for this. But I want to ask Progenitor one thing. Are the East Billow region's various tribes still considered a part of the dragon race? Mijin said in sullen anger, Long Ran, these words are overboard. You all are big brother and my descendants. You're naturally all part of the dragon race. Long Ran said, since that's the case, progenitor, please uphold justice for us. This sort of thing is absolutely not done by Dragon Wild and Long Chenxiang only. There must be someone involved from Heavenly Dragon Island. Progenitor, please take charge and get to the bottom of things. Everyone prostrated again and said in unison, Progenitor, please get to the bottom of it. Mi Zhen nodded his head and said, Dragons, and what do you have to say? Progenitor, there's nothing to say. As long as they can produce evidence, proving that Blood Dragon Island's matter was instigated by me behind the scenes, I'll waste my own cultivation to atone for my crime to progenitor. Dragon Zand had a calm look and was not the least bit worried at all. He controlled Blood Dragon Island's matter remotely and did not leave behind any evidence. Now, Dragon Wild and Long Chenxiang were both dead. With no witnesses to testify, he was not scared at all. Roar! Zhao Yu roared angrily again. The moment Dragon Zand opened his mouth, Zhao Yu always could not control himself. Dragon Zand looked at Yi Yuan with a frown and said with a cold snort, Kid, control this animal well, otherwise, once this seat is enraged, I'm afraid that I can't resist slaughtering him. This animal is just a bloodline warrior. He's not a member of my dragon race. If this seat wants to kill him, nobody will stop me. Yi Yuan was not angry either and said with a light smile, Hegemon Dragon Zand, do you have what's called a guilty conscience? Dragon Zand could not help laughing and said, is an animal without intelligence roaring a few times at this seat considered proof? I think that the people that this brute is roaring at aren't just this seat alone, right? Roar. Roar. Zhao Yu reached the brink of rampaging once more. Dragon Zand's two eyes turned cold, and he said coolly, Kid, this seat's dignity isn't to be provoked by an animal. Give you 3 breaths of time, if you can't take out evidence, this seat will slaughter this beast first. Hegemon Dragon Zand was overbearing to the extreme. However, the Hegemons did not express any dissatisfaction with his words. Zhao Yu did not have intelligence at all. Him roaring a few times naturally could not be taken as evidence. But Hegemon Dragon Zand's prestige was not to be provoked. One should not look at how Hegemon Dragon Zand was very respectful in front of progenitor Mi Zhen. He was a true blue supreme powerhouse. His strength was not at all inferior to the Soul Race's Hegemon Imperishable. How could this kind of powerhouse let an animal provoke in front of him time and again? Therefore, him wanting to kill Zhao Yu was within reason. Body could find any problems. Hegemon Dragon Zand stood with his hands behind his back, looking down from a height. In his eyes, no matter whether it was Yi Yuan or Zhao Yu, they were both just ants. But Long Rant's expression was very ugly. The development of things had somewhat escaped his control. Proof. He really did not have this thing. Blood Dragon Island's matter was done very cleanly. He had already searched Blood Dragon Island and did not find any evidence that could directly take Dragon Zand down. Forcibly entering Heavenly Dragon Island, he wanted to let these several thousand people all tell the same story and cast stones at Dragon Zand. But he did not expect that Dragon Zand was actually so overbearing, directly wanting to kill Zhao Yu. Yet, he had no way to reason things out. 3. 2. Dragon Zand's imposing momentum grew stronger and stronger. The pressure of a supreme hegemon crushed East Billow region's geniuses until each and every one were about to kneel down. Clearly, he wanted to take Long Ran down a notch. As for the rest, he did not place them in his sights at all. 2 breaths, his imposing momentum already rose to the peak. In the next instant, it was an earth-shattering blow. Right at this time, Yi Yuan opened his mouth and said coolly, You want proof, then I'll let you see it. Humph. Dragon Zand snorted coldly. Yi Yuan was akin to having suffered a brutal blow, the 2 eyes going dark, almost fainting, directly spurting out a large mouthful of blood. His entire person was directly being pressed on the ground with an incredible pressure. All the bones in his body were directly crushed. This guy was too strong. Even if it was just a warning, it was also not what Yi Yuan could withstand. He would not kill Yi Yuan because Yi Yuan was of the dragon race. But he would not give Yi Yuan the chance to open his mouth. Brat, the conversation between hegemon realms, it isn't your turn to come and interject. Whatever you have, let Long Ran say it. You aren't qualified enough. Roar. Seeing Yi Yuan get injured, Zhao Yu completely rampage. Dragon Zand was overjoyed in his heart. What he wanted was this result. Zhao Yu was very troublesome. His enmity toward him was a hidden danger from start to end. Therefore, resolving it now was the best. Zhao Yu. Stop. At this time, Yi Yuan bellowed. Zhao Yu shuddered. He felt Yi Yuan's fury and actually held back the wildness. Only to see Yi Yuan slowly get up from the blood pool, pointing at Dragon Zand as he said coldly, "What are you scared of? Today, unless you kill me in front of progenitor, I'll definitely make you pay the price." Chapter 2998, Enshrouding Mist Soul Reading Art. Chapter 2998, Enshrouding Mist Soul Reading Art. Dragon Zand was shocked in his heart. He was very sure that the blow earlier was enough to turn Yi Yuan into a mass of slush, unable to get up anymore. But Yi Yuan stood up. Then he pointed at his nose and scolded him, which was also to say that this guy was talking to him while withstanding a pile of broken bones and enduring a pain that normal people found it hard to imagine. Was this kid a madman? Dragon Zand did not expect that this puny little Emperor Cloud Heaven was actually so ruthless to himself. Scared? Haha, apart from progenitor, there isn't an existence that makes this seat scared in this world. Just based on you, a measly little Emperor Cloud Heaven? That blow just now was just teaching you a lesson, to let you know how insignificant you are. The world of Hegemon realms isn't what you can get involved in. Also, do you really think that this seat doesn't dare to kill you? Hegemon Dragon Zand said with a calm look. Long Ran also did not expect that Dragon Zand actually disregarded his status and made a move against the Emperor Cloud Heaven Yi Yuan. At this time, he flew into a great rage and said, "Dragon Zand, do you still want face or not? Bring it on. If you have the ability, kill the few thousand of us. Come on. Shameless thing. If you have the ability, kill us." An exalted Supreme Hegemon actually made a move against an Emperor Cloud Heaven. Do you still want face or not? Come on. Kill us. Kill us. The East Billow region's several thousand people all exploded. No matter who Dragon Zand messed with, they would not have been so agitated. Yet, he touched Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was their savior. Without Yi Yuan, they would still be at that damn place, living a life like Hell. The Hegemons were all extremely surprised. Clearly, they all did not expect that Dragon Zand's blow actually seemed to have poked the hornet's nest. In their view, although Dragon Zand had the suspicion of bullying the weak, he was not wrong. A puny little Emperor Cloud Heaven indeed did not have the qualifications to take part in the conversation between Hegemons. They had always thought that the leader of this group of people was Long Ran. But now, they discovered that it was clearly not. Each time that Yi Yuan opened his mouth to speak, their expressions were very different. Humph. This seat wants to see what proof you can take out. I'll say it first. If you can't take out proof, or it's simply empty rhetoric, then, this seat will kill people all the same, Dragon Zand said with a cold snort. He gave in. Angering the entire East Billow region, this price was not what he could bear. The domineeringness from before was a fair use of his status. Hegemons could not be insulted. This idea was seared in everyone's hearts. But now, Yi Yuan had the entire East Billow region behind him as his backer. It was clearly different. Zhao Yu. Yi Yuan's gaze was ice-cold to the extreme. Zhao Yu became aware of Yi Yuan's goal and opened his mouth to spit. A remnant soul was spat out. This remnant soul was riddled full of holes, looking very miserable. However, his appearance could still be discerned. Long Chenxiang. Long Chenxiang. He's actually not dead yet. He's pretty much dead like this, right? Consciousness is already blurry. There's no difference from a fool anymore. Can his words serve as evidence? Many Hegemons all secretly shook their heads, feeling that Yi Yuan was extremely unwise. It was not that he could not have Long Chenxiang incriminate Dragon Zand, but he at least had to have a complete origin divinity too, right? What the hell was this? When Dragon Zand saw this, he could not help laughing and said, "This is the proof that you're talking about. Do you think that we all, these Hegemon realms, are very easy to hoodwink? From start to end, Mi Jin did not express anything. He was aloof from worldly affairs. It was as if everything was under his control. Yi Yuan did not talk rubbish, his origin divinity directly leaving his body, transforming into a thick mist. Dragon Sand's pupils constricted, and he cried out in surprise, enshrouding mist soul physique. This kid is actually so heaven-defying in the soul path. Even Mi Jin let out a light cry of surprise too. Enshrouding mist soul physique, known as the strongest soul physique in the soul race. Even Hegemon Heavenly Soul was marginally weaker in comparison too. In this place, they actually saw an enshrouding mist soul physique. How could they not be surprised? A Hegemon said, I heard that the Nirvanic Soul Clan has many pseudo-imperishable soul physiques. This kid is probably the same too, right? No need to make a big fuss. No. Yi Yuan has the true enshrouding mist soul physique. There's the aura of chaos in his soul body. It's exactly the same as imperishable that old ghost. No, wait. This boy's enshrouding mist soul physique is very strange. It's actually even engraved with many origin seed. Long Jian said with a serious face. He and Dragonzand were both the dragon race's supreme hegemons. They were not at all inferior to Hegemon Imperishable. Their experiences and knowledge were naturally extraordinary. His words shocked everyone. Didn't that mean that Yi Yuan's soul physique had even greater potential than Hegemon Imperishable? However, what is he trying to do? Many people were wondering with uncertainty. Amidst doubtful voices, the enshrouding mist soul physique directly burrowed into Long Chenxiang's dilapidated origin divinity. Ua! Ah! Strange cries emitted from Long Chenxiang's mouth. But very soon, the enshrouding mist soul physique spread out. One lifelike image after another appeared in front of everyone. Are these all Long Chenxiang's memory fragments? That's Windward tribe. This accursed brute actually exterminated the entire Windward tribe. Also, isn't that Hegemon Dragon River's grandson? He was captured to Blood Dragon Island too? My god, just how many extremely brutal things has this SCUM done? One scene after another appeared, and the entire Heavenly Dragon Island was shocked. These scenes were just Long Chenxiang's memory fragments and not complete memories. But even so, it was sufficient to set the world on fire too. Long Chenxiang and Dragon Wild, two people, over the years had simply reached a point where all rationality and morality were lost. It even involved the descendants of several hegemons. The expressions of those hegemon realm powerhouses gradually turned dark. Let things drift if they did not affect one personally. But now, Long Chenxiang had already touched their reverse scales. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, quickly look. That's Hegemon Dragonsand's voice. He's currently giving Long Chenxiang orders. Everyone was startled and hurriedly looked toward that scene. It was only to see Long Chenxiang kneeling on the ground, listening attentively to someone's instructions. This person was none other than precisely Dragonzand. The development is too slow. I need more powerful bloodlines, Dragonzand said. Long Chenxiang trembled and said, Lord Dragonzand, please forgive our offense. We're already doing our very best, but the bloodlines are still insufficient. Then go and kill. East Billow region has so many tribes. There are always some rare bloodlines. If you kill more people, there will naturally be bloodlines. Dragonzand said coolly. Yes. Subordinate understands. Long Chenxiang said. The conversation was not long, but each word cut deep. That indifference toward his own clansmen made people's hair stand on end. There were not many scenes with him. It could be seen that Dragonzand was extremely careful. But he still left behind clues in the end. Woos. Plus all of a sudden, all the scenes disappeared without a trace. The enshrouding mist soul physique turned into a wisp of green smoke and returned to Yi Yuan's physical body. Progenitor Mi Jin, I wonder if this can be taken as proof. Yi Yuan stared at the true dragon above the void and said coldly. Mi Jin nodded his head and said, the enshrouding mist soul reading art has a great reputation. It can naturally serve as proof. Chapter 2999. Are you very surprised? Chapter 2999. Are you very surprised? Enshrouding mist soul reading art was Hegemon Imperishable's unique secret technique. Utilizing the enshrouding mist soul physique to perfectly replicate the information in the soul body. This move was even more useful than Soul Search. Soul Search was too violent, it was very easy to lose some important information, but the enshrouding mist soul physique would not. Over 100,000 years, how many memories was that? But, during these 100,000 years, dragons and rarely appeared in Long Chenxiang's life. With soul searching, it basically could not be found. But the enshrouding mist soul reading art could. Dragonzand was shocked. He completely did not expect that Yi Yuan actually still had this move. With this, the evidence was really ironclad. Dragonzand, what do you still have to say now? Long Ran berated angrily. You butcher, you've simply lost all balance of judgment. Dragonzand, you brute. This seat will fight it out to the bitter end with you today. Progenitor, please seek justice for the wronged souls of those clansmen who died. With this, Dragonzand had incurred public wrath. What he had done could not see the light at all. If it saw the light, he would die. What he offended was the entire dragon race. Heavenly Dragon Island's Hegemon realm powerhouses more or less had some connections with the East Billow region. The Holy Land did not exist independently. Heavenly Dragon Island's existence was supported by the entire East Billow region. Dragonzand's actions had angered everyone. Above the void, Mijin looked at Dragonzand and slowly opened his mouth and said, Dragonzand, what do you still have to say? Dragonzand's expression was grim to the extreme. His gaze when looking toward Yi Yuan seethed with killing intent. He did not place this ant-like little fellow in his eyes at all. Whether or not you were angry or hateful, what did it have to do with me? But it was this bug-like existence that exposed all of his unsavory past. With this, he really could not clear his name even by jumping into the Yellow River. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Dragonzand let out a wild laugh and pointed at Mijin as he denounced indignantly, Mijin, you've disappointed me too much. All the Hegemons shut up. Dragonzand went crazy, to actually even dare to scold progenitor Mijin. Our dragon race is born from chaos and is the strongest in all the worlds. Why do we have to be content to exercise sovereignty over a part of the region? We stand proudly at the summit of all the heavens and should unify the 33 heavens to begin with, becoming the overlord of all races, but you only know to eke out a miserable existence on this heavenly dragon island. If you're not doing it, then I'll do it. What's wrong with cooperating with the blood race and studying bloodlines? Those who accomplish great things don't pay attention to trifles. What do a few clansmen dying count for? If it can let everyone become hegemons, our dragon race will be able to dominate the heavens immediately. At that time, you all will have to thank me, Dragonzand. What wrong have I committed? The current Dragonzand was unrestrained to the extreme and did not even place Mijin in his sights. In fact, some dragon clans' warring factions were stirred up by him until they were itching for action. Unifying the heavens, becoming the overlord of all worlds, this was really a huge temptation. Dragonzand, you're really crazy. Have you forgotten about the Labyrinth Divine Palace back then? Unifying the 33 heavens? You're pus. Hi plussing the entire divine race towards the abyss. Long Jian rebuked angrily. Dragonzand smiled coldly and said, what the hell does the Labyrinth Divine Palace count as? As long as our bloodline can break through the shackles and have a few more great beyond realm powerhouses appear, why worry that it can't succeed? Long Jian, you're a coward. Enough. Suddenly, Mijin shouted coldly and said, Dragonzand, you disappoint this progenitor too much. This progenitor is born from chaos and has experienced countless years. I haven't met anyone who could unify the 33 heavens yet. Furthermore, aren't you clear what the blood race is like? Asking a tiger for its skin, who gave you the courage? Dragonzand had long already fallen completely into madness and said with a wild laugh, Mijin, you're the same as me Tian, that old fellow, both gutless fellows. I think that you guys must have reincarnated wrongly. You should have gone to the south to be brothers with that old tortoise to begin with. Mijin's eyes turned cold, and the aura of Great Tao instantly covered the entire Heavenly Dragon Island. It was only to see him raise his dragon claw and directly press down. Dragonzand was not willing to show weakness, his aura suddenly skyrocketing. Everyone's expression changed wildly. It was because his aura actually approached that of Mi Jun's. This guy is actually powerful to such an extent already, Long Jian said in shock. Boom. With one exchange, the entire Heavenly Dragon Island started to shake. Dragonzand was directly smacked flying out. It was not that Dragonzand was weak, but that Mi Jun was really too strong. Yi Yuan's heart stirred slightly. It was his first time witnessing the might of a great beyond realm. This kind of power really made people despair. Supreme hegemons completely could not withstand a single blow in front of a great beyond powerhouse. Dragonzand was very strong, virtually reaching the great beyond realm. But it was that tiny bit off in the end. Dragonzand was blooded all over, but he still let out a loud laughter and said, "Saw that, Mi Jun? Great beyond realm isn't lofty and out of reach too. I can do it as well." Mi Jun snorted coldly and said, "You're still lacking some level of attainment in the end." Finished saying, Mi Jun smacked another dragon claw down. One claw, heaven and earth changed colors, and the winds and clouds surge. Yi Yuan felt the aura of the door of eternal life from this claw. So strong. This level of existence, every action and movement secretly contained heavenly Tao, as if heavenly Tao itself had descended. Especially that they could actually muster the power of the door of eternal life. Bang! Dragonzand was virtually scattered until this claw. Seeing this scene, Long Ran could not help doubting too. Could it be that he guessed wrongly? There was no problem with progenitor Mi Jun at all. Otherwise, how could he use such drastic measures, directly killing a great general under his command? Bang! It was another claw. Dragonzand's physical body was virtually smacked into a pile of slush. Mi Jun said coolly, "Dragonzand, it ends here." Dragonzand did not care about Mi Jun, but he looked toward Yi Yuan instead and said fiercely, "Brat, it's all you. If not for you, this seat's grand plan would definitely have been able to succeed. Even if I die today, this seat will make you accompany me in death too." Swooze. Plus a terrifying aura instantly engulfed everything and swept over. Zhao Yu protected Yi Yuan, a hint of solemnness showing on his savage face. He felt Dragonzand's might. Yi Yuan said coolly, "It's fine. With progenitor around, he can't jump around." Mi Jun gave Yi Yuan a glance and smacked a claw down once more. Boom. Dragonzand's physical body immediately exploded to shreds. His dragon soul was also directly scattered. Everyone let out a long sigh in relief. I didn't expect it. Such a terrifying guy was actually hiding among us. Fortunately, he was discovered early. Otherwise, given time, progenitor Mi Jun probably couldn't have done anything to him either. It's all thanks to Yi Yuan, this kid. Otherwise, the consequences would have been too ghastly to contemplate. At this time, some people could not help thanking Yi Yuan. With an ambitious schemer like Dragonzand around them, it was really too scary. Long Ran let out a long sigh in relief and was extremely remorseful in his heart. He felt that he should not have doubted progenitor Mi Jun. Yi Yuan, it's all thanks to you this time. Mn. Where is he? Long Ran was just about to thank Yi Yuan, but then he discovered that Yi Yuan was long gone already. 10 miles away, a figure flashed, imprisoning a drop of fresh blood in his hand. Above the void, Mi Jun's pupils constricted, looking at Yi Yuan in astonishment. While Yi Yuan grinned and looked at that drop of fresh blood in his hand as he said, "How is it? Are you very surprised? I said that I'd make you pay the price. I wasn't joking with you." Chapter 3000, Call Grandpa 3 times. Chapter 3000, Call Grandpa 3 times. Mn. What's Yi Yuan doing? What he's holding in his hand seems to be Dragonzand's blood, right? Dragonzand is already completely dead. What is he holding his blood for? It can't be that he can still revive, right? With regards to Yi Yuan's actions, everyone felt very perplexed. With Dragonzand dead, there was no idea how much blood in his body that was scattered all over the place. Yet, Yi Yuan ran so far away to get a drop of blood and even placed a restriction. How baffling. But Mi Jun was extremely enraged in his heart. Just now, he put on a look of heartache and headache. It was merely just putting on a show, that was all. Dragonzand was not dead at all. Of course, it was true that he killed Dragonzand. In front of so many hegemons, it could not be faked as well. But in reality, Dragonzand was just seriously injured and did not completely die. His essence, energy, and spirit were all merged into a drop of fresh blood. He killed Dragonzand by blowing him up. There was blood everywhere. Nobody would pay attention to the direction that a single drop of blood essence had gone to. Dragonzand was a supreme hegemon. Furthermore, he was just a tiny bit away from great beyond realm. This kind of subordinate, how could Mijin possibly give him up so easily? Therefore, the two of them joined hands, carrying out this scheme that deceived everybody. Who knew that this blood essence was just about to escape when it was seized by Yi Yuan? The hegemon realms all over the sky did not even detect it. So how could he tell? Mijin was going crazy. He had killing intent aroused and wanted to kill Yi Yuan very much. With his strength, killing Yi Yuan was merely a matter of a thought. Yet, he could not. Killing Yi Yuan at this time now was tantamount to telling everyone that he was the main culprit behind the scenes. Doing so would be equivalent to alienating himself from the dragon race. It was true that he was the dragon race's progenitor. But wanting to actualize his ambitions, he needed the entire dragon race as the backing. He could not do it alone, otherwise, with how the Chaos Bloodstone was extremely strong, there was completely no need to create a blood race to help him attack cities and seize fortresses. Yi Yuan had calculated this as well. That was why he would take action. Otherwise, he would rather let Dragonzand go. Yi Yuan was different from Long Ran. He never believed Mijin from start to end. Therefore, he had always remained vigilant, especially after Mijin killed Dragonzand. Then, Yi Yuan detected a trace of undulation. The undulation of blood origin. Dragonzand becoming strong naturally could not do without the blood race's support. He remolded his bloodline. It would definitely leave behind the aura of blood origin. Very unfortunately, Yi Yuan had a trace of the origin of chaos blood. And this trace of origin was even stronger than Mijin. He grabbed dragons and like he was pinching onto Mijin's vital point. Swooze. H. Plus Yi Yuan returned in an instant. After consuming a grade 7 heavenly pill, his injuries were already more than half healed. Yi Yuan, what are you doing? Long Ran said with a frown. Yi Yuan played with that drop of blood essence in his hand and said with a smile, if I say that his Dragonzand, you all definitely won't believe it. Long Ran could not help laughing and said, Yi Yuan, you're oversensitive. Progenitor's arcane eyes are exceedingly formidable. How can Dragonzand possibly hide from him? This drop of blood is merely a drop of ordinary dragon blood. That's all. Yes, this drop of blood essence looked exactly identical to ordinary dragon blood. Yi Yuan looked at Mijin with a smile, looking like he was taking credit for someone else's achievements. Mijin found it really unpleasant to the eye. However, got to admit, Dragonzand's mental strength was very strong. Even until now, he was not willing to reveal a hint of flaw too. This drop of blood was calm like water. Yi Yuan, this progenitor is great beyond realm. With Dragonzand's bit of strength, he can't hide from this progenitor. Just a drop of ordinary dragon blood. You're thinking too much, Yi Yuan, Mijin said reluctantly. He never suspected Yi Yuan because Yi Yuan's level was too far from him. Of course, he admitted, Yi Yuan was very impressive. Kid, this seat knows that you like to be in the limelight. However, you've already shown off a lot too. This kind of method to talk big to impress people, don't take it out. You are questioning my dragon race's progenitor, Long Jian said in a solemn voice. Goodness gracious, what a severe crime. But I said before too. I'm a divergent cultivator. I even dare to question heaven, so let alone progenitor. In this world, I only believe in myself. Yi Yuan said coolly. Impudent. A measly little emperor cloud heaven actually dares to be so condescending. Long Jian said angrily. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said with a smile, it's not that I'm condescending, but that you're very silly and very naive. Don't you forget how Dragonzand schemed against you all. A cunning rabbit has 3 nests. Do you think that he'll really die so easily? Long Zhen smiled coldly and said, just a drop of ordinary dragon blood, that's all. You say that it's dragon's and it's dragon's and? Yi Yuan smiled and said, then why don't we play a game? If I prove that it's dragon's and, you call Grandpa 3 times, alright? If I lose, I'll kneel down to progenitor and apologize, and I'll destroy my Dao heart. Long Zhen's expression turned somber, very surprised in his heart. This boy was actually betting his Dao heart. Could it be that there was really a problem? But even progenitor clearly could not see through this thing. Why not? In the end, Long Zhen still chose to trust progenitor. He did not believe that Dragon's and could hide from progenitor. It was just that he did not know that Dragon's and progenitor were in cahoots to begin with. He was destined to lose this bet. Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said to Feng Qingxian, hey, lend your nirvanic rebirth fire. After roasting, we'll know the truth. Mi Zhen's heart thumped. This brat had such vicious means. Nirvanic rebirth fire could burn all things in the world. It was one of the most powerful means of the phoenix race. Under the grilling of such blazing fire, Dragon's and would definitely reveal his true colors. Normally, Feng Qingxuan's meager strength naturally could not do anything to him. But he was only left with a drop of blood essence now and was weak to the extreme. Otherwise, he would not have been directly grabbed by Yi Yuan too. Amen. This was all thanks to Mi Zhen. Mi Zhen regretted it to the extreme now. If he knew long ago, he would have gone easy just now. Leave Dragon's and with some vitality, and he could have escaped from Yi Yuan's hands too. But, in order to make things authentic, he directly struck ruthlessly. Feng Qingxuan's beautiful eyes stared, and she said with a cold snort, I'm not called Hey. Also, is this your attitude of asking people for help? Seeing that Yi Yuan was about to turn around and directly ignore her, she hurriedly said, hand it over. You're really petty. Boom. The terrifying nirvanic rebirth fire instantly ignited. Dragon's endurance was indeed incomparably strong. Over 15 minutes par-s said, Dragon's blood essence did not stir at all. Long Zhen smiled coldly and said, is that the Dragon's and that you're talking about? Kid, one must be willing to lose if they bet. Kowtow to progenitor and atone for your crime. Enough, boy. It ends here. In this world, there's nothing that can escape this progenitor's arcane eyes. Mi Zhen finally could not hold back and spoke up. Right at this time, an abnormality suddenly occurred. Pa. Crackling sounds emitted from the nirvanic rebirth fire. Amidst the flames, a HOA. RSE yell came over, Ajit. Little brat. Yi Yuan, this seat can't coexist with you under the same sky. Proj pa. A force fired out. The blood essence was directly blown up. Dragon's remnant soul was directly obliterated by Yi Yuan. At the final juncture, he wanted to ask Mi Zhen for help, but Yi Yuan could not let him call out. Once Mi Zhen was exposed, the consequences would be too terrifying. Therefore, he killed Dragon's and right away. Then he looked at Long Zhen and said with a smile, how about that? Want to concede defeat and call Grandpa 3 times for me to hear? Chapter 3001, Eternal River. Chapter 3001, Eternal River. Before he had time to cry out in surprise, Long Zhen's face immediately pulled as long as a horse's face. He, an exalted supreme hegemon, needed to call Yi Yuan as his grandpa? You're freaking courting death. Dragon's and I asterisk and amp winking sad smiley %caret, asterisk dollar. Although Dragon's and was already completely dead, Long Zhen still cussed out his entire family cordially. Ha ha ha. Senior Long Zhen, just kidding with it. You don't have this expression. Yi Yuan said with a loud laugh. I at hash asterisk and amp, caret $dollar asterisk, couldn't you say earlier? However, Long Zhen let out a sigh of relief. This kid was considered sensible. Humph. Boy, consider it that you've rendered a contribution, Long Zhen said in a solemn voice. The others were long already stunned. Based on the fact that even progenitor Mi Zhen could not see through, Yi Yuan could see through it. This kid was also too monstrous, right? In contrast, Yi Yuan immediately seemed to become big and tall. One had to know, progenitor Mi Zhen was one of the top hegemon powerhouses in the 33 heavens. Even he could not tell how shocking Yi Yuan's actions were. Yi Yuan killing dragons and also refreshed the 3 outlooks on life that East Billow region's geniuses had of Yi Yuan. This guy really had endless trump cards. However, they also secretly let out a sigh of relief. If Dragons and escaped, the consequences would really be too dreadful to contemplate. Yi Yuan looked at Mi Zhen and said sarcastically, "Progenitor, I didn't expect that you'd have times where you make an error of judgment too." How majestic was the enormous dragon soaring in the air. But at this time, the scene appeared to be a little awkward. "Haha, well done, kid, I didn't expect that you still have quite the means." Mi Zhen had no choice but to force a laugh and even praised Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled modestly and said, "Not at all. Progenitor is too kind. Ridding the dragon race of evil is what every clansman should do." Mi Zhen had a myriad of profanities galloping across in his heart. His heart ached to the extreme. Dragonzand was a powerhouse who had a foot stepped into the great beyond realm. He was gone with just a paw. "You've made a considerable contribution this time. What reward do you want?" Mi Zhen grumbled. "I want to enter the Eternal River," Yi Yuan said without the slightest hesitation. "Eternal River? With your meager strength, entering the Eternal River is useless," Mi Zhen said somewhat surprisedly. "Kid, you'd best be more well-behaved and to cultivate by following the standard routine. Don't reach beyond your grasp," Long Jian also said in a solemn voice. Long Jian's personality was level-headed. He always felt that Yi Yuan was too full of himself. This kind of personality was not conducive to cultivation. However, after experiencing Dragonsand's matter, he also viewed Yi Yuan in a different light and felt very optimistic about him. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I just heard that the Eternal River is the source of the dragon race. I want to enter to see it. Perhaps there might be unexpected gains." All the hegemon realms had black lines on their heads. This guy really made people speechless. Eternal River meant the eternally flowing river. It was said that this river ran throughout all the heavens and worlds. It was the mother river of all worlds. Every heaven and myriad worlds all originated from the Eternal River. No one knew where the source of the river was. However, the 33 heavens were all on the branches of the Eternal River. It was a river and also not a river. Like Mi Tian, Mi Zhen, Hegemon Samsara, and the rest of the chaos bodies, they were all born here. Somebody said that the source of the Eternal River was the door of eternal life. The river water flowed out of the door of eternal life, evolving into the heavens and myriad worlds. This version was very popular. However, no one knew what the truth was. This was because even those as strong as Mi Tian and Mi Zhen were unable to explore the source of the Eternal River too. The vast majority of hegemon realms would gain enlightenment in the Eternal River, seeking the great beyond. Why was Void Shrine illuminating heaven powerful? It was because it was at the uppermost location at the Eternal River. The aura of chaos was the richest. The first time one entered the Eternal River, the chaos aura in the Eternal River would give the cultivator endless benefits. Therefore, to Origin Realm powerhouses, this place was the best place to break through. Mi Zhen's meaning was also this. Yi Yuan was just Emperor Cloud Heaven now. Entering the Emperor Cloud Heaven was too wasteful of the opportunity. But Yi Yuan said that he wanted to enter to see it. This way of doing things that was a wanton waste of God's good gifts made people feel indignant. Yi Yuan was naturally not doing it to take a look. He was doing it for Mi Tian. If Mi Tian wanted to recover, he had to enter the Eternal River. However, to Yi Yuan, there was indeed not much meaning about whether or not to enter the Eternal River. He was a divergent cultivator. His hegemon tribulation would definitely be terrifying to the extreme. It actually did not matter where he broke through. "Alright, that's up to you too. Long Jian, you make the arrangements. In addition, investigate Dragonsand's matter to the bottom of it. Those who are involved with the blood race, punish them all with due severity." "Yes," Long Jian answered. Mi Zhen gave Yi Yuan a meaningful glance and disappeared into the void. Everything returned to tranquility. But Yi Yuan sneered in his heart. His arrangements before he left seemed to be very harsh, but actually, it was equivalent to farting. Dragonsand did things so cautiously. How could it be found so easily? Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to have controlled Blood Dragon Island for as long as 100,000 years under their eyelids. But the dragon race was completely clueless. Of course, this clearly had a lot to do with Mijin. As for Dragonsand's remnant gang, how they investigated, who they investigated, this was all hard to say. Could it be that they would make these hegemon realms go through an investigation? Only Mijin, this progenitor, had this authority. Although Long Jian was a supreme hegemon, he could not hold down the fort yet. But Mijin himself directly ran. It was equivalent to saying that this matter had ended here. After this sudden turn of events, under Long Jian's arrangements, East Billow region's geniuses settled down on Heavenly Dragon Island. Except, these geniuses had too much blood essence being extracted and Long already had their martial path cut off. In order to appease these people, Long Jian arranged for them to enter the Eternal River together with Yi Yuan. As for whether or not they could break through their own shackles, that would depend on their own fortunes. In the dead of night, Yi Yuan finally sensed Mi Tian again. "Senior, nice skill," Yi Yuan exclaimed. Several 100,000 years had Pa said, and Mijin's current strength was long already unfathomable. But he actually did not see through Mi Tian. It could be seen that Mi Tian was also not a simple person. After so many years, this old man wasn't eking out a miserable existence either, Mi Tian said with a cold laugh. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "What does Senior think?" Mi Tian said, "You brat, do you still need to ask me? Hasn't everything in the dragon race been seen through by you already?" Yi Yuan said with vicissitudes of emotion, "So what if I've seen through it? I'm just an Emperor Cloud Heaven after all. Great Beyond Realm is too strong." Today, having witnessed Mijin's strength, Yi Yuan felt it deeply. Great Beyond Realm was Hegemon Realm too, but their strength was too strong. In front of Great Beyond Realm, Yi Yuan felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Mi Tian smiled and said, "Kid, it's been hard on you on this journey. Leave the rest to this old man. We're already here. If I still have to rely on you, then I, this great beyond powerhouse, would also be too incompetent." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "In Void Shrine illuminating heaven, the blood race hid very deeply. This matter is probably not that simple. The Chaos Bloodstone has a clone in every world. This world's clone has been scheming for hundreds of thousands of years. Its strength is probably unfathomable." Mi Tian shook his head and said, "It's not so easy. Unless he can get Chaos-grade bloodline, it's just a small-scale squabble. Let's talk about everything again after entering the Eternal River." Chapter 3002, What He Comprehended Isn't Right. Chapter 3002, What He Comprehended Isn't Right. What a boundless aura. This is the Eternal River. How beautiful. It feels like if I jump into the river, I'll be able to reach the great beyond. Maybe my martial Tao can recover in the Eternal River. Amidst the endless void, a large river cascaded down, magnificent and grandiose. The river water ran a long course from a remote source as if it was endless. It was like a fountain, Nori's. Plusing every heaven and myriad worlds. The strongest feeling that the Eternal River gave to people was unfathomable. Yi Yuan could even feel the Eternal River branches flowing into Void Shrine illuminating heaven, supporting this world forever without extinguish. Plusing. However, this boundless aura was different from anywhere in the 33 heavens. It had no attributes, no origins, no rules, no wind, rain, thunder, lightning, and also no light nor darkness. But it was extremely powerful. It was even more powerful than Great Beyond Realm. This kind of feeling was not something that one could explain clearly and make people understand. "Kid, there's only one chance. You're sure that you want to enter the Eternal River?" Long Jian confirmed again. Yi Yuan grinned and leaped, jumping into the Eternal River. Long Jian nearly fainted in anger. This boy was hopeless. Humph. Not listening to the advice of the elderly, suffering is right ahead. This fool, let him go and regret it. Long Jian said crossly. "Haha, this brat is young and aggressive, don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Many geniuses are like him, being too impatient to wait to enter the eternal river, thinking that they can be remolded anew. But in the end, each and every one regretted it very much. The path of cultivation still needs to be advancing gradually and entrenching yourself at every step. This kid will regret it. As an Emperor Cloud Heaven, he hasn't even broken one seal on the door of eternal life. He can't feel the vastness of the Emperor Cloud Heaven at all. I reckon that he probably can't even break through a minor realm. Regarding Yi Yuan's action, many hegemons were waiting to watch the joke. The vastness of the eternal river was not what everyone could feel. Only by opening the door of eternal life's seal could one experience it more clearly. But Yi Yuan had not even opened one seal, and he already had delusions of grandeur about having some amazing performance. Was it possible? Alright, you all enter the eternal river too. Remember, no matter how much you can comprehend, you all can't enter the mainstream, otherwise, nobody can save you. Furthermore, even in the branch stream, the area that you all can move around in is limited too. If there's no effect, come on to land in time, Long Zhen warned. Everyone's expressions were slightly somber, saying one after another yes. Several thousand people all jumped into the eternal river's branch stream. Long ran, don't harbor too much hope. Of these several thousand, if there can be 200 people who can get back their path of martial arts, we have to express thanks to heaven and earth already. For the others, the outcome is already fated to be, Long Zhen said. Long Ran nodded and said, I know. But this is the only hope for them. Long Zhen said, Yi Yuan, this boy has quite the means, but his ambition is too great. Too tough, and it's easily broken. In my view, his future path of martial Tao might not be very high. Long Ran smiled and said, is that so? But I feel that this boy has a bright future. Long Ran could not help laughing as he said, Long Ran, how many geniuses have you and I seen before? Some people are even more breathtaking than Yi Yuan, but, in the entire dragon race, there are merely a scanty few dozen people who reached Hegemon realm in the end. Long Ran smiled and did not speak. He naturally had his view. How could someone that progenitor Mi Tian thinks highly of possibly fade into the crowd? Yi Yuan, wasting the golden opportunity for you to enter the eternal river for my sake, I'm really sorry, Mi Tian said with a sigh. As a great beyond realm powerhouse, Mi Tian naturally knew how important the chance to enter the eternal river was. But Yi Yuan wasted it without the slightest hesitation for him. He was moved in his heart but very ashamed and guilty. In the eternal river branch stream, Yi Yuan felt that every pore on his body had opened up. Senior, did Hegemon Chaos comprehend the wordless heavenly skill in the eternal river? Yi Yuan did not answer Mi Tian but asked a question instead. Mi Tian was taken aback and said with a nod, that's right. This old man wasn't an amazingly talented person before, but when he broke through to Hegemon realm, he entered the eternal river and had a grand awakening, comprehending the wordless heavenly skill. That was how he corroborated his Tao to become a supreme hegemon. Why did you suddenly ask about this? Yi Yuan looked at this endless eternal river and was somewhat spellbound as he said, I think I comprehended. Mi Tian was taken aback and said, comprehended? Haven't you long comprehended the wordless heavenly skill? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, what he comprehended wasn't correct. Mi Tian was speechless. Yi Yuan said, chaos flows out of the eternal river, developing myriad Tao. Hegemon Chaos is tracing the origin, imitating chaos heavenly Tao with his own cultivation, deriving all life. Little did he imagine that if he's unable to reach the great beyond, he wouldn't be able to truly trace it to the source. Without the source, where lies chaos? His path doesn't work. What kind of realm was Mi Tian at? With this bit from Yi Yuan, he understood. Hegemon Chaos' strength was exceedingly formidable. He was only half a step away from great beyond too. But this half a step was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Only now did Mi Tian know that it was not that Hegemon Chaos was lacking in talent. But it was that his path was wrong to begin with. His cultivation method could only sustain him to cultivate until below great beyond but was unable to let him ascend to the summit. Then isn't your cultivation path all wrong? Mi Tian said in surprise. Yi Yuan said, it's wrong, but also not wrong. Mi Tian frowned and said, "How do you mean?" Yi Yuan said, "His path is the opposite. Under heavenly Tao, all lives are akin to ants. Since you're an ant, how do you transform Tao into one, and give birth to all life? You think that you're standing sufficiently high, but actually, you're merely a frog at the bottom of a well. Just what lies at the door of eternal life's end, no body knows as well. You all, these existences born from chaos, might have a glimmer of hope. But it's definitely impossible for him. Chaos is too high. It's not what he can connect to, but, by acting in a diametrically opposite way, gaining enlightenment on myriad great Tao, comprehending the numerous ways of life, combining Tao into one might be able to corroborate great Tao." Mi Tian's pupils constricted, and he said, "Doesn't that mean that samsara, that old thing's path, is correct?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "The path of samsara, comprehending the numerous ways of life, feeling the samsara of the world. Enshrouding mist soul physique, deriving myriad Tao, tracing back to the source. Cloud dream soul physique, dreaming for 3,000 years, gaining enlightenment on longevity in one day. These paths might all be correct, or they are all wrong. But all roads lead to Rome, the direction is correct." 1 Miles Tian understood. No matter what method you used to break open the door of eternal life, the final result was all the same. Only by comprehending all life and myriad Tao, combining the two into one, could one corroborate their Tao. Hegemon samsara, walking a path all the way without turning back. But he trod out his own Tao and comprehended all life and myriad Tao with the Tao of samsara. With myriad Tao combining into one, his strength was strong to the extreme. Very clearly, Hegemon samsara had long comprehended, so his strength was unfathomable. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Mi Tian felt like he was suddenly enlightened. "Then what are you planning to do?" Mi Tian said. Yi Yuan did not answer. It was only to see countless light dots emitting from his body, like the stars in the night sky, following the eternal river's water as it rushed down in a torrent. Mi Tian's pupils constricted, and he cried out in surprise, divine sense transforming into myriad. Chapter 3003, Reversing Cultivation Method. Chapter 3003, Reversing Cultivation Method. What is this kid doing? He broke down his enshrouding mist soul physique and divine sense transformed into myriad. Is he crazy? Long Jian exclaimed. But by the side, Long Ran smiled and said, "You're the crazy one. This kid had a grand awakening the moment he saw chaos. There are millions of origin seeds in his enshrouding mist soul physique. He's going to have his divine sense transformed into myriad, each portion comprehending origin. When he reaches grand completion Emperor Sacra Heaven, myriad origins returning to one, he might be able to break through the law of countless tens of thousands of years, becoming the first divergent cultivator hegemon." When Long Jian heard, he could not help being dumbfounded. Only then did he remember that Yi Yuan was a divergent cultivator. Since time immemorial, no body had ever stepped into the realm of hegemon as a divergent cultivator. Without carrying out an extraordinary method, how could one do something extraordinary? Long Jian was unconvinced and said, "Doing so, he'll definitely suffer a great loss in strength. Forget about hegemon realm. Even if it's Emperor Vast Heaven, he probably can't reach it too." But Long Ran was indifferent and said, "Since this boy dares to do so, he must be prepared. You just watch." This divine sense transformed into myriad was different from Yi Yuan cutting his soul into two back then. Divine sense transforming into myriad, this was thoroughly stripping away his human soul clone, forming myriad of clones. The loss to the origin divinity was irreversible. Sure enough, after Yi Yuan's divine sense transformed into myriad, his entire person seemed to be drained, directly dropping 2 major realms, and was only Saint Sovereign Heaven. But, in the next second, something even more shocking happened. Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was dropping at a speed visible to the naked eye. Long Jian's IALLS almost popped out, and he exclaimed, "What the hell is this kid doing? He's actually going to disperse his cultivation?" With this, Long Ran was shocked too. Was this abandoning himself to despair? Putting aside crippling his human soul clone, he even took the initiative to disperse his cultivation. Carry on dispersing like this, Wouldn't he directly drop to lesser sublime heavenly stratum? This kid can really make a mess. Putting aside that he turned Blood Dragon Island upside down, he even dared to rebut progenitor Mitien. Now, this guy just entered the Eternal River, and he turned the atmosphere foul everywhere. You look at the others. They don't have the mood to gain enlightenment on Tao anymore. They are all looking at him, Long Jian said speechlessly. With Yi Yuan causing such a big commotion, how could those geniuses who jumped into the Eternal River still be in the mood to cultivate? Even those hegemon realm powerhouses who were prepared to gain enlightenment on Tao were all not in a hurry to go down anymore as well. No matter who came to the Eternal River, the first thing was definitely to borrow the Eternal River's power of chaos, to break through their own shackles. But Yi Yuan was good, directly severing his own origin divinity in half, and immediately dispersed his cultivation afterward. Freaking hell, how impressive. What is this kid doing? His divine sense transforming into myriad, I can still understand that. But what's the meaning of dispersing his cultivation? Carry on dispersing like this, he'll become a good-for-nothing. Cultivation realm retrograding in the Eternal River, Yi Yuan is probably the first person through the ages. This kid is completely courting death. Origin divinity is greatly damaged, and is still dispersing his cultivation. He wouldn't think that he can still cultivate it back, right? Trying to impress people by doing something sensational? Does he think that it's very awesome like this? Many hegemon realms turned their noses up at Yi Yuan's way of doing things. How high were their horizons? Yi Yuan was equivalent to piling injuries on top of injuries like this. It would cause irreversible damage to his cultivation realm. He had basically cut off his own path of martial arts. But Yi Yuan could not hear the outside world's discussions a long time ago. He had already entered a realm of forgetting everything and himself. His thoughts were running at an extreme speed. A brand new cultivation method was constructed in his mind. Scattering cultivation was in order to cultivate anew and also in order to create a cultivation method. The wordless heavenly skill was indeed a powerful to the extreme cultivation method in the 33 heavens. But, after Yi Yuan's grand awakening, it was clearly not suitable anymore. This path was clearly a dead end. If he still continued walking, that would be moronic. When he just entered heavenly stratum, Yi Yuan's horizons were too shallow. The wordless heavenly skill was no different from a heavenly book to him. But now, he had seen before God knows how many hegemon realms, and he had almost lost himself once in the origin C2. His current horizons were naturally different. Entering the Eternal River and feeling the authenticity of chaos, Yi Yuan instantly understood it. The wordless heavenly skill was very powerful. Yi Yuan could not deny this. It was also precisely because the wordless heavenly skill was powerful that Yi Yuan could take many less detours. Such as now, taking the initiative to scatter his cultivation, he was actually reversing his cultivation method. Since hegemon chaos path was going the reverse way, then he would just inverse it. But Yi Yuan also added his own comprehension in the middle of this, perfecting this new cultivation method and making his future path go further. In merely 1 month plus, Yi Yuan fell to Jade Sovereign Heaven Realm. The greater part of a month said again. Yi Yuan directly fell to Sovereign Realm. Half a year later, Yi Yuan no longer had a trace of divine essence undulation on his body, his cultivation realm directly returning to when he just entered heavenly stratum. 3 years later, people had already given up on Yi Yuan. He was already destined to become trash. Ha ha ha. I regained my martial arts path. I'm finally not a good-for-nothing anymore. Sniff sniff. An East Billow region genius was crying with joy. I found it too. 10,000 years. I didn't expect that I could cultivate again. I broke through. Your father had a nirvanic rebirth. This time, no body can stop my hegemonic path. In the East Billow, one East Billow region genius after another were inexplicably excited. Nothing was more stirring than finding your path of martial Tao again. We can regain a new lease of life all because of Brother Yi. How is he now? People remembered Yi Yuan and could not resist searching for Yi Yuan's figure in the Eternal River. The moment they saw him, they stopped talking. Yi Yuan was currently exactly like an ordinary person. How can this be? Brother Yi he is completely crippled. It doesn't make sense. Why did he cripple his own cultivation? Could it be that Brother Yi has some plan? To cultivate from the beginning, who has such great willpower? Furthermore, dispersing cultivation causes tremendous deterioration to one's Tao foundation. It's virtually severing his road ahead. What plans can he have? Seeing Yi Yuan's miserable appearance, their hearts ached to the extreme, all lamenting for Yi Yuan. They radiated with vitality anew, but Yi Yuan had thoroughly become a cripple. This situation was not what they were willing to see. Long Jian nodded his head in approval and said, "The effect is better than I imagined. There are actually over 500 people who found their path of martial Tao again. Looks like there are really quite a few fine saplings in this batch. After grooming, there might really be those who can achieve hegemon realm." Originally, Long Jian they all estimated that it would be pretty good if there could be 200 people who regained their path of martial arts. Now, there were actually more than 500 of them, being more than double of what he estimated. Furthermore, the numbers were still growing continuously. This made Long Jian overjoyed. Long Ran snorted coldly and said, "These remaining ones are all geniuses from recent years. In 100,000 years, how many amazingly talented individuals. Dragon Zand and Dragon Wild, they all were forfeiting our dragon race's foundation." Long Jian nodded and said, "You're right. However, it's somewhat regrettable about Yi Yuan this kid, sigh." Chapter 3004, Chaos Heaven Trampling Skill. Chapter 3004, Chaos Heaven Trampling Skill. Although Yi Yuan had once made a fool out of him, Yi Yuan's talent and conduct still brought Long Jian into submission. Therefore, he still felt very optimistic about Yi Yuan. But he did not expect that Yi Yuan actually ruined his own future in the Eternal River. This made him sigh endlessly. Sigh, already completely crippled. I really don't know how he was triggered to do this, to actually scatter his cultivation. Long Ran also had a look of anger from his failure to live up to expectations. Origin divinity greatly damaged, Tao foundation crumbled. This boy is already hopeless. Even if he can recultivate anew, he should already thank his lucky stars to be able to cultivate to sovereign realm. Long Jian shook his head and directly gave Yi Yuan the death penalty. Origin divinity greatly damaged was not a big deal to them. But Tao foundation collapsing was something that No body could save. And right at this time, Yi Yuan, who was in the Eternal River, slowly opened his eyes. Boom. Suddenly, an astonis. Hi+ing aura erupted in the Eternal River. A vortex actually appeared in the Eternal River. This whirlpool grew bigger and bigger, and increasingly stronger. MN. What happened? Why would the Eternal River's branch stream become so berserk? This is something that has never happened before, Long Jian said in shock. The greatest characteristic of the River of Chaos was that it was quiet. This was a river flow that never rested and also an incomparably quiet river flow. But at this time, the silent chaos actually became extremely berserk. My goodness, I can't comprehend anymore. What happened? Isn't this wanting people's lives? The power of chaos is already completely in havoc. How will people still cultivate? Which bastard is it? Come out. Your father won't hack you to death. Those geniuses were all enraged to the extreme. 3 years of comprehension, the vast majority of the people present had actually already reached the bottleneck. But the chance to enter the Eternal River for the first time was something that only happened once in a lifetime. Even if it was a minute, a second, it was very precious to them. Therefore, many people could not resist letting loose a torrent of abuse. And at this time, the vortex became bigger and bigger. Long Jian's pupils constricted, and he cried out in shock, "It's Yi Yuan. What is this boy going to do again? Is he absorbing the Eternal River's water? Is he crazy?" Everyone entering the Eternal River was to feel that boundless and everlasting aura of the Eternal River in order to gain insights. The power of chaos in the Eternal River was the most fundamental power in the world. Of course it could be absorbed. But it could not be refined at all. It was a form of energy too, but it was a kind of very blunt energy. It could not be converted to divine essence at all. Someone tried it before. He was even a hegemon realm powerhouse. In the end, he died. Stuffed to death. The power of chaos entering the body completely blocked up the meridians within the body, and he died with divine essence completely exploding within the body. Putting it bluntly, this thing could not be utilized by people. Only when the power of chaos flowed into the heavens and myriad worlds, and a portion of the power of chaos converted into heaven and earth spiritual energy could it then be absorbed. Now, Yi Yuan actually wanted to absorb this thing. This boy really courts death limitlessly. It's not enough that he played until he crippled himself. Is he going to thoroughly play himself until he dies? Long Ran was already speechless. As a hegemon, having lived for several 100,000 years, he felt that he had already seen and experienced a lot. He had seen before too many geniuses. But he had really never seen before a guy who sought death like this. Long Jian was suddenly enlightened and said, "I understand. Is it possible that this kid saw the boundless power of chaos in the eternal river, so he was suddenly hit with inspiration and started scattering his cultivation to absorb this thing? Does he think that by absorbing this power of chaos, he's still able to cultivate back? How foolish is this boy?" In the eternal river, Yi Yuan started absorbing the power of chaos. He had long detected that this power of chaos was higher level than heaven and earth spiritual energy. However, this power of chaos was very dull and could not be absorbed at all. And in these 3 years, he had been using the wordless heavenly skill to mutually corroborate with the power of chaos all this while. He already created a cultivation method that belonged to him. What the wordless heavenly skill cultivated was the power of chaos. What was cultivated was also chaos divine essence. Except, the power of chaos that it cultivated did not jump out of the scope of heaven and earth essence energy. All the way until Yi Yuan saw the eternal river did he truly understand what was called chaos. Cultivation method operating, the power of chaos entered his meridians. That turbid power appeared incomparably sluggish, unable to revolve at all. But Yi Yuan had the Dao sword. The quintessence of Yi Yuan's new cultivation method was his Dao sword. The Dao sword was Yi Yuan's sword to defy the heavens. In a certain sense, he had transcended the scope of heavenly Dao and was not tolerated by heavenly Dao. Therefore, using it to harness the power of chaos was the most appropriate. When the power of chaos entered the Dao sword, Yi Yuan revolved his cultivation method. Not long after, an archaic and thick divine essence flowed out of the Dao sword and entered Yi Yuan's forelimbs and bones. Yi Yuan could feel that this chaos divine essence was several times stronger than his previous chaos divine essence. However, this power of chaos was indeed too strong. Yi Yuan's Dao sword realm was not high. The conversion rate was very limited. Large quant. 1 ties of chaos power entered the meridians, but what was converted into chaos divine essence in the end was very little. Therefore, Yi Yuan needed large amounts of chaos power. This was also why the eternal river suddenly became violent. However, Yi Yuan had the foundation of Emperor Cloud Heaven after all. Coupled with his powerful new cultivation method, recultivating to lesser sublime heavenly stratum was not a big deal. 2 hours later, Yi Yuan broke through to lesser sublime heavenly stratum anew. Long Jian was shocked. How is this possible? He can actually absorb the power of chaos in the eternal river. Furthermore, he broke through. Hasn't his Dao foundation collapsed already? Why is it so easy to cultivate? Long Jian felt like his worldview was being subverted. He felt that as a supreme hegemon, there were really not many things that he did not understand in this world anymore. But now, he discovered that Yi Yuan, this fellow, was really an enigmatic existence. His every action and movement, he could not even see through it. From start to end, he had been mocking Yi Yuan for being naive and ignorant. But now, Yi Yuan actually really started absorbing the power of chaos, and he even started cultivating. Reality was blatantly face-slapping. All these had transcended the scope of his understanding. Long Ran was also surprised and said, "Hang on, his cultivation method is different from before. It seems diametrically opposite. Could it be that he created a new cultivation method? Furthermore, This cultivation method can absorb the power of chaos in the eternal river. Thinking up to here, Long Ran could not help drawing a cold breath. This kind of thing, forget about them, even if it was great beyond realm powerhouses, it was simply impossible to accomplish too. If they could absorb the power of chaos here, they would have long absorbed it. Could they still have waited until now? But, Yi Yuan, this good for nothing, did it? Kid, you're really remarkable. This cultivation method sets the world on fire. I'm somewhat looking forward to your future now. Kid, have you thought of how to name this cultivation method? Mi Tian said excitedly. He witnessed the birth of this cultivation method with his own eyes. When Yi Yuan absorbed the first wisp of chaos divine essence, he was dumbstruck with amazement. Only then did he learn that it turns out that the power of chaos could be absorbed and refined. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, I'm a divergent cultivator, destined to fight with heaven in the future. Since that's the case, I'll call it Chaos Heaven Trampling Skill. Chapter 3005, Such a Big Disturbance. Chapter 3005, Such a Big Disturbance. Fine lad, you're really gutsy. You're going to trample heaven underfoot. When Mi Tian heard those words, he could not help drawing a cold breath. Heavenly Tao was boundless. The more he reached such a realm, the more he could feel the fathomlessness of heavenly Tao. Putting aside other things, just this eternal river was an existence that they could not cross. What they pursued was merely just passing through the door of eternal life and transcending to the great beyond. That was all. But even if they really transcended, they also did not dare say to trample heavenly Tao underfoot. But Yi Yuan dared. Heaven wants to eradicate me. So why can't I trample the heaven? Being alive in this world, it's to ask to be quick to settle grudges and favor. Heavenly Tao has a spirit, and I'll trample him underfoot. Heavenly Tao is boundless, then I'll control him in my hands. Yi Yuan was filled with lofty sentiments as he said. Mi Tian could not help smiling bitterly as he said, I hope that when you reach my realm, you still dare to say such things. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Senior doesn't know my road to rise. So you don't know what I think in my heart. No matter what kind of realm I reach, this is the Tao in my heart, and it won't change. The people discussed the cultivation method, but a great storm had already arisen in the outside world. The eternal river whirlpool grew bigger and bigger and already affected hegemon realms. The cultivations of many hegemon realms were interrupted by these tumultuous eternal river waters. A dragon race hegemon flew into a thunderous rage as he said, Mother ***, which tortoise's grandson actually dares to cause trouble in the eternal river? This seat will exterminate you. Another hegemon cried out in surprise, Amen? It's that boy Yi Yuan. Hasn't he become a cripple? How did such a big disturbance come about? He's absorbing the power of chaos to cultivate. He scattered his cultivation in order to absorb the power of chaos here. Freaking hell, is this boy crazy? The power of chaos here can't be absorbed at all. He's courting death. Your father just had a bit of comprehension, and it was all ruined by this punk. Your father is telling you, if not for that this kid rendered a great contribution, your father would directly pinch him to death. Beyond the shock, the hegemon powerhouses were extremely furious. You messed around yourself and even did not let your father cultivate. This was called occupying the latrine and not taking a dump. However, Yi Yuan was not stuffed until he exploded. His realm was still getting higher and higher. Lower lesser sublime heaven to middle lesser sublime heaven, then to upper lesser sublime heaven, Yi Yuan's aura grew stronger and stronger. Along with it, the chaos vortex grew larger and larger. Looking from the sky, it was like a nebula, being extremely beautiful. Of course, the turmoil of the eternal river branch stream also grew increasingly fiercer. The dragon race hegemons were no longer able to cultivate. On the other hand, along with the Sage of Time, the power of chaos also gradually flowed into Mi Tian's dragon heart. This chaos true dragon started resurrecting. He was born in the eternal river. This place was like his mother river. Everything seemed to like returning to his mother's womb. The dragon heart started to draw nutrients. Half a year later, Yi Yuan reached grand completion lesser sublime heavenly stratum and broke through to greater sublime heavenly stratum in one stroke. Boom! The water of the eternal river became even more violent and already affected the other few branch streams of Void Shrine illuminating heaven. At the White Tiger clan, more than 10 hegemon realm powerhouses were currently comprehending Tao in their eternal river branch stream. Suddenly, a roar rose to the sky. I#%, email protected, #. Just a bit more and your father is about to gain enlightenment on Tao. How is this person so FUC King Wicked? It's the dragon race. Long Zhen, the few of you tortoise grandsons, do you really think that your grandpa tiger is scared of you guys? Swoos. Plus this supreme hegemon headed toward the dragon race with a cry. Vermilion Bird Clan, Fire Phoenix, Yuan Chu, Qing Luan, and the rest of the branch clan hegemons were all furious. Humph! What's the dragon race doing? The entire eternal river is turned completely upside down. Sisters, let's go together and get an explanation. Under the suggestion of the Qing Luan clan's supreme hegemon, more than 10 hegemon realm powerhouses headed toward the dragon race. The Black Tortoise clan's old tortoises were a little simple-minded, but at this time, they flew into a thunderous rage too. Many hegemons headed for the dragon race. Apart from them, some of the other true spirit hegemons also came to the dragon race one after another. The entire Void Shrine illuminating heaven was completely in chaos. Lord Long Zhen, things are bad. The White Tiger clan's hegemon Bai Ji has brought more than 10 tiger race hegemons to come and denounce publicly for crimes. Long Minute entered the eternal river's void in a panic and reported. Long Zhen said coolly, panicking for what? Let them wait. A mere White Tiger clan, can they still overturn the heavens? The dragon race's might was not said for fun, they had the most hegemons and were the strongest. More than 10 hegemons denouncing publicly for crimes, if it were anywhere else, it would absolutely be a heaven-shocking major event. But in the dragon race, it was no big deal. Long Zhen was most interested in Yi Yuan now. He really wanted to see just how far Yi Yuan could go. This guy would not really cultivate his cultivation realm back, right? If he could really do it, that would be really incredible. Everyone knew that the eternal river's power of chaos was good stuff, but they were unable to make use of it. Long Zhen also really wanted to know how strong Yi Yuan was. Hence, the dragon race really left the White Tiger clan there to be ignored. A few more days Par said. Long Minute ran in panic again, and he said while sweating profusely, Lord Long Zhen, things are really bad this time. The White Tiger clan hasn't left yet. The Vermilion Bird clan's Luan Qinghe and the Black Tortoise clan's Shen Taiqing have led more than 20 hegemon realms, and they all came. Long Zhen gave Long Minute a glance in surprise and said, such a big disturbance. Long Minute smiled bitterly and said, too big. This boy cultivating in the eternal river branch stream has already swept throughout the entire Void Shrine illuminating heaven. Currently, the entire Void Shrine illuminating heaven is in havoc, not just the hegemon realms. With Void Shrine illuminating heaven falling into disarray, it's virtually going to be utter havoc. Long Zhen swallowed his saliva and could not resist glancing at Yi Yuan, and said crossly, this brat can really cause trouble. He just broke through to greater sublime heavenly stratum. If he were to cultivate to Emperor Cloud Heaven, wouldn't all the heavens and myriad worlds be in complete havoc? The eternal river was the source of all worlds. When the eternal river was in upheaval, all the worlds would naturally have all kinds of phenomena happen. Yet, Void Shrine illuminating heaven had a lot of hegemon realms. 3 great clans were joining hands and coming forth. Long Zhen felt tremendous pressure too. Go, this seat will go out and take a look. With progenitor Mi Zhen holding down the fort, I reckon that they wouldn't dare be unbridled too. Humph. Long Zhen was still proud. The dragon race's greatest reliance was that they were a great beyond realm powerhouse. With progenitor around, what was there to be scared of? As soon as Long Zhen showed himself, hegemon Bai Ji blew his top. He had waited here for 7 to 8 days already and did not even see Long Zhen's face. How could he not be furious? But the dragon race had great power and influence. He really could not do anything about it. However, Luan Qinghe and Shen Taiqing were here too. He became filled with confidence at once. Long Zhen, what's the meaning of this? What the hell is your dragon race doing? It's throwing the entire Void Shrine illuminating heaven into a tizzy. If you don't give an explanation today, this seat will demolish your dragon clan, Baiji said. Long Zhen said coolly, Baiji, don't talk rubbish with this seat. If you have the ability, try to do it for me to see. You. Baiji could not help choking. Let him demolish, he really did not dare. Brother Long Zhen, you're in the wrong here. Although your dragon clan is the leader of Void Shrine illuminating heaven, now, it's making people be in chaos. Our Vermilion Bird clan won't sit by idly and remain indifferent too. Luan Qinghe said coolly. Our Xuanwu clan wants an explanation too. Xian Taiqing said coolly. Chapter 3006, Lord Long Zhen, they are here. Chapter 3006, Lord Long Zhen, they are here. No explanation. A brat is breaking through in the Eternal River. It's that simple, Long Zhen said coolly. Breaking through? Long Zhen, are you taking all of us to be fools? In these countless years, those who broke through in the Eternal River were numerous, but it's unheard of that anyone could cause the entire Void Shrine illuminating heaven to be in an upheaval. Baiji clearly did not believe it. Long Zhen shrugged and said with a smile, You don't believe me? If you all don't believe me, follow me to the Eternal River, and you'll understand. Carrying doubtful feelings, Baiji and the rest entered the Eternal River's void. Immediately, the expressions on all the hegemons' faces became blank. Really breaking through. Baiji's pupils constricted and he drew a breath of cold air as he exclaimed, Is he absorbing the power of chaos? How is this possible? Long Zhen said helplessly, when this boy entered the Eternal River, he suddenly gained enlightenment. Then, it became like this. This seat is very helpless too. Luan Qinghe said in surprise, just greater sublime heavenly stratum? It looks like, he seems to have scattered his cultivation. Is he recultivating anew? In this case, the person who turned the entire Void Shrine illuminating heaven upside down is actually someone at the greater sublime heavenly stratum? Xian Taiqing said speechlessly. Long Zhen nodded his head. Those who saw Yi Yuan were all extremely shocked. Because everything before their eyes had already subverted everyone's understanding. But, after being shocked, Baiji's brows furrowed, and he said in a solemn voice, Long Zhen, isn't he being too tyrannical by cultivating like this? If he cultivates for 10,000 years here, wouldn't we be unable to cultivate for 10,000 years? It shouldn't be, right? Long Zhen said awkwardly. What do you mean by that? Do you mean that the few dozen of us hegemon realms have to cultivate based on this boy's mood? Baiji said unhappily. Long Zhen naturally knew that this was inappropriate, but Yi Yuan was currently mustering up a vigorous effort to do it in one go and could not be interrupted. He spread his two hands out and said, Then, what do you think should be done? Baiji said in a cold voice, Make this kid stop. That's impossible. Long Zhen directly rejected it. Baiji frowned and said, Long Zhen, I know that your dragon race is very strong, but could it be that our three clans' hegemons added up can't compare to a greater sublime heavenly stratum brat? If we really fall out, could it be that your dragon clan can still be our three clans' match? Furthermore, there aren't just our four symbols family clans in Void Shrine illuminating heaven. Long Zhen's two eyes turned cold, and he said in a solemn voice, Are you threatening this seat? The atmosphere immediately became somewhat dangerously explosive. Long Zhen had long realized that Yi Yuan might have comprehended something incredible. To the Dragon Clan, Yi Yuan's importance was self-evident. If Yi Yuan could really break the shackles of a divergent cultivator and become a divergent cultivator hegemon, the dragon race would surely add another great general to their ranks. Actually, ever since Mi Tian's demise, the dragon race's status was currently being weakened. Therefore, it was naturally impossible for him to let Yi Yuan's cultivation be interrupted without interfering. While on the other side, the supreme hegemons of the three clans had clearly realized this problem too. The rise of the dragon race anew was not what they were willing to see. Brother Long Zhen, how about we each take a step back? Luan Qinghe suddenly said. Say it. Long Zhen said in a solemn voice. Why don't we set 1 year as the date? If this boy is still cultivating after a year, I hope that the Dragon Clan will take the initiative to wake him up, Luan Qinghe said. No way. If you have to have a deadline, 3 years, Long Zhen directly interrupted. Luan Qinghe nodded and said, okay, 3 years it is. What do the two of you think? Baiji said with a cold snort, okay. Xian Taiqing also said, I don't have objections either. Luan Qinghe said, all right. Brother Long Zhen, 3 years later, if this boy still insists on cultivating like this, don't blame our 3 clans for turning our blades toward the Dragon Clan. The 3 clans left, but Long Zhen felt tremendous pressure too. The strength of these 3 races added together was no joke. Long Zhen could not help feeling a headache and said with a sigh, this boy can really cause trouble. Void Shrine illuminating Heaven's Hegemon realm powerhouses have probably all moved because of him. Long Ran smiled bitterly and said, however, this boy's potential is really very terrifying. His cultivation this time is because he scattered his cultivation. The divine essence within his body is empty. That's how he could accomplish it in one go. But if he wants to cultivate like this next time, he won't be able to do it. Cultivation was a slow simmering process to begin with. It could not be rushed. Long Ran saw through it. If Yi Yuan could recover his strength in one stroke this time, that would naturally be good. But, if he was interrupted, his cultivation in the future would yield half the results with twice the effort. Long Zhen also smiled bitterly and said, 3 years is the limit that this seat can fight for. Against dozens of Hegemon realm powerhouses, this seat is under a lot of pressure too. If I can't bear it, then I can only request progenitor to come forward. Infinite overcast oath heaven, it was the Hegemon land of the heavenly fiend race. Eternal River branch stream, the place closest to the mainstream, the heavenly fiend race's progenitor, Great Beyond Realm Hegemon Kong Nai, was currently gaining enlightenment on the Great Beyond. Suddenly, the Eternal River became violent. Amen. The Eternal River is like an ancient well without ripples, it has always been very calm. What's going on here? Progenitor Kong Nai said with a frown. However, he did not take it seriously either. With his strength, he could respond to any changes with ease. Only to see his Great Beyond Realm aura releasing, directly isolating the raging Eternal River, and continued to comprehend. Several days later, his cultivation was interrupted again. The surrounding Eternal River became even more violent. It had already completely consumed his territory. Progenitor Kong Nai gave a cold snort and said, this is the undulation coming from the Dragon Clan branch stream. Does Mi Zhen, that old thing, want to have a battle of magics with this seat? Can this seat still lose to you? Boom. Progenitor Kong Nai released his overwhelming aura and started fighting with the raging Eternal River water. He attempted to suppress the violent Eternal River. But very soon, his expression changed. He discovered that he was completely not this power's match. The water of the Eternal River became more and more violent. No way to cultivate anymore. Old man Mi Zhen, this ancestor at $& your uncle, your father will be coming to Void Shrine illuminating heaven. I want to see what the HELLU, this old thing, is doing. Swoos. Plus in an instant, progenitor Kong Nai's figure disappeared from the Eternal River. The entire 33 heavens had no idea how many Hegemon realm powerhouses were letting loose a torrent of abuse. Then they came to Void Shrine illuminating heaven one after another. For some time, the Hegemons from all the heavens came in throngs. On the Ore, Long Zhen broke out into cold sweat. He wished to drag Yi Yuan up to beat him to death. Couldn't this boy make less of a disturbance? The 3-year deadline was about to be up in a twinkle. Not only did Yi Yuan not show the slightest signs of restraint, but he also caused an even greater commotion instead. The Eternal River's mainstream, the power of chaos, had become incomparably berserk now. Enormous waves as high as heaven would be set off at the drop of a hat. Even if he closed his eyes, he also knew that the other planes were already affected. Which of those cultivating in the Eternal River was not a big shot whose reputation shook the heavens? At this rate, it was very dangerous. Long Zhen felt that he almost could not withstand it anymore. Boy, hurry up and wake up. At this rate, Void Shrine illuminating heaven is almost becoming the battlefield of all the heavens. Long Jian smiled bitterly and said, Lord Long Jian, Hegemon Ji Fan is here. Lord Long Jian, Hegemon Tang Shi is here. Lord Long Jian, Progenitor Kong Nai, is here. Long Jian became speechless. Chapter 3007, Hegemons from every heaven arriving simultaneously. Chapter 3007, Hegemons from every heaven arriving simultaneously. Old man Mi Zhen, if you still don't come out, this progenitor will turn your old nest upside down and kill off your dragon descendant. Progenitor Kong Nai's voice blasted until the entire heavenly dragon island was wobbly. Each and every one of the peak hegemons and supreme hegemons that originally arrived in a threatening manner lowered their banners and silenced the drums. This ancestor was a great malefic star. All the heavens and myriad worlds, there were none who did not fear him when they saw him. Even some supreme hegemons also ran far away when they saw him. If not for the dragon clan having a great beyond realm ancestor holding down the fort, this old fellow would not be shouting here. He would directly exterminate Heavenly Dragon Island. At this time, the hegemon powerhouses gathered on Heavenly Dragon Island reached as many as 100. Void Shrine illuminating heaven's 3 clans were also all present. Heavenly Dragon Island's powerhouses all felt their scalps tingle. Heavenly Dragon Island had never seen before such a grand lineup. Progenitor Kong Nai, please calm your anger. We can work things out. Facing an existence like Kong Nai, Long Jian had no choice but to lower his head too and could only smile fawningly. But Progenitor Kong Nai did not buy it and said with a cold snort, Long Jian brat, don't give this progenitor that. So many people are here. You should know why this progenitor came. Where's old man Mi Zhen? Make him get out. Otherwise, your father will really go on a killing spree. This progenitor's notoriety isn't a false reputation. Long Jian felt his scalp tingle and said with a bitter smile, my progenitor is currently in closed seclusion. Progenitor Kong Nai, please enter the clan to have a chat. Boom. Progenitor Kong Nai threw a punch out. A mountain range on Heavenly Dragon Island was directly leveled to the ground by him. The expressions of the dragon race powerhouses changed one after another. Progenitor Kong Nai was too strong. Meanwhile, the other hegemons had gloating looks. Keep talking crap, and it will be your clan the next time. This ancestor is saying it for the last time. Get old man Mi Zhen to come out. Progenitor Kong Nai said in a solemn voice. Actually, he somewhat turned angry from embarrassment. Previously, in the Eternal River, it was considered that he had a showdown with Yi Yuan, but he was completely defeated in the end. Kong Nai thought that he had lost to Mi Zhen. So he was very unhappy. Long Jian felt that he was collapsing. Kong Nai, this old fellow was not easy to serve. Rumble. The void trembled slightly. An enormous true dragon appeared from the void. It was Mi Zhen who arrived. Old man Kong Nai, you came to my dragon clan to act wildly. Do you really take it that this progenitor is needed out of mud? Mi Zhen said angrily. Humph. You take a look at how many people are on Heavenly Dragon Island to settle scores with you. You turned the Eternal River upside down. Everyone can't cultivate anymore. You're still blaming this progenitor for coming to act wildly? Do you believe that this progenitor will fight with you right now? Kong Nai did not give in at all. Mi Zhen fell silent. He had not been cultivating in the Eternal River these few years and really did not know what happened. He could not help looking at Long Jian and discovered that the latter was currently smiling bitterly. Long Jian did not hide it either, recounting the matter of Yi Yuan's cultivation. When the hegemons from all the heavens heard, each and every one were inexplicably shocked. What? It's actually not progenitor Mi Zhen? A dragon race junior stirred up all the heavens? We all, these hegemon realms, are actually not a brat's match. Kong Nai wanted face a lot. Right now, his face was somewhat lost. He thought that he lost to Mi Zhen, but who knew that he actually lost to a brat? Where would he, this fiend race ancestor's face, be put? Mi Zhen, make that brat get out. Otherwise, don't blame this seat for killing my way into the Dragon Clan's Eternal River, Kong Nai said in a solemn voice. Baiji also spoke up in a timely manner. Long Jian, The 3 years deadline is up. You aren't going to go back on your words, right? Today, there are more than 100 hegemon realms here. Are you going to give everyone an explanation? A brat turned the eternal river upside down. How preposterous. Each and every one of all the heavens' hegemons lashed out in denouncement. Those who crossed worlds to come were all not easy to deal with. There were many of them who were interrupted at the critical juncture of cultivation, and each and every one of them was angry. Mijin was also extremely shocked in his heart. He thought that letting Yi Yuan enter the Eternal River was just a small matter. Who knew that he actually got into such big trouble? Disturbing the cultivation of more than 100 hegemon realm powerhouses, this was no joking matter. Even if he was a great beyond powerhouse, he could not quite withstand it too. Of course, he did not want to withstand it too. Long Jian felt that Yi Yuan was promising, but he had a stomach full of complaints with regard to Yi Yuan. Dragon Zand was his right-hand man, but he was entrapped to death by Yi Yuan. If not for fear of being exposed, he would have long smacked Yi Yuan to death with a slap. Right at this time, there was a tremor in the void. Another figure descended. When Long Jian saw the arrival, his scalp could not help tingling. Another great beyond powerhouse. When Kong Nai saw the arrival, he could not help laughing loudly and said, "Younger sister Qian Yu, I didn't expect that you're here too." With this progenitor wants to see whether Mijin, this old thing, still dares to be protective of his own or not. Hegemon Qian Yu, the feather race's ancestor, great beyond realm overlord. Currently, 2 mighty great beyond realm powerhouses were here to denounce publicly for crimes. It suddenly put the dragon clan on the fire to roast. The feather race were all beauties. This hegemon Qian Yu was a peerless great beauty. Her face was exquisite to the extreme, beautiful until it made people asphyxiate. Even when Kong Nai saw her, his attitude relaxed significantly too. But currently, her face was cold as frost, looking at Mijin as she said in a solemn voice, "Mijin, is your dragon clan going to offend the myriad races from all the heavens?" Mijin's expression was somewhat ugly, cursing Yi Yuan 18 times in his heart. This punk was really capable of causing trouble. "Go, call Yi Yuan over to apologize to the seniors," Mijin said in a solemn voice. "Progenitor," Long Jian said unwillingly. During the past years, Yi Yuan already broke through to limitless sublime heavenly stratum. Right now, he was currently at the critical moment of as salting sovereign heavenly stratum. Calling him out at this time would be wasting all his previous effort. He was currently already very certain that the cultivation method that Yi Yuan created was very remarkable. If Yi Yuan could rise, it would definitely be very beneficial to the Dragon Clan. Interrupting Yi Yuan now was tantamount to ruining the Great Wall themselves. "Didn't you hear what this progenitor said?" Mijin's tone became cold. Long Jian stood where he was but did not move. After a moment of silence, he raised his head boldly and said, "Progenitor, Yi Yuan has tremendous potential. Our Dragon Clan should shoulder this matter." Mijin knew that Long Jian was a straightforward man, so he did not like him, and also knew that he was unable to completely obey his orders. Hence, that was why he chose Dragonzand. It was just that he did not expect that Long Jian actually contradicted him to his face. "Ha ha ha. Mijin, you're really declining with age. You, the exalted progenitor, actually can't command your subordinates. I think that your Dragon Clan situation has really gone from bad to worse ever since Mi Tian." Kong Nai could not help laughing loudly when he saw this. Mijin's face was gloomy to the extreme. He stared fixed at Long Jian, killing intent ice cold. Long Jian did not speak, but the look in his eyes was extremely stubborn. Mijin snorted coldly and said, "Since that's the case, everyone enters the Dragon Clan's Eternal River together with this progenitor then to invite this lord out." Kong Nai laughed loudly and said, "All right. This ancestor also really wants to see what this brat who turned the Eternal River into this situation looks like." Hence, Mijin brought the group of hegemons and headed to the Eternal River. Looking at everyone's departing back view, Long Jian could not help sighing heavily. Just as everyone was about to enter the Pares Sageway, the Pares Sageway flashed with light, and a figure slowly walked out. Chapter 3008. No matter what, the boss is still stronger. Chapter 3008. No matter what, the boss is still stronger. No need to go anymore. Whoever dares disturb Yi Yuan's cultivation, this progenitor will definitely execute them. An indifferent to the extreme sentence announced the return of a supreme overlord. Mi Tian transformed into a middle-aged human, fluttering with immortal qi, and had an imposing appearance. He just stood there and did not release any pressure. But everyone's imposing auras were all suppressed by him. This was the former Dragon Clan overlord. This was the powerhouse who once made the Dragon Clan incomparably glorious. His gaze was not focused on any particular person, but everyone seemed to be stared down by him. Kong Nai, Qian Yu, Long Jian, Bai Ji, Luan Qinghe, Shen Taiqing, so on and so forth, everyone's eyes had immense shock. Of course, Mi Zhen was the most shocked. His ALLs were almost popping out. This guy, who should originally have died, actually returned alive and well. How was this possible? Why was he here? Why did he come out of the eternal river? Countless questions appeared in Mi Zhen's mind. You actually didn't die? Kong Nai stammered, asking everyone's doubts. Mi Tian smiled faintly and said, "You seem very surprised. An hegemon realm, if he died, he died. If he lived, he lived. It was not a big problem. But a great beyond realm powerhouse resurrecting from the dead, that was absolutely a major event that affected all the heavens. Back then, when the news of Mi Tian's demise spread, it shocked the heavens. Especially Void Shrine illuminating heaven, huge waves were set off. The Dragon Clan also started to decline since then. But today, Mi Tian returned domineeringly. A storm would surely be set off in the 33 heavens again. Kong Nai snorted coldly and said, "Old fellow, stop playing tricks here. You think this ancestor is scared of you?" Mi Tian was indifferent and said coolly, "You can come and try." Kong Nai felt contempt. Humph. An old thing that disappeared for God knows how many years. Do you really think that this ancestor is scared of you? Today, this ancestor will let you know that presently, it's no longer your era anymore. Boom. The moment progenitor Kong Nai's aura was released, a fiendish energy billowed to the sky, instantly sweeping across the entire heavenly Dragon Island. Each and every one of the hegemon realm powerhouses avoided like the plague. This level of powerhouse engaging in a fight was seriously too frightening. If it was really a life-and-death great battle, Demolise. Plussing a world was not impossible too. On heavenly Dragon Island, fiendish energy rolled. Kong Nai's body directly grew until it reached the horizon. Everyone drew a breath of cold air, being dumbfounded by this shocking change. This was the earliest ancestor of all true fiend Dharma idols. True fiend's rage. With a huge roar, progenitor Kong Nai smashed a fist over. The void trembled violently. Progenitor Mi Tian did not dodge, throwing a punch out leisurely. If Yi Yuan were here, he would definitely be incredibly shocked. It was because he was too familiar with this move. 9 Heavens Dragon Transformation Fist. But, when this punch was executed at Mi Tian's hands, it was totally different from Yi Yuan. A formidable aura of eternal life emanated from Mi Tian's body. In an instant, the two Titans exchanged a blow in the void. Boom. Everyone felt the entire heavenly Dragon Island shaking. Then they were dumbstruck with shock. Progenitor Kong Nai's body was directly beaten back to its original form. The true fiend body was actually blown apart by ancestor Mi Tian with one punch. Mi Zhen's pupils constricted. The awe-inspiring power of this punch was no less than back then. So strong. Is this the ancestor of the Dragon Clan who once suppressed the myriad realms? He hasn't even unleashed his true body. Could it be that the news of his demise back then was fake, and he was actually hiding himself to cultivate? This punch is also too strong, right? Progenitor Kong Nai actually can't last one exchange with him. He's ultimately stronger. Everyone nodded their heads one after another, feeling that these words were extremely right. The Battle of Great Beyonds, it was most soul-stirring, easily fighting until the sky was rent asunder and the earth split open. But, although this battle was impressive, it was not as cruel as everyone imagined. Mi Tian's punch defeated the enemy domineeringly. Progenitor Kong Nai's expression was ugly to the extreme. His eyes when looking at Mi Tian carried some fear amidst the shock. Progenitor Kong Nai and progenitor Mi Zhen, both were old monster-level existences. But Mi Tian's birth was far earlier than theirs. Before they became famous, Mi Zhen's reputation already shook the heavens. The soul race had hegemon samsara. No body dared to go and provoke at all. But Mi Tian went. He beat hegemon heavenly soul until he could not do anything about it and even borrowed the soul race's soul canon from hegemon samsara's hands to read. This matter, even ordinary great beyond powerhouses did not dare to do it too. Now, he returned domineeringly, suppressing myriad realms with one punch. Still not convinced? If you're not convinced, the two of you can come together. Today, you can demolish Heavenly Dragon Island. But tomorrow, you can forget about keeping your old lairs. Best to move houses early. Mi Tian looked at the two mighty great beyond powerhouses as he said coolly. Great beyond realm powerhouses were naturally not so easy to kill. But Mi Tian alone could demolish their old nest. You could not even defend against it. Therefore, in wars between heavens, and battles of great beyond realms, it rarely affected the family. Kong Nai and Chen Yu, two mighty great beyond powerhouses, were suppressed until they had no temper. Chen Yu said in a solemn voice, "Old man Mi Tian, you're a little too overbearing, right? A brat from your family is cultivating, and you're going to make 100 hegemons from all the heavens wait." Mi Tian said nonchalantly, "This progenitor has always been overbearing. Is this your first time hearing about it? If you have the ability, you guys can come out with a brat to turn the eternal river upside down too. This old man is very fair. When the time comes, I absolutely won't even let out a fart." All the hegemons' faces turned black. Are you freaking kidding me? Where would I go to find a brat? Moreover, can you all only cultivate in the eternal river? All the heavens and myriad worlds, they were formed by the eternal river. Each blade of grass, and each tree contains great Tao. You all are holed up in the eternal river every day. When can you catch up to this old man? Mi Tian continued to deliver deadly blows. Actually, Mi Tian also holed up in the eternal river all day in the past. But Yi Yuan's words made him suddenly see the light. Only then did he realize. He was too narrow-minded in the past. Each person's Tao was different. The existence of all the heavens and myriad worlds was an extremely philosophical thing in itself. Perhaps a very minor thing could open a new world. Everyone pursued the door of eternal life, the water of the eternal river, but abandoned the great forest. It was attending to the superficials and neglecting the fundamentals sometimes. It was just that when these words were said, the group of hegemons found it extremely grating on the ears. Freaking hell, talk is cheap. Old thing, consider yourself ruthless. This time, your father admits my bad luck. Kong Nai gnashed his teeth in hatred and directly tore through the void and left. This face could not be regained anymore. Ever since, the Dragon Clan resumed to having two mighty great beyond powerhouses holding down the fort once more, sitting firmly on the #1 seat of all the heavens. This era was ultimately the era of the old men. The Kong Nai who tore through the void was somewhat sour. Farewell. Chen Yu had a cold face and directly dissipated into nothing. The other hegemons exchanged glances, dispersing one after another. The great beyond realm old monsters all ran away. What were they staying behind for? Looking for abuse. While at this time, all of the members of the dragon race were excited until they were almost jumping up and down. Except for Mi Zhen. Chapter 3009, Unexpected Conclusion. Chapter 3009, Unexpected Conclusion. Bai Ji, Xian Taiqing, the two of you stay for a while. The vermilion bird, white tiger, and black tortoise, the three clans were just about to leave, but Mi Tian suddenly said. Bai Ji and Xian Taiqing's hearts tightened, immediately having a foreboding premonition. Luan Qinghe let out a sigh of relief and did not care to look at the other two, directly slipping away. Progenitor Mi Tian, I wonder what you're keeping the two of us behind for? Bai Ji clenched his teeth and asked. Oh, it's nothing, just asking a drop of blood essence from each of you. Mi Tian said nonchalantly. Bai Ji was stupefied and said, Progenitor, that's overboard. A drop of blood essence was naturally nothing to a hegemon realm powerhouse. But, to the true spirit race, this was a true spirit. Each true spirit race had very strict control over blood essence, especially Heaven Qian grade bloodline. Mi Tian directly asking for blood essence was actually violating a taboo of the true spirit race. Mi Tian naturally was not asking for blood essence for himself. The true spirit race was unable to refine and fuse bloodlines with each other at all. But, for Yi Yuan's sake, Mi Tian did not care at all. Mi Tian said coolly, if there's any problem, have Bai Ling and Xian Qing come and find this progenitor. Or, do you guys want to make this progenitor do it myself? Bai Ji's expression was very ugly. He knew that he could not get through this today. A drop of blood essence floated towards Mi Tian. Bai Ji said in a cold voice, progenitor, you've just returned. It's better to keep a low profile in doing things. Hundreds of thousands of years have said. The present situation is very different now. Mi Tian smiled and said, nothing is different. Whoever finds this progenitor displeasing to the eye, just bring it on. This progenitor will receive it all. Bai Ji snorted coldly and immediately left. After Xian Taiqing handed over the blood essence, he left the dragon clan too. Progenitor, you're actually still alive. That's great. It's really too great. Long Jian was agitated until hot tears ran down his face, hi plussing to run up and hug Mi Tian. The person that he idolized the most was not Mi Zhen, but this handsome middle-aged man in front of him. In reality, the vast majority of the dragon clan was the same as him. The dragon clan's spiritual leader had never been Mi Zhen, but it was Mi Tian. These people were all agitated until their faces turned red, virtually unable to speak. Mi Tian smiled and said, Amen, I'm considered to have died once. Being able to come back, this progenitor feels pretty good too. Mi Zhen, it's been hard on you for so many years. Mi Zhen's gaze turned cold, and he said, it's Yi Yuan who brought you back. The expressions of all the hegemons turned somber, immediately feeling that the atmosphere was not quite right. Originally a moment where everyone was happy, why did progenitor Mi Zhen have this attitude? Mi Tian still had a light smile as he said, you're still so clever. But sadly, you're a victim of your own cleverness. Mi Zhen snorted coldly and said, I didn't expect that even the ambush of 3 mighty great beyond realms failed to kill you. Heaven really has no eyes. Mi Tian smiled and said, if I didn't run into Yi Yuan, I'd pretty much be a dead man now too. Or should I say, this is called heaven took pity, letting me see your hypocritical face. The group of dragon clan members was confused from listening. Why were they ready to jump at each other's throats all of a sudden? The 2 great chaos true dragons had always been affectionate brothers. Why did it become like this after not seeing each other for several 100,000 years? Mi Zhen was too astute. The moment he laid eyes on Mi Tian, he knew that he had been exposed. It was because Mi Tian came out of the eternal river's space, and the moment he came out, he offended many powerhouses across the heavens for Yi Yuan's sake. Why would a great beyond realm super overlord protect a junior like this? Coupled with Blood Dragon Island's matter, the truth was basically out already. Mi Tian returned but used this kind of veiled method to get on the island. What did this indicate? Who was he guarding against? Of course it was him, Mi Zhen. Hence, there was no need to continue pretending anymore. This battle could not be avoided. Everyone back away, Mi Tian said coolly. 2 Astonis. Hi plussing auras rose up from Heavenly Dragon Island. The expressions of the dragon race hegemons changed greatly, knowing that this battle could not be avoided anymore, withdrawing one after another. Mi Tian and Mi Zhen did not need to explain anything, nor did they put forward any proof. As long as they understood in their heart, it would do. Your life is really tenacious. The blood race's 3 mighty great beyond realms joined hands and actually failed to kill you. Mi Zhen said in a cold voice. It's not that my life is tenacious, but that I'm strong enough. In this world, you know me the best. So you know my weakness. But you still underestimated me, Mi Tian said lightly. So what? Do you think that I'm still the old me? Haha, even Dragonzand had a foot stepped into great beyond. Of course you obtained more benefits than him. However, You used countless clansmen to become stronger. Will your heart really not ache? Humph. You suppressed me for countless tens of thousands of years. I've long grown impatient. You were merely born 1,000,000 years earlier than me. That means that you can keep on pressing down on top of my head. I'm not willing. So, you colluded with the blood race and lured a wolf into the house. So what if it's the blood race? We were merely making use of each other, that's all. Mi Tian shook his head and said with a sigh, you know too little about the blood race. The blood race is even more terrifying than you imagine. Mi Zhen laughed loudly and said, Mi Tian, are you scaring me? Do you really think that by rebirthing in the eternal river, you've cornered me? While talking, someone walked out of the island. Every movement and action of this person transcended into sainthood and was vague and ephemeral. When Mi Tian saw the arrival, his pupils could not help constricting. It really is you. The arrival nodded and said with a smile, looks like you already know who I am. Mi Tian drew a deep breath and said, you concealed so deeply. The arrival smiled and said, that kid is very formidable. Even I am even somewhat apprehensive of him too. Mi Tian's gaze turned cold, and he said, you won't have the chance. The arrival smiled. He did not speak. Mi Zhen could not understand what they were talking about. But it did not matter anymore. Blood too, join hands with me and kill him, Mi Zhen said with a cold smile. The arrival nodded his head and said, attack together. Mi Zhen laughed loudly and said, Mi Tian, you shouldn't have come back. The present me is no longer who I used to be a long time ago. Moreover, if I join hands with blood too, you won't have a chance. Mi Tian did not express anything and was silent. Crack, crack, crack. In the sky above Heavenly Dragon Island, lightning rampage. Two great chaos true dragons. What Mi Tian walked on was the path of Space. And what Mi Zhen walked on was the path of lightning. His current overwhelming aura was not the slightest bit weaker than Mi Tian. For so many years, he received the help of the blood race. His strength had long already advanced by leaps and bounds. At the same time, blood too suddenly erupted. Two mighty great beyond realm powerhouses charged toward Mi Tian with astonished. Hi plussing momentum. Mi Zhen laughed loudly and said, ha ha ha, today, I'll let you die again. The dragon clan's only ruler is me, Mi Zhen. However, right at this time, blood too suddenly turned in the air. A terrifying to the extreme aura of eternal life smashed toward Mi Zhen. Mi Zhen's entire mind was placed on Mi Tian. How could he have expected such a sudden turn of events? Boom! The void shattered, and Mi Zhen's colossal body directly smashed onto the ground, fresh blood spurting wildly. Regarding this strike, blood too practically used his full strength. In addition, Mi Zhen was not guarding against him at all. The damage was too great. Mi Zhen collapsed in the pool of blood, looking at blood too full of resentment. Chapter 30:10, The Blood Race's Scheme. Chapter 30:10, The Blood Race's Scheme. Why? Mi Zhen's eyes were full of unwillingness. Blood too said coolly, it's very simple. It's because you're useless now. Compared to taking blood essence from his body, it's much easier to get it from you. At this time, centiliter US ters of fresh blood condensed in blood two's hand, emitting a powerful undulation. That was Mi Zhen's blood essence. In that instant just now, blood two severely wounded Mi Zhen, and extracted 50% of his blood essence all at once. I won't let you off. The fury in Mi Zhen's chest rose straight to the firmament. But he was already dying. Blood too could not be bothered to care about Mi Zhen's fury and said to Mi Tian with a smile, I really didn't expect that you've actually been with that kid the entire time. This boy is really my jinx. He has already ruined my affairs several times. This time, it fell through at his hands again. Mi Tian frowned and said, if not for that you made a move against him in Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, I'd still be kept in the dark. I also didn't expect that your clone in Void Shrine Illuminating Heaven has actually come into being a long time ago. It looks like your scheme started since long ago. Blood too smiled and said, Void Shrine Illuminating Heaven's strongest 4 clans, I've already obtained 3. Originally, there was just one last step for your dragon clan. But I didn't expect that that brat actually brought you back. This time, that brat ruined my affairs again. I really want to kill him. Mi Tian's pupils constricted, obtained 3 out of the 4 clans. This meant that the 4 symbols family clans had already almost fallen completely into enemy hand. That was right. This blood too was none other than precisely one of the Chaos Bloodstone's clones. Of course, he was also one of the people who schemed against Mi Tian back then. This was also to say that this blood too had long already been born several 100,000 years ago. He plotted in secret, toying with the entire void shrine illuminating heaven in the palm of his hands. Originally, Mi Tian did not know blood two's ident. One tie. But, in Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, the Chaos Bloodstone made a move against Yi Yuan. That was how he finally realized it. The aura of that guy who plotted against him back then was exactly the same as the Chaos Bloodstone. This way, everything made sense. Mi Jun colluded with Blood 2 and sold him out. It was just that Mi Jun did not know what kind of dangerous existence he was together with. Blood 2 was just a clone of the Chaos Bloodstone. No body knew how strong his original body was. Perhaps, he was only half a step away from completely opening the door of eternal life. You can forget about him. Even if this seat dies, I won't let you prevail too. Mi Tian said in a cold voice. Blood 2 waved his hand and said with a smile, you don't have to be so nervous. Honestly speaking, I really want to kill that boy. But now is not the time. You should know, that day won't be too long. Furthermore, I've already acquired your 4 clans' blood essence. The most important thing at present is cracking the key and letting my original body's origin reach grand completion. Mi Tian's body immediately filled with a murderous aura. Blood 2 smiled and said, why? Do you really want to fight with me? To quote something from Mi Jun, I'm no longer who I used to be back then. I know that you're very strong now, but we're at most evenly matched too. You can't make me stay. Alright, it was a pleasant chat today. I won't disturb you 2 brothers' reunion anymore, goodbye. Finished saying, Blood 2 directly disappeared from where he was. Mi Tian did not move because he did not have confidence in making the other party stay. A clone was already so powerful. Mi Tian did not dare to imagine how strong the Chaos Bloodstone's original body was. What on earth are you guys talking about? Mi Jun asked weakly. Mi Tian gave him a glance and could not help but sigh. This guy was a complete and utter fool. He recounted the existence of the Chaos Bloodstone. Mi Jun's entire body trembled heavily after he heard. Endless remorse and humiliation welled up from the bottom of his heart. Mi Jun's personality was unyielding and arrogant. When he discovered that he was completely played like a monkey by someone for hundreds of thousands of years, that sense of shame made him virtually want to commit suicide. Big brother, I was wrong. This overlord of the heavens, a great beyond realm mighty expert, wept like a child. Very soon, void shrine illuminating heaven fell into great chaos, the fires of war burning everywhere. The 4 symbols family clans had fallen completely into civil wars. Every once in a while, there would be news of hegemons dying that was transmitted over. From start to end, the 3 families' great beyond progenitors did not appear. Only then did people discover that the situation was not quite right. Mi Tian also expended a great effort to completely eradicate the dragon clan's tumors. These people had long been marked by Yi Yuan. He had the origin of blood and was very sensitive to these people. The dragon clan actually had 1/3 of its hegemon realm powerhouses that were controlled by the blood race. In this battle, the dragon clan suffered a great loss in vitality. After resolving the dragon clan's havoc, Mi Tian led the dragon clan and pacified the chaos of the other 3 clans. Only then did void shrine illuminating heaven slowly stabilize. But the hegemons of the 4 symbols family clans who died reached as many as 100 people. The whereabouts of the 3 clans' ancestors were unknown. Void shrine illuminating heaven suffered a great loss in vitality. This disaster lasted for more than 10 years before it gradually subsided. In the eternal river, waves rolled. Yi Yuan's aura soared to the sky, breaking through to upper emperor cloud heaven in one stroke. Huff! Finally cultivated it back. My dragon race origin divinity is already completely restored too. It's even a level stronger than before. Being able to make use of the power of chaos in the eternal river to cultivate, My path should be correct. It's just I don't know until which step I can reach in the future. Amen. Why am I the only one here? Yi Yuan leaped, leaving the eternal river, his face somewhat blank. The originally bustling eternal river was now empty. He was the only one left. But very soon, he could not help laughing as he said, "Right, I stirred up the chaos. They couldn't cultivate at all. Senior Mi Tian should have already recovered, right? Also don't know how things are outside." Seeing Yi Yuan come out, Long Min's pupils constricted, and he cried out in surprise, Your cultivation actually improved further." He was specially arranged by Mi Tian to stay behind and await Yi Yuan to exit seclusion. It was just that Long Minute never expected that not only did Yi Yuan recover his strength fully, but he also even took it one step further. At this time, Yi Yuan actually gave him a fleeting and ephemeral and unfathomable feeling. Could this be due to the eternal river chaos? Suddenly, Long Minute was somewhat envious of Yi Yuan. This guy was really remarkable. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Actually, most of the new cultivation methods that I comprehended are just the opposite of my original cultivation methods. Cultivating back my original realm isn't something difficult." Long Minute said in shock, Just inversing the cultivation method and it will have such a magical effect." Yi Yuan nodded his head and asked, "Senior, how's the situation outside now?" The moment this was asked, Long Min's brows furrowed together. He recounted Void Shrine illuminating heaven's situation. Yi Yuan's heart also sank. More than 100 hegemon realms fell. This had not happened in all the heavens and myriad worlds for many years already. Void Shrine illuminating heaven's strength was diminished by almost half at once. Furthermore, the three great progenitors were actually all missing. It was likely fraught with grim possibilities. With this, the Blood Race's scheme in Void Shrine illuminating heaven was considered to be completely carried out. Most likely, Mi Tian was also utterly exhausted from overwork now, right? "Oh, right. Progenitor instructed to hand this to you after you exit seclusion." As he said those words, Long Minute handed Yi Yuan 2 small bottles. The things contained inside were shockingly white tiger blood essence and black tortoise blood essence. Chapter 3011, Contending for Young Patriarch. Chapter 3011, Contending for Young Patriarch. What a strong aura. Is this the blood of hegemons? Yi Yuan said in surprise. These 2 blood essences contained tremendous energy. Furthermore, they were even peak Heaven Qian grade bloodline. This kind of blood essence was very precious no matter which clan it was. It was absolutely impossible to be leaked. Long Minute gave Yi Yuan a glance somewhat enviously and said, "Progenitor forcibly made 2 supreme hegemons leave behind their blood essence for your sake. Furthermore, the commotion that you caused in the Eternal River was too big. It even alarmed great beyond realm powerhouses. It was also Progenitor who helped you to fend it off." The Dragon Clan had quite the veiled criticism toward Yi Yuan. Mi Tian was too good to him, making many heavenly Dragon Island geniuses very jealous. These few years, there were rumors saying that Progenitor wanted to groom Yi Yuan as his successor. This made those geniuses who were originally from the Dragon Clan very unhappy. Yi Yuan was quite moved when he heard it. He naturally understood what kind of pressure Mi Tian had to bear with his way of doing things. Even if one was great beyond realm, they could not do as they pleased too. However, there were not much words needed between him and Mi Tian anymore. Along the way, they fought side by side and had long already entrusted each other with life and death. It was just that this somewhat could not be understood from other people's points of view. "However, I don't understand. What does Progenitor mean by taking the risk of offending the 2 clans to get you 2 drops of blood essence?" Long Minute asked curiously. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You'll understand very soon." "Where's Senior Mi Tian? I want to see him." Long Minute said, "Progenitor went to the acacia tree. After the Vermilion Bird clan's internal strife was quelled, because Feng Qingxian possesses half-chaos bloodline and was chosen as the new Vermilion Bird young patriarch, Progenitor sent her back personally." Yi Yuan said with some surprise, "Half-chaos bloodline?" Long Minute said, 4 symbols family clans, extremely talented clansmen might awaken half-chaos bloodline, which is also quasi-chaos grade bloodline. They are geniuses with hopes of stepping into great beyond realm. During these few years that you were in closed seclusion, Feng Qingxian awakened half-chaos bloodline and has already broken through to Emperor Sacra Heaven. Yi Yuan was dumbfounded from listening. It was still his first time hearing that there was actually such a thing. In that case, our dragon clan also has half-chaos bloodline? Yi Yuan asked curiously. That we don't. The dragon clan has two great progenitors suppressing our destiny. I reckon that it's very hard for half-chaos bloodline to appear. The Vermilion Bird clan's progenitor went missing. But a half-chaos bloodline appeared now, and they guess that the Vermilion Bird's progenitor has already been murdered. Of course, this isn't a certainty either. Progenitor Mi Jun is very weak now. Maybe our dragon clan can give birth to half-chaos bloodline too, Long Minute said. Yi Yuan said in surprise, Mi Jun isn't dead yet? Long Minute let out a sigh and said, progenitor Mi Jun had his blood essence extracted, his strength falling greatly. Furthermore, he suffered a devastating blow this time. He has been dispirited and inert the entire time. His equivalent to a cripple now. Yi Yuan snorted coldly and said, he only had himself to blame. Since Senior Mi Tian isn't around, I'd better go into closed seclusion. Long Minute said in surprise, you just exited seclusion. You're going into closed seclusion again? Yi Yuan pointed at the two small bottles and said with a smile, isn't this burning with eagerness? Long Minute frowned, not understanding, but it felt very impressive. While talking, the two people had already arrived at the clan, and they saw several young men coming head-on, blocking Yi Yuan's path. These few youngsters had extremely strong auras. They were shockingly all Emperor Vast Heaven powerhouses, and their bloodline auras also crushed everyone. They were actually all peak Heaven Qian grade. Heaven Qian grade bloodline was very common on Heavenly Dragon Island. It was not considered very impressive. But peak Heaven Qian grade bloodline, that was like the feather of a phoenix and horn of a Chileen, being very rare. When bloodline reached Heaven Qian grade, it was like having cultivated to Hegemon realm. Even advancing a fraction was extremely difficult. Therefore, on this Heavenly Dragon Island, although everyone's bloodline was very strong, there was actually still a difference in status. Such as these few in front of him, one glance and it was clear that their status was extraordinary. A total of 9 people came. Each and every one had unfriendly expressions. Clearly, they came to look for trouble. Young Patriarch Long He, what are you all doing? Long Minute said in a solemn voice. None of your business. Long Minute scrammed to one side for this young patriarch. If you dare to poke your finger in other people's business today, this young patriarch will expel you from the Qin Nyo lineage. Long He said in a solemn voice. Long Min's expression changed, knowing that things could not be resolved today anymore. He looked toward Yi Yuan somewhat apologetically. He could not meddle in this matter. The latter smiled, indifferent to it. The statuses of the 9 lineages' young patriarchs were extraordinary. And today was the fight for the Dragon Clan's young patriarch. He really could not interfere. The 9 lineages' young patriarchs originally had many conflicts. But, because of Yi Yuan's appearance, they had a common enemy and actually joined hands. Actually, Yi Yuan had long discerned some jealousy from Long Min's words. It was just that he did not think that it came so quickly. Heavenly Dragon Island's 9 Dragon Clan lineages were all the direct descendants of Chaos True Dragons, their bloodlines extremely strong. Furthermore, the 9 lineages' powerhouse all inherited a portion of Chaos bloodline talents. This was what other dragon clans could not compare to. It was also precisely because of this that Heavenly Dragon Island was the holy land for the dragon race. As for East Billow region, those dragon clans, their bloodline was comparatively much thinner. And among them, the difficulty of giving birth to Hegemon realms was even greater. Long He looked at Yi Yuan and said in a solemn voice, Yi Yuan, I'm called Long He, Qin Nyo clan's young patriarch. I challenge you. The loser will withdraw from the young patriarch compet. 1 Taion. Do you dare to accept the fight? Yi Yuan looked at the other party and said with a smile, 9 Emperor Vast Heavens coming to challenge me, an Emperor Cloud Heaven. Are you guys sure that you're not kidding? Long He said, You turned the world upside down amidst the eternal river chaos. Even great beyond realms came on a punitive expedition. Furthermore, you cultivated with the power of chaos. Your strength should far exceed those in the same rank, right? If we went to get a few Emperor Cloud Heaven over, wouldn't it be insufficient for you to even fill the crevices between your teeth? How can this be said as us bullying you? These words were said in a high-sounding way, but actually, it was clearly bullying people. Emperor Vast Heaven was Emperor Vast Heaven, Emperor Cloud Heaven was Emperor Cloud Heaven. It was not to say that the disparity in between was impossible to bridge. But it was indeed extremely, extremely difficult. No matter how exceedingly formidable your means, no matter how powerful your bloodline, the gap between cultivation realms was still an insurmountable gulf. There's a show to watch now. You guys guess. Will Yi Yuan be beaten this time until not even his parents can recognize him? TCH, this guy is at most considered half a dragon. To actually dare covet the position of young patriarch, truly wishful thinking. He thinks that by bringing progenitor back, he can be lawless and unbridled. For him to have today, progenitor must have made great contributions. The favor of bringing back to the clan has long been paid off. In the Dragon Clan, not everyone felt optimistic about Yi Yuan like Long Jian did. Especially that Yi Yuan was just a mixed blood. They did not acknowledge him at all. Heavenly Dragon Island was also a pugilist world in itself. It was naturally impossible for all to be equal. In reality, those who entered Heavenly Dragon Island from outside, their status was a grade below to begin with. Let alone talk about Yi Yuan, this mixed blood. This matter about progenitor wanting to confer Yi Yuan as young patriarch, it was also unknown how it spread. But the vast majority of the people on the island were conflicted about this. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "You make a lot of sense. However, I've no interest in the position of young patriarch. There's no need to challenge." Chapter 30:12, Overcoming Strength with Strength. Chapter 30:12, Overcoming Strength with Strength. Hearing this, everyone was stupefied. Not interested. It was admitting cowardice, right? True, a wise man did not fight when the odds were against him. However, he did not have the intention of letting Yi Yuan off. His figure moved, blocking Yi Yuan's path, and he said with a sneer, "You say that you have no interest, means you have no interest." Yi Yuan could not help laughing and said, "Then what do you want?" He said coolly, "Unless you kowtow to the 9 of us and take the initiative to withdraw from the compet. 1 Tyon for young patriarch." If he kowtowed in front of so many people, even if progenitor let Yi Yuan be the young patriarch, he would not have the face to take on the role too. The actions of Long He and the rest seemed very childish to Yi Yuan. No matter what, they were Emperor Vast Heaven powerhouses too. Even if they wanted to fight for the position of young patriarch, they should rely on strength to vie for it too. But sometimes, in front of benefits, people tend to appear very immature. The position of young patriarch represented greater accomplishments and a higher status. No body was unmoved. Long He and the rest did not look down on Yi Yuan. On the contrary, they regarded Yi Yuan very highly. That was why there was such an action. Yi Yuan was only Emperor Cloud Heaven now, they could still suppress him. But, if Yi Yuan stepped into Emperor Vast Heaven, they would really have no advantage at all. Hence, for the position of young patriarch, they unanimously decided to teach Yi Yuan a lesson, making him automatically withdraw from the compet. 1 Tyon for young patriarch. Yi Yuan looked at Long He and said with a smile that was not a smile, "In that case, you all are hell-bent on me taking action? The 9 of you think that you've cornered me?" Long He said coolly, "Cornered you? Who? It should be a fair fight for us. Just now, we said it too. You cultivated the eternal river's chaos, with your strength far surpa. Sing those in the same rank. Moreover, if the future lord of the Dragon Clan can't even suppress us, the young patriarchs of the 9 lineages, what right do you have to become the lord of the dragon race?" Yi Yuan was shocked. He discovered that he actually had nothing to say in response. You were clearly full of SHI plus T, but why did it sound like it made a lot of sense? PFFF. Yi Yuan snorted with laughter and said, "Alright, you've already put it like this. If I were to still decline with all sorts of excuses, then I really can't justify it. Which of you is coming first? The 9 people's eyes lit up, thinking to themselves that this brat indeed could not stand being goaded. The few people seemed reckless, but actually, they had long planned it out. Yi Yuan's performance previously, they also took it into their sights. Facing progenitor Mi Zhen, Yi Yuan did not back down in the least bit. It was sufficient to see his pride. I'll go first. A guy with a dragon's head and lion's body stepped forward. This was the Swan Ni clan's young patriarch, Long Hui I. Long Hui had just broken through to Emperor Vast Heaven not long. His strength was lower Emperor Vast Heaven. Yi Yuan guessed that he should be the weakest among the 9 people. Yi Yuan, what you cultivate is the eternal river's power of chaos, with boundless power. When we fight in a while, you have to show mercy, Long Hui said with a smile that was not a smile. Relax, I will, Yi Yuan said with a smile. These few guys really made people speechless. They were not like those geniuses, posturing everywhere. Instead, they deliberately showed weakness to the enemy. It was like Yi Yuan was bullying them. Their cultivation realms were clearly much higher than Yi Yuan's. Opening the door of eternal life's first seal and not opening the seal, it was completely different. Once the seal was opened, the aura of the door of eternal life would overflow, greatly increasing one's strength. Under normal Cirque Yume stances, Emperor Vast Heaven was invincible against Emperor Cloud Heaven. Only those guys with powerful backgrounds and deep foundations could rely on powerful trump cards to make up for such a huge disparity. But very clearly, the ones who possessed all kinds of trump cards were the 9 great young patriarchs. It was naturally doubly difficult for Yi Yuan to want to jump realms and fight. Yi Yuan's response directly rendered everyone speechless. Is this boy really stupid or pretending to be dumb? He wouldn't really think that by cultivating the eternal river's chaos, he's invincible under the heavens, right? Heh, he even really dares to agree to it. He probably hasn't realized who his opponent is, right? The 9 clans' young patriarchs, each and every one has exceedingly formidable means. They are not some ordinary Emperor Vast Heaven. I think that this Yi Yuan has interacted too much with Hegemon realms and simply looks down on Emperor Vast Heaven. His standards are too high. In the void, 2 figures stood side by side. These 2 people were both paying attention to this challenge. One of them was precisely the Hegemon Long Jian, who stayed behind to guard Heavenly Dragon Island. While the other was the Qin Nyo clan's progenitor, Hegemon Long Hai. I thought that you'd make a move to stop it, Long Hai said. Long Jian gave the other party a glance and said coolly, the brats are just fighting in jest. It's not to be taken for real. Moreover, I'm also very curious how strong the power of chaos in the Eternal River is. Long Hai smiled and said, yeah, it indeed makes people curious. However, Yi Yuan's realm is still too low. It's simply impossible to be Long Hui's match. This boy is too proud. It's easy to break if one is too tough. Long Jian gave a cold snort but did not speak. Clearly, he did not feel optimistic about Yi Yuan either. This kind of fight was clearly unfair. Even the weakest Long Hui was not an ordinary person. The dragon race's young patriarchs did not have a single mediocre person. These few people were all seedlings targeted to be supreme hegemons in the future. This boy really could not be spurred on at all. Make your move. Yi Yuan said coolly. Long Hui grinned and said, you're the genius that progenitor Mi Tian thinks highly of. Brother Yi, please give guidance. Finished saying, Long Hui turned into an afterimage, pouncing straight for Yi Yuan. It was only to see him raise his dragon claw and directly smack down toward Yi Yuan without the slightest flass. Hi plus Ness. However, at this moment, his bloodline power directly erupted to the peak. Swan Ni clan's bloodline divine ability, Sacred Heaven Seal. Fine lad, young patriarch Long Hui is going to crush domineeringly. Under bloodline pressure, this move virtually sweeps across those in the same rank. I want to see what Yi Yuan will use to receive this move. Sacred Heaven Seal was the Swan Ni clan's divine ability secret technique. Coupled with Long Hui's peak Heaven Qian grade bloodline, the power was irresistible. This move did not have the slightest flass. HI plus NES. It was an out-and-out cruise. HI plus ing. It was like hand-to-hand fighting between mortals. However, the moment this move was unleashed, that power soared several times over. Even if facing ordinary Middle Emperor Vast Heavens, Long Hui could directly crush them too. As for Yi Yuan, this Upper Emperor Cloud Heaven, he never thought that he could receive it at all. Yi Yuan's smartest approach now was to avoid the sharp edge. Under the Cirque Yum stances where there was such a huge gap in cultivation realm, overcoming strength with strength did not exist at all. However, right at this time, Yi Yuan moved too. Similarly, without the slightest flass. HI plus NES, he raised his fist to meet the enemy. In fact, Yi Yuan did not utilize any martial technique. Chaos Divine Essence completely erupted on Yi Yuan's body, all of it gathering on his fist. A genuine overcoming strength with strength. When everyone saw this scene, each and every one of them was dumbstruck with shock. Was this guy courting death? You're freaking, not even using martial techniques. In the void, Long Hai said with a loud laugh, "Ha ha ha, this boy is really interesting. Just how much is he looking down on our dragon race that he'd use this kind of method to fight?" In his view, this way of fighting was too laughable. An Emperor Cloud Heaven actually chose to confront an Emperor Vast Heaven head-on. No matter what you cultivated, this was no different from courting death. Boom. One human and one dragon directly collided together. Thud, thud, thud. Long Hui's figure retreated 10,000 feet explosively, before barely managing to stabilize. His face swelled until it turned purple. Chapter 3013, The Power of Chaos Divine Essence. Chapter 3013, The Power of Chaos Divine Essence. How is this possible? The two of them had a frontal confrontation, and Long Hui actually fell into a disadvantageous position. What a joke. Long Hui is Emperor Vast Heaven, and he actually can't win against an Emperor Cloud Heaven. Furthermore, Yi Yuan didn't use a martial technique at all. It's just divine essence erupting. This is too strong. Could it be that this is the power of the eternal river's chaos? Is it really so strong? The surrounding crowd seethed with excitement at once. This result was seriously too unexpected. Emperor Cloud Heaven Yi Yuan, who did not even use any martial technique, directly blew the Emperor Vast Heaven Long Hui away. This kind of combat strength simply subverted everyone's understanding of cultivation realm. Even Yi Yuan himself was also quite surprised. He had long felt the power of the Chaos Divine Essence but did not think that it was so strong. In the process of cultivation, Yi Yuan already experienced that his Chaos Divine Essence was extremely thick and solid. It seemed like that was the most authentic appearance of energy. Actually, thinking about it, Yi Yuan felt at ease too. Chaos gave birth to all things. Even if it was a high-level plane like Void Shrine illuminating heaven, the heaven and earth spiritual energy that was derived from chaos was also countless times thinner. Long Hai's laughter cut off abruptly. He looked at Yi Yuan with a look of astonishment, full of disbelief. So strong. Long Hai felt somewhat parched. Long Jian glanced at him and said coolly, "He isn't looking down on the divine race. He's just testing the power of the Chaos Divine Essence. Most likely, even he himself is very surprised too, right?" Long Hai's gaze became slightly intent, and he said, "Long Jian, I say, if we..." Long Jian naturally understood what he meant. Giving him a glance, he said coolly, "Do you dare to scatter your cultivation?" Long Hai was dumbfounded. A supreme hegemon scattering his cultivation, cultivating from scratch again? You had got to be kidding. The risk of scattering one's cultivation was too great. Yi Yuan cultivated chaos and had a grand awakening. What about him? If he dared to scatter his cultivation, his Tao heart would most likely collapse, his cultivation being ruined overnight. Therefore, there was no chance. But, when Long Hai saw the power of the Chaos Divine Essence, he really coveted it to the extreme. If he turned the Divine Essence in his body into Chaos Divine Essence, even if facing off against a great beyond powerhouse, he absolutely would not be at a disadvantageous position too. While Long Hui was ashamed and resentful to the extreme, it was too humiliating. He was Emperor Vast Heaven. No matter what reason, losing to an Emperor Cloud Heaven under the situation where it was a frontal confrontation, it was something unacceptable. Ah! Go and die for me. Long Hui bellowed, Emperor Vast Heaven Realm erupting completely, class. Hi plussing together with Yi Yuan. Bang, bang, bang. As if having agreed to it, the two people both did not utilize powerful martial techniques. Both chose to fight to the bitter end. Long Hui wanted face. Yi Yuan did not even utilize martial techniques. So did he have the face to use them? But the outcome of wanting face was very tragic. Yi Yuan threw one punch after another against him, shocking until his innards were almost exploding. In an instant, Long Hui experienced an illusion. What he was facing was not an Emperor Cloud Heaven but an Emperor Sacra Heaven. No matter how he erupted, he was suppressed mercilessly. During the first 10 moves, he could still barely manage to hold out. After 10 moves, he spurted fresh blood wildly. With each exchange, a large mouthful of blood would be spurted. With one exchange, another large mouthful of blood was spurted. During the 17th move, Long Hui spurted 7 large mouthfuls of blood in a row, having a fist slammed onto his chest. Long Hui was defeated. Long He could not bear to look straight at it and said with a sigh, Long Hui, this guy, his face is still too thin, keeping up appearances to cover up his predicament. The others nodded one after another, deeply feeling that way too. Please, already being shameless, what did you still want face for? If you were not a match in a frontal confrontation, didn't you freaking know how to use your ultimate move? Done fighting a battle, Yi Yuan felt refreshed, his condition reaching its peak. He actually felt an impulse to be itching to have a go. This kind of clash was very refresh. Hi plussing. When everyone saw it, they could not help being speechless. This guy got addicted to fighting. However, with just this fight, no one dared to underestimate him anymore. Chaos Divine Essence was too impressive. The current Yi Yuan absolutely had the capital to have a fight with Emperor Vast Heavens. Actually, I also really want to test the power of Chaos Divine Essence. Just nice, you guys came knocking on the door. Just take it as letting me try it out. Who's next? Yi Yuan said excitedly. Me. Chaofeng Clan's young patriarch, Long Zhu, stepped forward. Alright, I'm coming. With a swoosh, Yi Yuan directly disappeared. Long Zhu's expression changed drastically, the power of rules surging. A hurricane rose from the ground up. His figure also immediately dissipated where he stood. All of a sudden, countless sword lights swiped the sky. Sword rain that filled the sky, completely locking down this region of SPACE. Amidst the sword rain, a fierce gale surged, sounds of metal class. Hi plussing emitting from time to time. It seemed like that gust of wild wind wanted to break free from the constraints of the sword rain, but no matter what he did, he could not break free. The universe sword formation was like a steel shackle, locking the hurricane inside that area of SPACE. Too strong. This Chaos Divine Essence increased the power of the sword formation by at least several dozen times. Long Zhu has already unleashed all of his means, but there's completely no chance. No, Long Zhu still has a last resort. It looks like he's going to use it. Before the voice faded, an aura of chaos erupted from the sword formation. Heavenly River Outbreak. It was only to hear Long Zhu roar inside the sword formation. The sword formation emitted a burst of sound that was extremely grating on the ears. 2 extremely strong forces tore SPACE to shreds. What the Chao Wind clan inherited was the talent of wind. As the young patriarch, Long Zhu naturally inherited a chaos innate divine ability too. This move, Heavenly River Outbreak, was the chaos innate divine ability. When Long Zhu stepped into the realm of Hegemon in the future, if this move shattered the void, slaughtering tens of thousands of people would be a cinch too. However, what disappointed people was that the sword formation did not budge an inch. The expressions of the other 8 great young patriarchs changed over and over again, already feeling shocked to the extreme. Previously, they said that they wanted to witness the power of the Chaos Divine Essence. Now, they saw it. This was a might that had no weakness to exploit. The other few people were a little stronger than Long Zhu, but they were not much stronger too. They touched their own hearts and felt that being inside this sword formation, they would simply be at the end of their rope. Chaos' innate divine ability was their final pride. But, after using the final pride, he could not even make the sword formation waver a little. This was too demoralizing. Kai, kai, kai. Only to hear a series of scratching sounds that were grating on the ears coming out of the sword formation. Those swords seemingly sliced on their bodies. Thud. Long Zhu fell to the ground powerlessly, without the strength to fight anymore. The whole place was deathly silent. Yi Yuan withdrew his divine ability, very satisfied with the power of the universe sword formation. If not for Chaos Divine Essence, Yi Yuan's universe sword formation would have crumbled in one exchange. The strength of the dragon race's young patriarch was not for show. But, under Chaos Divine Essence, the universe sword formation was as steady as Mount Tai. Even if Long Zhu used Heavenly River Outbreak, the universe sword formation was as unmoving as a mountain too. Long Hai opened his mouth wide. The heat in his eyes could not be hidden no matter what. Long Jian, do we really have no chance? I'm unwilling. Long Hai gnashed his teeth and said. Long Jian's two eyes were blood-red too. He wished to scatter his cultivation right away now, and then acknowledge Yi Yuan as master. This Chaos Divine Essence was really too strong. No way. Can't be impulsive. Scattering cultivation will kill you. Long Jian urged Long Hai non-stop, as well as telling this to himself. Chapter 3014, Fusing Bloodlines, Shocking Change. Chapter 3014, Fusing Bloodlines, Shocking Change. Is this the strength of the young patriarchs? I even thought that I could enjoy it to my heart's content. But it seems to be somewhat disappointing. Yi Yuan looked at the Long Zhu, who collapsed on the ground, and shook his head as he said with a sigh. The expressions of Long He and the few others were very ugly. This was really a public face-slapping. Originally thought that dealing with an Emperor Cloud Heaven would be effortless, who could have thought that he would be so strong? This was really kicking onto a metal plate. Long his expression turned dark, and he said, what you used were all human race techniques. Could it be that our dragon clan is going to be ruled by a human in the future? Yi Yuan, we view you as family. It's because of your dragon race bloodline, and not human. If you want to become the young patriarch, you'll have to use bloodline talent to prove yourself. These words were really shameless. Just now, they said that they wanted to witness the power of the Chaos Divine Essence. Alright, now that they could not win, they wanted to compete in bloodline. Rustling sounds came from the crowd. Clearly, they felt a great loss in Phase 2. But they were still opposed to Yi Yuan becoming their young patriarch. Yi Yuan could not help laughing when he heard and said, looks like you all are planning to give up and act recklessly. However, I'm very stubborn. If you're not convinced, I'll beat you until you're convinced. You all want to compete in bloodline, don't you? Okay, I'll compete with you guys. The moment these words came out, Long He and the rest were overjoyed in their hearts. This boy was really easy to dupe. Competing in bloodline, wouldn't we crush you? It would not be to an extent that you were also peak Heaven Qian grade bloodline, right? Even if you were really peak Heaven Qian grade, you were a major cultivation realm below us. Cruise. Plussing you was an easy thing. Of course, this sort of words, they were not easy to say out. Either way, Yi Yuan himself agreed. As long as they defeat him, everything would be fine. Long He slowly stepped out and said coolly, alright. This time, I'll compete with you. Woos. Plus there was a commotion in the crowd. I seriously can't watch anymore. Upper Emperor Vast Heaven against Upper Emperor Cloud Heaven, how does he have the cheek? This is too much. Why didn't I discover before that Long He is so shameless? Yi Yuan has already backed down time and again. Long He is still reaching for a yard after taking an inch. Don't tell me that this is called a fair fight too. Although everyone felt that Yi Yuan being the dragon race's young patriarch was not reliable, Long He was indeed too much. Chaos Divine Essence was strong. This was already evident to all. Long He spurred Yi Yuan on, making him bind both his hands, not allowing him to use Chaos Divine Essence. Now, Yi Yuan was using bloodline power, and he was also oppressing Yi Yuan with Cultivation Realm. This, a brilliant play. Yi Yuan was indifferent. Taking 2 small bottles out, he smiled and said, "Forget it. Originally, I was planning to go into closed seclusion. But, since you want to compete in bloodline power, I'll fulfill your wish then." Finished saying, he directly absorbed the 2 drops of blood essence into his body. Boom! The violent bloodline power instantly erupted. 4 great bloodlines caused a huge reaction within Yi Yuan's body all at once. 4 fearsome forces rose to the sky. The entire heavenly dragon island had a fierce gale that started howling. With this, everyone was shocked. That seems to be the blood essence that progenitor extorted from Bai Ji and Xian Taiqing, right? Yi Yuan directly swallowed it. He's going to fuse 2 kinds of bloodlines at once. It's not 2. It's 4. Is this guy crazy? He'll blow up and die. The moment his aura was released, people discovered to their shock that it turned out Yi Yuan actually already had 2 kinds of bloodlines in his body. Now, Yi Yuan actually collected Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise for great bloodlines. Furthermore, he was going to merge them together at the same time. This way of doing things was really too crazy. No one dared to fuse these 4 kinds of bloodlines at the same time. The berserk chaos energy would directly blow people up. Even the most talented bloodline warrior did not dare as well. This approach was no different from committing suicide. Yet, Yi Yuan did it. When Long Hai saw the situation, he could not help laughing as he said, "This boy is really tired of living. He actually wants to fuse 4 great supreme chaos bloodlines at the same time." But Long Jian's expression became strange, and he said, "That's not right. It turns out that progenitor left behind these 2 races' bloodline for Yi Yuan. Doesn't that mean that progenitor is planning to see Yi Yuan fusing the bloodlines?" Long Hai's expression changed, and he said, "How is this possible? In this world, it's impossible for anyone to fuse the 4 great bloodlines together." But Long Jian disagreed and shook his head and said, "Didn't you notice that Yi Yuan has already perfectly fused the dragon and phoenix, 2 races' bloodlines?" Long Hai was shocked, only then noticing that he had overlooked this. Without a doubt, progenitor valued Yi Yuan very much. For his sake, he even did not balk at offending the hegemons of all the heavens. Then it was impossible for progenitor to watch Yi Yuan send himself to death, unless he was sure that Yi Yuan could perfectly fuse the 4 great bloodline. But how was this possible? The 2 great supreme hegemons had both fallen into immense shock. Within Yi Yuan's body, bloodlines boiled over. All the blood in his body was like boiling water, jostling against the meridians in his entire body until it was almost exploding. However, Yi Yuan was long prepared for this situation. In the Dao sword, the origin of blood flowed out and started to draw the 4 great bloodlines together. Then it continuously mixed them. Like everyone, Long He also thought that Yi Yuan was bringing about his own doom. But, along with the Pa-S Sage of Time, he discovered that Yi Yuan's aura had gradually stabilized. The 4 great bloodlines actually showed signs of merging together. His expression changed, figure moving explosively, attacking Yi Yuan. "Stop!" Long Jian's angry cry came from the void. At the same time, he was about to make a move to stop Long He. "It's fine. Let him come over." Yi Yuan endured the immense pain and said lightly. Long Jian's brows furrowed, and sure enough, he stopped taking action. Boom! The place where Yi Yuan was standing directly had a large hole smashed out. But he was long gone. Yi Yuan's aura was still climbing frenziedly. Above the void, the phantoms of the 4 great chaos true spirits were currently condensing gradually. Bang! 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 Long His strength was formidable. But unfortunately, his movement technique was still too slow. Yi Yuan possessed the chaos divine essence. When executing spatial rule, his speed was swift to the extreme. As long as he did not confront Long He head-on, Long He could not catch up at all. "Yi Yuan, what kind of hero are you considered if you avoid like this and not fight?" Long He shouted angrily. Depressed. He, a dignified upper emperor vast heaven, actually could not catch up to an emperor cloud heaven. "Haha, no rush. You'll be crying in a while," Yi Yuan said with a light laugh. At this time, The four great bloodlines within Yi Yuan's body gradually had laws of operation under the guidance of the origin of blood. Four kinds of bloodlines formed one tiny whirlpool after another in Yi Yuan's meridians. Boom! Suddenly, the four great bloodlines directly fused together. A surging power of chaos erupted within Yi Yuan's body. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, and he actually felt the power of chaos divine essence. He was overjoyed in his heart. The fusion of the four great bloodlines actually had such a miraculous effect. He hurriedly revolved the chaos heaven trampling skill, guiding the chaos divine essence. And in the outside world, Yi Yuan's aura was rising crazily, directly reaching grand completion Emperor Cloud Heaven. Boom! Above the void, the door of eternal life appeared once again. Chapter 30:15. You all play by yourselves, as long as you're happy. Chapter 30:15. You all play by yourselves, as long as you're happy. Door of eternal life. He's going to assault Emperor Vast Heaven, only to see Yi Yuan slam a punch out. Chaos divine essence gushed out like tidewater, smars. I plussing onto the first seal like a cannon shot. ELL. Everyone's expression changed. They felt an impact that defied all comparison. Boom. The first seal opened in response. It opened. This is also a little too easy, right? Isn't it that easy? You think about it. When he was Upper Emperor Cloud Heaven previously, he already beat the 9 great young patriarchs until they didn't have the strength to fight back. With 4 great bloodlines fusing, it made me feel an endless power. It's as if this power came out of the door of eternal life. It turns out that the 4 great bloodlines fusing is the power of chaos. Smars. I plussing open the first seal with a punch, it was too simple. Yi Yuan felt a sacred aura overflowing from the door of eternal life, flowing into his body. It was as if he had ascended to a higher level too. Is this the power of the door of eternal life? Indeed miraculous. Just what is at that end of the door of eternal life? No wonder every hegemon realm yearns to transcend the great beyond. This divine power seriously makes people yearn for it. Feeling this divine aura, Yi Yuan could not help feeling vicissitudes of emotion. In the past, he did not understand. But now, he somewhat understood. The hegemons could transcend samsara, could shatter the void with martial arts, and could surmount all life. But, this door of eternal life was like a shackle, locking them in this region of chaos. This was a door that led to a new world, but they were unable to pass through. Rumble. Endless tribulation clouds condensed above the void. Tao tribulation arrived again. The sky was a pitch-dark giving people an extremely gloomy feeling. Anyone also knew that the power of this Tao tribulation was not small. Yi Yuan gave a cold snort, the Tao sword condensing in his hand. The surging chaos divine essence poured into the Tao sword in its entirety. Hence, he swung his sword and pointed straight at the firmament. An incomparably swift and fierce sword light directly split the sky into two. Boom. The tribulation clouds scattered with a loud bang. His strength already far surpassed said the power of the Tao tribulation. This level of Tao tribulation could not pose a threat to him anymore. However, Yi Yuan also knew that the day that he broke through to hegemon, heavenly Tao would definitely do its best to stop him. At that time, it would definitely be the power of destruction. The tribulation of hegemon was when he would truly fight with heavenly Tao. At this time, Yi Yuan held the Tao sword in his hand, standing in the air with unparalleled splendor, blinding everyone's eyes. Even hegemons could not be as free and easy as him too, cutting the Tao tribulation down above the firmament. Long his expression was ashen. He discovered that he was simply a weakling in front of Yi Yuan. His provocative action today was completely in order to help Yi Yuan achieve his aim. The current Yi Yuan looked like a great hero of his generation no matter how one looked at him, lording over the world. Meanwhile, he was the stepping stone beneath the foot of the overlord. Yi Yuan retracted his gaze, landed on Long He's body once more, and he said coolly, "Long He, you asked me to use bloodline power to have a battle with you. Receive my move then." Long He instinctively wanted to refuse, but Yi Yuan did not give him a chance at all. He already threw a punch over. Boom. It seemed to be an ordinary punch, but the four great true spirit bloodline powers in Yi Yuan's body erupted at the same time. Then it condensed into an incomparably sacred power of chaos, Smars. Hi plussing over toward Long He. Long He's expression changed drastically, feeling like the sky had fallen down. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly brought out his chaos innate divine ability, heavenly thunder change. With a bellow, a clap of thunder out of Long He's mouth, blasting until everyone's eardrums hurt. The moment the clap of thunder came out, a destructive aura poured out. And right at this time, Yi Yuan's fist had arrived. Boom! A loud bang, 10 times louder than Long He's clap of thunder. Long He's clap of thunder was actually forcibly smashed back by Yi Yuan. The power of chaos was unstoppable. It was only to hear Long spurt out a large mouthful of blood with a cough, directly being smashed underground by Yi Yuan. Everyone drew a breath of cold air, looking toward Yi Yuan in horror. This punch was strong until it made people's hearts palpitate. Among the 9 great young patriarchs, Long He was the oldest, and his strength was the greatest. Upper Emperor Vast Heaven, coupled with chaos innate divine ability, he was absolutely not what ordinary people could jump realms to fight. But Yi Yuan seemed to have unleashed the power of great antiquity, Smars. Hi plussing Long His innate divine ability back with one punch. So strong. The fusion of the 4 symbols' true spirit bloodlines, such an ordinary punch actually erupted with such horrifying power. This boy is going to defy the heavens, Long Hai said in shock. The power of this punch was naturally very weak to him. But, to an Emperor Vast Heaven, it was ridiculously strong. This was because Yi Yuan did not use any method at all. He just released the pressure of his fusion bloodline and threw out an ordinary punch. But, it was this ordinary punch that leapfrogged 2 minor realms, Thras. Hi plussing young patriarch Long He until he did not have an unscathed spot on his body. It could be imagined that if Yi Yuan was in the same realm as him, he could blow him up with one punch. Furthermore, he clearly felt the power of the door of eternal life from that punch earlier. This power did not originate from the door of eternal life but the fusion of the 4 great bloodlines. Long Jian similarly said in shock, the fusion of the 4 great bloodlines can actually give off the power of the door of eternal life. Doesn't this mean that the 4 great true spirits bloodlines actually have some kind of connection with the door of eternal life? Long Hai and Long Jian were both frightened by this conjecture. For so many years, the 4 clans had gone about their own ways and even went on expeditions against each other. But he did not expect that the fusion of these 4 powers could actually produce such a fantastical effect. Long Hai said, if that's the case, if the 4 great progenitors joined hands, can they open the door of eternal life? Long Jian's expression changed, and he shook his head and said, this is hard to say, but this is too dangerous. The door of eternal life grants us power, but it's also extremely dangerous. Long Hai's expression also became ugly. But this temptation was really great. Just as everyone was in shock, Long He crawled out from underneath the earth. Fresh blood sprayed wildly from his body. He was very miserable. Half of this was the power of Yi Yuan's punch. The other half was the power of his heavenly thunder change smothered explosion. Ugh, it was completely borne by him. You won. From now on, the 9 of us won't compete for the position of young patriarch anymore. The dragon race's young patriarch is yours. Long He said weakly. The other 8 also had dimmed faces. They had fought for so many years. In the end, it was SNATC head away by a guy who popped out from God knows where. To say that there was no reluctance, that was impossible. But Yi Yuan's strength and potential were really beyond strong. Yi Yuan shrugged and said with a smile, you guys keep competing. Take it as if I don't exist. I won't fight for whatever dragon race young patriarch. You guys also don't need to worry that Senior Mi Tian will confer me the position of young patriarch. This is because he knows that I'm not interested in this at all. You all play by yourselves, as long as you're happy. Finished saying, Yi Yuan left with his hands behind his back, looking very natural and unrestrained. The remaining group of people had dumbfounded faces. You beat until so miserably when you were not freaking vying for it. Hang on. It seems like this guy said that he was not fighting for it from the start. It was just that, at that time, nobody believed it at all. Chapter 30:16, Responsibility. Chapter 30:16, Responsibility. Ha ha ha. When Mi Tian heard about the matter of the 9 clans' young patriarchs, he burst out laughing and said, Yi Yuan, that boy, forget about whatever young patriarch, even if this progenitor gave this position of progenitor to him, he won't even look at it in his eye. Long He and the rest who were kneeling on the ground could not help breaking out into a cold sweat. It turns out that what Yi Yuan said were heartfelt words. Yet, none of them believed it at all. Furthermore, progenitor did not have any intention of letting Yi Yuan be whatever young patriarch at all. It was really asking for a rebuff, and they even lost so much face. Progenitor, forgive our mistake. Long He and the rest broke out in heavy sweat. The few of you, put more thoughts into cultivation is the right path. The calamity of the blood race will soon sweep throughout all the heavens. Time won't wait for us, Mi Tian said in earnest. Yes, progenitor. Long He and the others perspired from embarrassment and withdrew. Once everyone left, Long Jian complained with a black face, Progenitor, Yi Yuan, that boy is too condescending. I sent people to call him over, saying that you came back. He's actually making you go over in person. Hanging around that bunch of monsters all day, fiddling with those medicinal pills of his, how preposterous. Mi Tian smiled when he heard that and said, haha, when this boy starts tinkering with medicinal pills, he doesn't recognize his closest relative. But this boy is a man of his word. He once promised to save those bloodline warriors. He'll definitely do his best. Furthermore, he has fused with the 4 great true spirit bloodlines now. Maybe he had some unexpected gains. Come on, go and take a look together. Long Jian was dispirited. He felt that progenitor pampered Yi Yuan too much. This boy belonged to that kind that went from bad to worse. If you gave him face, his tail could curl up to the sky. Also, not cultivating properly and tinkering with those medicinal pills, what was the damn use? To them, this kind of chaos true spirits, they actually did not think too highly of heavenly pills. Their bloodlines were powerful, and they were extremely talented. Cultivating was also very fast. The 2 people quietly came to Yi Yuan's closed seclusion area. Yi Yuan was currently mustering his energy like a mountain, great Tao contending. Amidst the nirvanic rebirth fire, a heavenly pill was currently gradually condensing. By now, Yi Yuan's pill refinement had already become somewhat casual. Back then, Cloudmount's flower blooming with one hand, one thought, opened another door in alchemy Tao for Yi Yuan. As the saying went, there was nothing that could not be refined in the world. Yi Yuan already had a preliminary understanding of it. And Void Shrine illuminating heaven could really be said to be the paradise of heavenly alchemists. Heavenly Dragon Island's heavenly medicines had a huge variety of strains, with the quality being extremely good. Yi Yuan simply felt like it was inexhaustible. During these few days that Mi Tian was not around, he had been in close seclusion the whole time to study bloodlines. Now, he finally had some leads. Condense. Yi Yuan gave a cold cry, the pill formed. Behind him, Zhao Yu brought 3 months and sat up straight on the ground, like pets. They completely did not understand what Yi Yuan was doing, the look in their eyes somewhat vacant. But Zhao Yu's eyes held some light. He still had a residual trace of intelligence remaining. There was a trace of desire to return in the depths of his heart. Hence, the look in his eyes became bright. The bloodlines in their entire bodies have already been broken. Even their origin divinities have been corroded too, they already can't be considered human anymore. No matter how formidable the heavenly pill, it can't save them too. Kid, you're wasting time. Long Jian spoke up. Yi Yuan ignored him, directly stuffing the heavenly pill into the mouth of one of the bloodline warriors. That bloodline warrior stuck his tongue out, rubbing against Yi Yuan's trouser legs as if ingratiating himself, just like a little doggy. Yi Yuan's heart could not help aching. In his view, a person's most valuable thing was dignity. A scholar prefers death to humiliation. But Mi Zhen and Dragon Zand and the rest trampled these people's dignity ruthlessly underfoot. Mi Tian had spent a long time with Yi Yuan. How could he not understand what he was thinking? He sighed slightly and said, "Mijin deserves to die. If you want to kill him, I won't stop you." Long Jian's expression changed, and he looked toward Mi Tian in shock as he said, "Progenitor, this." Mi Tian waved his hand and said, "Heavenly Dragon Island is far removed from the Ma's says and reality. How can it understand the hearts HI plus PS of all life? When this progenitor roamed the heavens, fooling around all the time, I never placed them in my eyes at all too. But, after dying once and falling into damnation for hundreds of thousands of years, this progenitor has already seen through many principles. This progenitor learned many things from Yi Yuan. He really learned a lot from Yi Yuan. Such as responsibility. He was the dragon race's progenitor, but the vast majority of the time, he fooled around in the mortal world, throwing the dragon clan's affairs to Mijin. He had never really shouldered the dragon clan's responsibility before. But Yi Yuan. In the war that swept throughout the entire Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, Yi Yuan was merely an ant. However, he summed the responsibility that he should not have shouldered, defending the human race time and again. This shouldering of responsibility made Mi Tian feel great respect. It was also precisely because of this responsibility that he would insist on sending him back. If it were others, could they have done it? These people had nothing to do with Yi Yuan. He originally could have discarded them away after Finus HI plusing making use of them. This was also the least troublesome method. But Mi Tian knew that it was impossible. It was because they had already become a responsibility to Yi Yuan. Long Jian was shocked. He discovered that progenitor became very different from before. He had always thought that Yi Yuan was the successor that progenitor appointed. But now, he felt that progenitor and Yi Yuan seemed more like bosom friends who swore to live or die together. It was just that this kind of sensation was too ridiculous. A great beyond realm overlord being friends with a junior who was just Emperor Vast Heaven Realm? In the cultivation world, cultivation realm was the greatest gulf. Emperor Vast Heaven and Emperor Vast Heaven could become friends, but it was absolutely impossible for Emperor Vast Heaven and Emperor Sacra Heaven to become friends. That was the difference in level, no question being asked. But Mi Tian and Yi Yuan had clearly broken this wide chasm. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and shook his head and said, "His life and death had better be left to Zhao Yu they all. I think N.O. body is more qualified to determine his life or death than Zhao Yu they all." Mi Tian nodded and said, "All right. Do you really have confidence?" Yi Yuan said, "Their situation is very complicated. It's a little hard. However, I have some leads." Long Jian's mouth curled. Clearly, he still did not believe it. Reconstructing was harder than destroying. Wanting to let these people recover back to new, it was really harder than ascending to heaven. To some extent, they were already another form of organism. Therefore, although Mi Tian was very familiar with Yi Yuan's methods, he still somewhat doubted it. Right at this time, that bloodline warrior suddenly fell to the ground in agony, spasming non-stop on the ground. The bloodline warrior let out miserable cries that struck the heart. And some of the thorns and claws on his body were actually retrograding. When Long Jian saw this scene, his eyes could not help going wide, and he cried out in shock, "This! How is this possible?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Nothing is impossible. There's no fixed law in the world. Since he can become like this, there's naturally a way to turn him back too. It just depends on whether or not one can find the correct method. However, it seems to still be somewhat lacking." Talking until the back, Yi Yuan could not help sighing lightly. Sure enough, that bloodline warrior's retrogression stopped. However, most of the monster forms on his body were already gone. Yi Yuan went up to inspect the bloodline warrior, absorbed in thought. Chapter 3017, Saint Force. Chapter 3017, Saint Force. Although they all became like this, the blood race's understanding of true spirit bloodlines has clearly reached an extremely profound level. Now that they have obtained the 4 clans' chaos-grade bloodlines, the time for the Chaos Bloodstone to come into being will probably be greatly shortened. Finished inspecting the bloodline warrior, Yi Yuan had a solemn look on his face as he said. It was true that these bloodline warriors were defective goods. But their combat strength had soared significantly, especially Zhao Yu, His strength approached supreme hegemon. This kind of method could not be accomplished casually. Mi Tian said, I don't have confidence in beating that blood too. Yi Yuan frowned and said, just a clone is already so strong. Senior, then do you feel that he can really transcend the great beyond one? Mi Tian smiled bitterly and said, whether or not he can transcend the great beyond, nobody knows either. There was once a great beyond powerhouse who attempted to pass through the door of eternal life, but the price was Piri's Hi+ing and his Tao dissipated. Therefore, everyone guesses that only by completely Hi+ing open the door of eternal life can one reach the great beyond. But this is also merely a speculation, that's all. Because nobody can push open the door of eternal life fully. Samsara, that old thing, should be about there. If the Chaos Bloodstone comes into being, I think he can do it too. As for whether or not he can transcend the great beyond, there's no way of knowing. Great beyond powerhouses were existences that pushed open the door of eternal life. The moment the door of eternal life opened, hegemon realm powerhouses would be able to communicate with heavenly Tao. Every movement and action carried a sacred aura. Therefore, their strength was significantly greater than hegemon realms. However, the vast majority of great beyond powerhouses only pushed half of the door open. Meanwhile, the powerhouses who pushed open the other half as well were all the strongest existences in this world, too. To clarify, olden days manners in ancient China have sieve doors that were made up of left and right sides. You'll have to push up both sides in order to fully open the door. Only those who reached this realm could truly have the qualifications to pursue transcendence. Mi Tian was currently Hi+ing open the other half of the door of eternal life. Therefore, his strength was stronger than hegemon Kong Nai and hegemon Qian Yu. But, what's certain is that, once the door of eternal life is completely opened, one's strength will definitely have a qualitative leap. At that time, I'm afraid that Samsara, that old thing, won't be his match anymore either. Mi Tian added on. Yi Yuan sighed and said, having obtained the 4 great chaos-grade bloodlines, there's practically no suspense in him completely Hi+ing open the door of eternal life. Mi Tian's pupils constricted, and he said, what have you found? Bloodline power emerged from Yi Yuan's body, a vortex formed in his hand, and a sacred aura transmitted over. Mi Tian cried out in surprise, Saint Force. You can actually utilize Saint Force. Opening the first seal, Emperor Vast Heaven powerhouses would be able to mobilize the aura of the door of eternal life to fight the enemy. But it was also merely being stained with a trace of aura, that was all. Even if it was hegemon realm powerhouses, they were unable to employ Saint Force too. Only by Hi+ing open the door of eternal life, becoming a great beyond powerhouse, could one use Saint Force. But Yi Yuan was just Emperor Vast Heaven, and he could actually utilize Saint Force already. How could he not be shocked? Long Jian also said in shock, what? This is Saint Force. I even thought that. Mi Tian nodded and said, although it's very weak, it's Saint Force. No mistake about it. The two auras are very similar, but the power is poles apart. It's also no wonder that you didn't discover it too. When Yi Yuan defeated Long He with one punch, Long Jian felt this power too. At that time, he only thought that the move was tainted with the aura of the door of eternal life. But he did not expect that that was genuine Saint Force. Yi Yuan said, my dragon race bloodline hasn't reached peak heaven Qian grade yet, so the Saint Force is still very weak. But the Chaos Bloodstone obtained 4 great Chaos bloodlines. Most likely, its power is unimaginable. Mi Tian drew a deep breath and said with a bitter smile, who could have thought that after the 4 great Chaos bloodlines fuse together, it will actually have such a terrifying effect? With this, it's really troublesome. The 4 great true spirit bloodlines could not be fused at all. Therefore, for countless years, nobody could find the connection. But there were always exceptions in this world. The Chaos Bloodstone was similarly born from chaos. Furthermore, it innately comprehended the most fundamental origin of blood. Only he could perfectly fuse the 4 great true spirit bloodlines together. Of course, Yi Yuan was similarly an exception. He used the Tao sword to fuse with the origin of blood and virtually possessed the same ability as the Chaos Bloodstone. Sigh, there's no news from those 3 old fellows at all. Now, there's half-Chaos bloodlines appearing. Most likely, they are fraught with grim possibilities. If the 4 of our strengths are gathered, we might have some way to deal with the Chaos Bloodstone, Mi Tian said with a sigh. It's not necessarily impossible, Yi Yuan suddenly said. Mi Tian's eyes lit up and he said, you have a way to find them? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, it's not finding them, but that I discovered that Chaos-grade bloodline might not be insurmountable. It's just that the conditions are a little too harsh. Plus if there's a chance, maybe I can upgrade all 4 bloodlines to Chaos-grade. What? Kid, food can be anyhow eaten, but words can't be anyhow said. Chaos-grade bloodline has never been born postnatal for countless years. On what basis can you reach Chaos-grade? Long Jian cried out in surprise. Yi Yuan smiled and said, in the past, there wasn't. But it doesn't mean that there won't be in the future. Then have you seen before an Emperor Vast Heaven that can utilize Saint Force in the past? Long Jian choked and was immediately rendered speechless. He was caught off guard by this posturing. This is different. According to you, then wouldn't each of us from the true spirit race be able to become Chaos true spirits? Long Jian argued fiercely. In theory, that's the case. It's just that I also said earlier, the conditions are very harsh. The Blood Race had done research for more than 100,000 years on Blood Dragon Island. In my view, it's probably for this. Furthermore, they should have achieved great results. Just look at Zhao Yu, and you'll know. But what they pursue is combat power. As for the rest, they don't care at all. Yi Yuan said. Long Jian and Mi Tian could not help being speechless. However, they felt that what Yi Yuan said was very likely. Zhao Yu was originally just an origin powerhouse. He was not even at the hegemon realm. But now, his combat power approached supreme hegemon. This kind of leap was simply unimaginable when placed in ordinary times. But the Blood Race did it, didn't they? You fused the origin of blood and also gained enlightenment in the Eternal River. Now, you also fused together the 4 races' bloodlines. Perhaps, you're the biggest variable in this calamity. Therefore, if you need any help, feel free to speak up, Mi Tian said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, right now, there's really something that I need Senior to help with. Speak. Senior, please send some powerhouses to follow me and charge back to Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. Mi Tian was taken aback and said with a smile, right, it's about time. You should go back. Long Jian, bring some people and go along with him. At this time, the bloodline warrior on the ground slowly got up, looking at the surrounding scenery, a blank look on his face. But very soon, he seemed to have remembered something. Kneeling before Yi Yuan with a thud, he cried bitterly as he said, Your Excellency's grace of rebirth, Jiang Zhennan will engrave it in my heart. From now on, this lowly one's life is Your Excellency's. By the side, Long Jian was incomparably shocked. This bloodline warrior actually regained his mental faculties. The heavenly pill that Yi Yuan refined was actually so magical. Chapter 3018, Heaven One's Twilight. Chapter 3018, Heaven One's Twilight. Eastward, twilight. On the city walls, Yang Qing was waiting with his legs crossed, eager for battle already. It was just that the injuries all over his body and haggard look showed how dreadful his battle was. Yi Yuan, this scoundrel, don't know where he's being carefree now either. TSK, when this punk returns and sees this seat's current strength, he'll definitely be shocked until his jaw will hit the ground. At that time, I'll thrash him brutally. Who asked this guy to always stop me from posturing? It's merrily decided like this. When his brain made up the image of pummeling Yi Yuan, the corners of Yang Qing's mouth curled, very happy. In a blink of an eye, more than 100 years had said. His cultivation realm rose quickly and already reached Upper Emperor Vast Heaven. Such a fast cultivation speed, it was rarely seen in the entire Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven too. The current Yang Qing had already grown into a war general of the Heaven One Alliance. The Emperor Realm powerhouses that died under his name already reached more than 100. He could be said to have made brilliant achievements in war. Of course, he paid a heavy price too. During the past 100 years, he fought no idea how many times, got injured God knows how many times, and had died who knows how many times already. TCH, with just the likes of you? Do you believe that when my big brother Yi Yuan comes back, he'll be able to smack you flying with a slap? By the side, Jingfei said disdainfully. The current Jingfei's strength could not be underestimated too. She had already stepped into the Emperor realm. And the big yellow beside her had already reached grand completion Emperor Cloud Heaven too. You lane SS, you're clearly being stubborn. I admit that Yi Yuan is very formidable. He's just a little worse than me. But, to say that he can catch up to me within 100 years, I'm afraid that you don't believe it too, right? Ha ha ha, Yang Qing said smugly. Jingfei rolled her eyes and stopped talking. Indeed, Yang Qing's progress these few years was somewhat terrifying. Jingfei also had no choice but to admire this guy's monstrousness. Yang Qing, this guy was normally cheeky and frivolous, but his pride was actually really strong. Yi Yuan's existence was like a whip that continuously spurred him on. Even if he was not here. If young master wants to thrash you, he doesn't need to Serpa. SSU in cultivation realm. Therefore, you're definitely not his match. Big Yellow supplemented with a stab. Yang Qing was indifferent and said with a sneer, just based on this sentence of yours, I'll definitely beat him until he can't get up. Right at this time, a voice sounded out at an inappropriate timing. You all are thinking too much. That brat has probably long died at some other planes. Furthermore, he's humanity's traitor. Even if he really returns, then he's also our enemy. This seat will definitely finish him off for good. Swooze. H. Plus Yang Qing's spear tip was already pressed on the other person's throat, and he said coldly, Qing Shan, if you want to court death, try saying another word. Qin Shan smiled and said, he's a traitor. This is already the final verdict that the various hegemons have concluded. Could it be that it can still be fake? Even if you kill me, it can't change this fact too. Big brother Yi Yuan is not a traitor. His Heaven One Alliance's great hero. Jingfei said. Yes, I admit that he has done very great things. But, him being controlled by the blood race's progenitor, this is an undeniable fact. It's no use even if you guys deny it, Qin Shan shrugged and said with a smile. Back then, Qin Shan was slapped time and again by Yi Yuan in the extreme medicine sect. He was still very unhappy with Yi Yuan. Now, the absolute heaven barrier had already been breached and the Heaven One Alliance was facing imminent danger. He had no choice but to go to the front line too. The city where they were at was called West Sun City. It was a stronghold of the human race. 10 years ago, the absolute heaven barrier collapsed with a loud bang, several hegemons fell, and Heaven One Alliance was in a precarious situation. In 10 years, the Alliance's defensive line fell back time and again, looking as if it was going to be a complete collapse. West Sun City was one of the remaining strongholds. Suddenly, one powerful aura after another approached from afar. Yang Qing's gaze turned cold, and he pulled back his spear and said in a solemn voice, the blood race has come. There's work to do again. Qin Shan, I hope that you die at the hands of the blood race. Qin Shan smiled and said, you too. Yang Qing laughed and said, what kind of desperate situation hasn't you Grandpa Qing encountered before? With just the likes of this bunch of trash, they can kill me. Rather it's you who's too weak. Qin Shan's mouth curled, and he stopped talking. He knew that this guy was famous for being a COC croach. Every time that he thought that he was dead, he came back again in the end. When he was Emperor Cloud Heaven, Yang Qing was ambushed and besieged by more than 10 Emperor Realm powerhouses. There was even an Emperor Vast Heaven powerhouse among them. At that time, everyone thought that he was dead for sure. In the end, this guy was maimed and returned just like that with injuries all over his body, and he even carried a few heads in his hands. After that battle, he also broke through the first seal in one go, breaking through to Emperor Vast Heaven. Remembering when Yang Qing and Yi Yuan entered the sect back then, they were still both brats. In a twinkle, Yang Qing's cultivation was already on par with him. How depressing. Suddenly, a figure appeared on top of the city walls abruptly, standing with his hands behind his back, looking into the distance with tightly knitted brows. Everyone bowed and said, paying respect to Hegemon Battle Sky. In this battle, the blood race has overwhelming momentum and power, their strength several times stronger than us. It looks like Hegemon Bufan their side has run into considerable trouble. Behind West Sun City are trillions of living beings. We cannot retreat. Has everyone prepared to fight to the death? Hegemon Battle Sky said in a solemn voice. Fight to the death without retreating. Fight to the death without retreating. Fight to the death without retreating. Behind him, yells that shook the sky sounded out. Hegemon Battle Sky was precisely South Chi Giant City's city lord back then, Feng Xiaotian. When Absolute Heaven Barrier was breached, he finally gained enlightenment on Tao, unlocking the third seal, becoming a Hegemon. Now, he was also one of Heaven One Alliance's leaders. Okay, this seat is going. I'll leave the rest to you all. Feng Xiaotian only left behind one sentence and left. Everyone revealed serious expressions. They knew that the situation that Hegemon Battle Sky was facing was even harsher than theirs. There were 3 blood race Hegemons that came this time. Kill. Yang Qing brandished his long spear and roared angrily, turning into a wisp of green smoke and rushed out. It was only to see him taking the lead, class. HI plussing together with the blood race's Emperor Realm powerhouses. In a single exchange, 3 Emperor Cloud Heavens were directly one-shotted by him. In the sky, powerhouses blotted out the sun. However, the numbers on Heaven 1 were still far lacking. Coupled with the blood race's undying attribute, Heaven 1 this side fell into a disadvantageous position very quickly. And this time, the Emperor Realm powerhouses that the blood race sent out were also several times more than Heaven 1's. Although Yang Qing was strong, he got caught in the encirclement of many Emperor Vast Heaven powerhouses very quickly. Ha ha ha, you bunch of grandson, really too weak. Too light. Are you scratching your grandpa Qing's itch? Kill. 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 You bunch of bloodsuckers, all die for your father. Qin Shan, you're too weak. Just how long has it been, and you already can't make it? If I were you, I'd pray that Yi Yuan can descend from the sky with celestial soldiers right now. Ha ha ha, I say, if Yi Yuan saves you now, wouldn't it be very ironic? Yang Qing fought until heaven and earth dimmed, his 2 eyes bloodshot and the injuries on his body increasing continuously. And not far away from him, Qin Shan's strength was much weaker. Under the heavy siege, he began faltering in strength very soon. At this time, he already had half his body caved in, his appearance very miserable. Even if this seat dies, I don't want to be saved by a traitor too. Qin Shan roared angrily. Chapter 3019, Arriving at the Battlefield. Chapter 3019, Arriving at the Battlefield. Ha ha ha. Feng Xiaotian, we've fought for thousands of years. Today, you're finally going to die. Thinking about it, there's still some reluctance. Above in the sky, Blood Promise laughed loudly without ceasing. Not long after Feng Xiaotian broke through, Blood Promise also finally broke through to Hegemon Realm. Speaking with which, these two were also considered enemies of a lifetime. Feng Xiaotian snorted coldly and said, if I die, you'll have to be buried in death with me too. Blood Promise laughed loudly and said, with just the likes of you, you also want to drag me to be buried with you? You're thinking too much. Feng Xiaotian fought fierce battles repeatedly. The injuries on his body were not light. At this time, facing the besiegement of 3 great hegemons, he was already lacking in strength, defeat showing. Boom. Blood Promise took advantage when Feng Xiaotian and the other 2 hegemons were fighting fiercely to suddenly launch a sneak attack, slamming a punch onto his chest. Feng Xiaotian's chest directly had a large hole blown out, blood gus. Hi+ing. Feng Xiaotian's gaze was cold. Clearly, he already had the awareness. PFFFT. Big Yellow was pierced through by a blood race Emperor Cloud Heaven in order to save Jingfei. His current strength was very strong, but after consecutive battles, they were long already arrows at the end of their flight. This time, the enemy even numbered several times more than them. They could not see hopes of victory at all. But No body backed down. Because they already had no path of retreat a long time ago. Boom. In the chaotic battle, a loud noise was heard. The right arm that Yang Qing held his spear directly imploded. enduring the intense pain, only to see his divine essence sweeping, the long spear switching to his left arm as he continued the bloody killing. The battle situation was tragic to the extreme. Qin Shan, you were already at the point of death earlier. Why haven't you died yet? Is this the legendary scourge that will last 1,000 years? Impressive. Impressive. Yang Qing said with a look of regret. Actually, Qin Shan was not far from death too. But, after hearing Yang Qing's goading, he actually regained some spirit. You. F*CKU. You're the scourge. Your whole family are all scourges. But this time, this seat will see if you still don't die. Qin Shan used all the strength in his body as he roared angrily. Relax, even if I'm going to die, I'll also die after you. You won't get to see it. Haha, I feel that you can still be saved. Pray that Yi Yuan can come back. This punk likes to create some miracles. Maybe he can overcome the raging tides once again. Yang Qing said with a loud laugh. Can't you freaking live without Yi Yuan anymore? It's already been over 100 years. Will you die if you don't mention Yi Yuan? Someone like you won't understand. If there's no goal in life, what's the difference between being alive and being a salted fish? I, Emperor Azure Sky, have once been invincible under the heavens. Experts are desolate. This guy is my lifetime enemy. He won't die so easily. A traitor is a traitor. If he comes back, this seat will be the first to kill him. Oops, you're dead. The two people seemed to be bickering effortlessly, but actually, the battle was incomparably dangerous. While talking, 5 Blood Race Emperor Vast Heaven powerhouses had actually formed an encirclement unknowingly. With 5 people attacking at the same time, a terrifying power exploded in an instant. Qin Shan was long already at the point of death. Facing such an attack, how could he still block it? Yang Qing was still cheeky and frivolous verbally, but a hint of dejection flashed across in his eyes. These few years, Qin Shan had also been his comrade in arms who fought side by side with him. Although this guy was hateful, he would not fall short of requirements when fighting and also would not be a hindrance. He was a real man. It was just that everyone had different ideals in the past. Boom. The place where Qin Shan was standing erupted with a dazzling light, blinding until people felt their eyes blurring. Haha, human ants are really weak. This Qin Shan was really useless. He was too weak to stand up to compet. One Taion. Yeah, among Emperor Vast Heavens, he's the weakest. This kind of trash should have long died in our blood race. The few Blood Race Emperor Vast Heavens could not help but feel pleased with themselves when they killed Qin Shan. However, they indeed felt that Qin Shan was very weak. On humanity's side, the most difficult to deal with was Yang Qing. Weak your mom. Your father will exterminate you. Yang Qing blew his top at once. Yang Qing, don't be anxious. The next one will be you, an Emperor Vast Heavens said with a loud laugh. Very soon, the light dissipated. Qin Shan looked at himself with a vacant look and said, I'm not dead. All around, the Emperor Vast Heavens were dumbstruck with amazement. Beside Qin Shan, a figure stood proudly, and he actually blocked all of the attacks. This person said with a light laugh, fortunately, I made it in time. Qin Shan's entire body shook, and he cried out in surprise, I tease you. Yi Yuan, you're back. This person was naturally none other than precisely the Yi Yuan who returned from Void Shrine illuminating heaven. Pares sing through the barrier of heavens. Yi Yuan understood the collapse of the absolute heaven barrier very soon. Extreme medicine sect's people were currently fighting fiercely in West Sun City. Hence, he rushed over without stopping. Finally, he made it. Yang Qing's entire body also shook, his gaze revealing a look of astonishment. This guy really came back. Yi Yuan, you're finally back. Haha, I knew that big brother Yi Yuan will come back. Young master, it's really great. Big Yellow wept with excitement. When everyone saw Yi Yuan return, each and every one of them was extremely agitated. Qin Shan's heart shook violently. Just now, 5 great Emperor Vast Heavens joining hands, the power was overwhelming. Even if it was Yang Qing, he absolutely would not dare to resist it head-on too. But Yi Yuan actually blocked it with ease. How terrifying was this guy's strength now? Suddenly, Qin Shan could not help feeling bitterness. Yongqing, this damn thing was really a jinx. Your father really got freaking saved by Yi Yuan. How freaking ironic. However, being able to live was really great. Hey, isn't this our Lord Blood Divine Son? I heard that our Lord Blood Divine Son had once overcome the raging tides several times. It's really amazing. However, you want to turn the tides by coming alone. A blood race emperor vast heavens said with a loud laugh. Yi Yuan had a great reputation in the blood race. Many blood race emperor realm powerhouses knew about his existence. This emperor vast heaven clearly recognized Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan gave him a nonchalant glance and said, "Who told you that I came alone? Zhao Yu, you go and help Feng Xiaotian. Jiang Zhennan, kill for me, spare no one." Talking until the back, Yi Yuan was already seething with killing intent. The appearances of Yang Qing and the rest had long already entered his sight. Even the naive Jingfei back then was also full of wounds and scars now. Yi Yuan did have any favorable impression of the blood race at all. The moment his voice faded, one Astonis H.I. plusing aura after another suddenly erupted in the distance. These auras were berserk to the extreme, incredibly bloodthirsty. Then, people saw one monstrous-looking creature after another galloping at full speed over here, the speed swift to the extreme. What powerful auras. These guys are all Emperor Sacra Heaven. More than half are all Origin powerhouses. How scary. When the blood race saw this level of impetus, they were actually dumbstruck with fear for some time. When those bloodline warriors felt the aura of the blood race, each and every one of them became irascible to the extreme. Kai. Several bloodline warriors tore a few Emperor Sacra Heavens to shreds in one exchange. Those few Emperor Sacra Heavens recovered very quickly. They were torn to shreds by the few who caught up with them. Hundreds of bloodline warriors charged onto the battlefield with Astonis H.I. plusing power, akin to a no man's land. Chapter 3020, Heaven, don't play with me like this. Chapter 3020, Heaven, don't play with me like this. What kind of monster is this? These monsters are too brutal. Hurry up and run. Too strong. Save me. No heaven-shocking big moves at all. What these bloodline warriors used was all the most primitive means of killing. But it was also due to this that it seemed more brutal and bloody. The blood race did not fear death, but at this time, they were scared too. There were 800 of such bloodline warriors under Yi Yuan's leaders. HI plus P. There were more than 500 who were Origin powerhouses. This kind of army, it was sufficient to sweep away everything under Hegemon realm. Therefore, after they joined the battle, it had nothing to do with the Heaven One army anymore. Even if it was the blood race's Origin powerhouses, faced with these bloodline warriors, they would be taken down in a few exchanges too. On the Heaven One army's side, they were completely dumbfounded. So strong. Turns out that you can fight like this. For so many years, our fighting with the blood race was really incomparably tragic. But only today did I discover that we're all refined gentlemen. Are these monsters all following Yi Yuan's orders? This guy indeed created a miracle again. Suddenly, a ferocious gaze swept over. A bloodline warrior suddenly turned around and pounced toward him. That Heaven One martial artist PIS said his pants with fright, not knowing why the other party would target him. Being stared at by the other party, he felt like he had died. He did not know that the word monster had triggered the other party. Roar. Jiang Zhennan gave an angry roar. Only then did that bloodline warrior stop and turn to charge toward the blood race. Actually, they did not need to be commanded at all. These bloodline warriors all had an innate hatred for the blood race. Furthermore, they were born fighting machines that did not know fatigue at all. Want to really talk about combat strength? They were more than 10 times that of same rank powerhouses. Swoos. H. Plus swoos. H. Plus swoos. H. Plus Yi Yuan casually threw out a few heavenly pills and said, "Hurry up and recover." Yang Qing and the rest directly swallowed it without hesitation. Humph. You traitor, Do you think that by doing so, you can redeem yourself? Qin Shan crushed Yi Yuan's heavenly pill and said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Then, how do I prove that I'm not a traitor?" Qin Shan sneered and said, "Unless you can eradicate the blood race. Otherwise, you have no way of proving at all." Yi Yuan nodded his head with a smile and said, "Okay." Qin Shan was taken aback. Clearly, he did not expect Yi Yuan to agree so simply. Haha, you wouldn't think that by bringing these monsters back, you'll be able to eradicate the blood race, right? Qin Shan smiled coldly and said, "Roar." Before his voice faded, an angry roar came from the horizon. Qin Shan's pupils constricted. He saw an incredible scene. A monster tore a blood race hegemon to shreds with its bare hands. How can this monster be so strong? Qin Shan's complexion was somewhat pale, his body trembling a little. No idea it was because he was too heavily injured, or because he was intimidated. But, this scene of tearing a hegemon to pieces with its bare hands, it was still too shocking. The battle of hegemons had always been incomparably deadlocked. Even if your strength was stronger than the other party, wanting to finish off the opponent was very difficult too. But this scene completely subverted their understanding. When Feng Xiaotian saw this scene, he was likewise unbelievably shocked. Originally, he was already prepared to die. Who knew that someone threw a wrench in the works? This monster killed until Blood Promise 3 people threw away their helmets and coat of mails. This monster finished off one of the other side's hegemons in a few exchanges. However, that blood race hegemon recovered again very quickly. But the unfortunate thing was that Zhao Yu seemed to take delight in shredding his opponent to pieces without getting tired of it. Once the other party recovered, he immediately rushed up and tore the opponent apart again. Blood Promise, this bloodkin, the blood on his face was gone, deathly pale. Flee. At this time, he only had this one thought. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned around and ran. He could not remember clearly how many times he had run away already. However, no matter what, it was still his little life that was important. "Ah, Yi Yuan, are you sent by heaven to punish this seat? How many times? How many times has this been? Why is it always like this every time? Heaven, don't play with me like this." Blood Promise's chest was virtually about to explode. He had always viewed Feng Xiaotian as his lifelong enemy. But who knew that ever since Yi Yuan came soaring into existence, he had been thrashed over and over again. Each time, he would drop everything and run. It was great that Heaven 1 finally managed to have internal strife, chasing Yi Yuan away. Who knew that this guy would come back again? If he came back, then he came back. But he even brought this group of violent monsters. How did he want people to live? He did not dare to imagine what kind of interrogation he would have to face after going back. He could not resist turning his head to take a look. Fortunately, Zhao Yu chased after someone else. Finally managed to preserve his little life. Amidst everyone's astonished gazes, Zhao Yu killed the 2 great hegemons more than 10 times over. Finally, they were not unable to revive anymore. Then, he wagged his tail and flew to Yi Yuan's side, squatting at one side docilely. From time to time, he even used his monster head to rub against Yi Yuan, like he was fawning on him. It was just like the one who tore the hegemons apart with his bare hands earlier was not him. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and rubbed the top of his head a few times, expressing approval. Then, Zhao Yu roared twice very happily. When Qin Shan saw this scene, his eyeballs popped out. Such a brutal monster was actually squatting next to Yi Yuan like a puppy. Why Yi Yuan? What kind of monster is he? Qin Shan could not resist asking. Roar. Zhao Yu roared, nearly shattering Qin Shan's internal organs. Yi Yuan said, "He's called Zhao Yu. Don't call him a monster. Otherwise, don't blame me for not being able to save you." Qin Shan swallowed his saliva, feeling like he had gone to the gates of Hell and back. Then, can it prove my innocence now? Yi Yuan asked with a smile. Qin Shan's expression changed, and he snorted coldly and stopped talking. Actually, the suspicions in his heart were already mostly gone. Hegemon realms were not expendable to the blood race either. 2 hegemons falling at once, it was a huge loss to the blood race too. Now, the Heaven One alliance was already at death's door. If Yi Yuan really turned traitor, there was no need to do so at all. As long as this monster army that he brought stood on the blood race's side, none of them could think about running away. But, to make him put aside his ego to apologize to Yi Yuan, he was incredibly unwilling. Therefore, he simply stopped talking. Yi Yuan just smiled and threw another heavenly pill to him. This time, Qin Shan did not refuse, directly swallowing it in one gulp. Ooh! Yi Yuan's healing heavenly pills were better than his. Yi Yuan, you finally came back. It's really great. At this time, Feng Xiaotian came over too. Although the injuries on his body were extremely severe, he did not care at all. Instead, he was very happy when he saw Yi Yuan. He and Yi Yuan were considered life and death friends too. He never doubted Yi Yuan at all. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said with a smile, I haven't congratulated Brother Feng for becoming Hegemon Battle Sky yet. Feng Xiaotian laughed loudly and said, You brat, deliberately poking fun at me, is it? This brother that you brought can tear me apart with one hand. He heard the words just now too. So he was very careful with his words. Roar. Zhao Yu roared loudly, clearly very pleased with himself. Chapter 30:21. This punch isn't simple. Chapter 30:21. This punch isn't simple. At West Sun City's main camp, more than 800 bloodline warriors were seated neatly at the plaza. Valiant and spirited. But the Heaven One army powerhouses all stayed far away. These guys were too scary, even though everyone knew that they were all their saviors. Yi Yuan, you tortoise grandson. Today, I, Emperor Azure Sky, will definitely trample you underfoot, counterattacking perfectly. Above the void, Yang Qing swung his long spear, pointing at Yi Yuan from afar, incomparably domineering. Yi Yuan could not help laughing and said, Let's have a match then. Do you need to set up such a grand lineup? Yang Qing snorted coldly and said, That's different. I'm going to defeat you in front of everyone. I've already waited 100 years for this day. How can it be done carelessly? Let them see that I, Emperor Azure Sky, am humanity's strongest person in this era. Yi Yuan shrugged and said helplessly, Directly use your strongest move then. Otherwise, you don't have the chance. Yang Qing said disdainfully, I know that you're very strong now, but it's useless. The current me is no longer who I was back then. Today, you don't stand a chance. Yang Qing naturally saw Yi Yuan blocking the blow for Qin Shan too. However, he touched his own heart and felt that in his peak condition, it would not be hard for him to do it too. After consuming Yi Yuan's heavenly pill, his injuries recovered very quickly, and his severed arm also regenerated. Hence, he arranged to fight with Yi Yuan without delay. Furthermore, he called all of West Sun City's soldiers out. It was for the sake of witnessing his victory. Actually, there was no need for him to summon everyone. This battle was indeed very high profile. Even Feng Xiaotian was also very curious how strong Yi Yuan's current strength was. It was because he kept feeling that he could not quite see through Yi Yuan. He, an exalted hegemon, actually could not see through an emperor vast heaven. How could this not surprise him? As for some of the emperor realm powerhouses, they had virtually all arrived. Without a doubt, these two people were the most outstanding existences among emperor realm powerhouses in the current generation. Their battle also determined who the title strongest belonged to. It was impossible for this battle not to draw attention even if they did not want to. Who do you guys think is stronger, Emperor Azure Sky or Yi Yuan? Does this still need to be said? Of course, it's Emperor Azure Sky. These few years, how many Emperor Vast Heavens have died at his hands? It can't even be calculated, right? Yi Yuan's methods are very strange, but his strength is most likely inferior to Yang Qing. That's true. Back then, Yi Yuan could jump realms to defeat Yang Qing. But now, he definitely can't do it. The current Emperor Azure Sky is reputed to be the next Hegemon Bufan, his combat strength sweeping across Emperor Vast Heaven. Yi Yuan is just lower Emperor Vast Heaven. Even if he can jump realms to battle, it's impossible to be his match too. While Emperor Azure Sky is strong, he just likes to posture too much. He has always viewed Yi Yuan as his greatest rival. This time, he can finally get his wish. Regarding this fight, most people still did not feel optimistic about it. It was because, during the past years, Yang Qing's awe-inspiring reputation was too great. No matter how strong the opponent was, he could always beat the opponent. Yi Yuan's talent naturally went without saying. But, it was still easier for people to believe the things in front of them. In the crowd, Qin Shan said with a disdainful look, "Humph. A guy who overestimates his own abilities. Does he think that Yang Qing is still the Yang Qing before?" He did not like these two people, but he also admitted that Yang Qing was very strong, incredibly strong. Yi Yuan, watch closely. This move is the strongest move that this seat comprehended these few years. None has ever survived under this move. Be careful. Suddenly, Yang Qing put away the flippant look. A layer of destructive aura rose up on the tip of the spear. He had never underestimated Yi Yuan before. This was true, even if Yi Yuan was 2 minor realms lower than him. For Yi Yuan to say so, he naturally had reliance. But Yang Qing also had absolute confidence in himself. The current him was really different already. The reason why he wanted to publicize the fight to the public, it also originated from precisely this powerful confidence. Feeling this destructive aura, Yi Yuan's eyes lit up too. Very strong. It's myriad Dao annihilation spear. I didn't expect that Emperor Azure Sky actually directly unleashed his strongest move. Under this move, there have never been survivors among Emperor Vast Heaven expert. Isn't he afraid of killing Yi Yuan in one move? I thought that they were just sparring. I didn't expect that it's actually for real. With this, Yi Yuan is in trouble. Feng Xiaotian had a look of surprise too. He did not expect that Yang Qing actually directly used his killing move. This move was comprehended by Yang Qing in battle. It could be said to be the grand achievement that gathered the spear Dao and Dao of destruction. Even he also sighed at his own inferiority at the power. Back then, Hegemon Bufan had said before that this move showed signs of Serpa's sing him. It was also precisely after that incident that Yang Qing was treated as Hegemon Bufan's successor. His status had no equal for some time. Everyone did not expect that Yang Qing actually unleashed such a killing move against his good friend. Kill. Yang Qing shouted fiercely, a spear tearing across the sky. Under a spear, myriad Daos were annihilated. The great Dao rules around him were being completely obliterated. Emperor Vast Heaven Realm was unable to mobilize rules at all under this move. This move was truly formidable to the extreme. Yi Yuan grinned and said, "I didn't expect that you really got much stronger. If I didn't encounter some lucky chances recently, I would really not have been your match. Yang Qing, watch my punch." There was no overly garish power on his body. For great true spirit bloodlines erupted in full force. A fist punched straight over. This punch carried an incomparably sacred aura. He did not need to mobilize heaven and earth rules at all. Rules birthed on their own. Boom. It was only to see Yi Yuan smash a fist over. That destructive aura immediately fell apart. Yang Qing spewed out a large mouthful of blood with a cough, his figure flying out like a cannonball. One punch defeated Yang Qing. How is this possible? Qin Shan's pupils constricted, and he cried out in shock. How is this possible? That is Saint Force. Feng Xiaotian said in astonishment. The entire West Sun City instantly exploded. This battle was too fast. They thought that this was bound to be a shocking great battle. But who knew that the result was so fast? Yi Yuan only used one punch and defeated Emperor Azure Sky, who was invincible in their heart. No way, right? Emperor Azure Sky is so weak. It's not that Emperor Azure Sky is weak. It's that Yi Yuan is too strong. Can't bear to look straight at it. Yang Qing came up with such a grand lineup. In the end, he didn't even make it through a punch. They are good friends. This also just nicely helped Yi Yuan to achieve an awe-inspiring reputation. Yi Yuan is still that undefeatable Yi Yuan. At one time, Yi Yuan was the synonym for being invincible in the same rank. It was just that along with his departure, this term was replaced by Yang Qing. But, with this battle today, Yi Yuan took back this title again. What belonged to him ultimately belonged to him. How is this possible? How can I possibly not even receive a punch of yours? This doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense. Yang Qing directly rushed in front of Yi Yuan and pointed at his nose as he said in puzzlement. All these years, the invincible confidence that he had built was crushed at this moment. It was not that he had not thought of failure before. It was just that he never thought that he would be defeated so thoroughly, unable to even receive a punch from Yi Yuan. Moreover, he could tell that Yi Yuan's punch did not have any martial technique at all. He just erupted with bloodline power and threw out a very ordinary punch. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This punch isn't simple.